Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 381 King, Great Earthquake. Hundreds of races came down from the four corners of the world, and overseas was completely ruled by foreign races. Each giant island is like a continent, occupying an extremely wide area in the vast sea, with no end in sight. Living in the boundless ocean, Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable. Every time he approached an island ruled by a foreign race, he would feel palpitations. The huge green island with beast roars shook the sky, like a sleeping behemoth, giving people an extremely powerful sense of oppression. This place is far more complicated than he imagined, and it is definitely not a place where he can break in at will. But now that he has come, he doesn't want to retreat without success, and flies cautiously over the vast ocean. Passing through more than a dozen giant islands, Xiao Chen watched from a distance and found many powerful races around those islands, but so far no Yaksha tribe has been found. Flying thousands of miles away, the front is surrounded by black mist, and a giant island is looming. There is no spiritual energy there, and bursts of death energy are fluctuating. A large piece of magic cloud shrouded the giant island, blocking the sun in the sky and casting a large shadow. Even in the daytime, the giant island was dark and gloomy. The giant islands encountered on the way are all full of vitality and aura, but this island can be called a dead island, without any greenery, completely shrouded in the breath of death. Xiao Chen felt a little surprised that this place was somewhat similar to the world of the dead, and he felt a familiar atmosphere. He approached cautiously, boarded the giant island, and wanted to see what was going on. There is no trace of greenery on the island. The reddish-brown land is very dry and hard, covered with many bones, and the band-like black mist is lingering, making the island look gloomy. Click click, not far away, a white bone skeleton is walking, as if it is inspecting everything on the coast. Skull Island. Xiao Chen instantly understood where he came to. Among the hundreds of clans, there was a skeleton clan. This was obviously the island they ruled. It is said that it descended from the soul world in the four worlds, but no matter how you look at it, it looks a bit like the world of the dead. Among the foreign kings chasing and killing Lu Mu was the skeleton king. Although Yasha Island hadn't been found yet, he couldn't miss it if he found it. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, then took off all the iron clothes, exposing the yellow diamond bone body, and walked towards Skull Island. Soon a white bone skeleton found him, and bowed to him from a distance, very respectful. Xiao Chen had expected this kind of situation. When he met three skeletons in Chang'an City, he was treated with such respect, which proved that there must be yellow diamond level powerhouses in the island. It has to be said that the giant island is very vast, and it has been traveling at extreme speed for more than an hour, but it has not yet reached the deepest point. In this crossing of the city, Xiao Chen hides whenever he can, and if he can't hide, he just swaggers forward. On the giant island surrounded by death, there are countless broken bones, and many walking skeletons. There are many giant castles standing on the island, all of which are guarded by strong men. He didn't stop until he heard ups and downs and very regular mental fluctuations. It's a bit like the word, Om, Tianyan, which made Xiao Chen's heart tremble. As early as in the world of the dead, he already knew that some powerful fire creatures possessed the magic formula to cultivate the soul, but he had never discovered it except himself. It is said that the powerhouses of that level are all in the depths of the continent of the dead, and there are no outlying areas. I don't want to find such a powerhouse in Skull Island today. The powerful mental fluctuations are powerful, and the terrifying coercion is undisguised, shaking people's souls. However, Xiao Chen didn't feel fear, because he felt that this kind of fluctuation didn't seem to be as strong as him, at most it was on the same level as him. He rushed forward quickly, wanting to see what happened. A huge castle stood in front of him. It was reddish-brown in color and made entirely of huge stones. Holding the 7 treasure tree, Xiao Chen quickly approached it like a ghost. The sky is full of magic clouds, blocking the sunlight and casting a large shadow on the giant island. Even the yellow diamond bone body can easily hide its whereabouts. Xiao Chen deliberately suppressed the fire, making it nearly extinguished, without any abnormal fluctuations rippling out, and soon he approached the reddish-brown castle, and sneaked in without a sound. If there is no other sound in the castle except for the regular sounds of the sky, all fire creatures stay away from the castle and dare not approach the castle. Xiao Chen easily approached the place where Yuan Tianyan's vibration was located. In a large hall, I saw a yellow diamond skull sitting cross-legged on the ground, constantly vibrating the fire, and the mental fluctuations were exactly what it emitted. Very good, you have made great progress in the past 2 years, and you have almost completely mastered the method of cultivating the soul. Sitting on a bone treasure chair not far from the yellow diamond skull is a very ordinary-looking bone skull. There is nothing out of the ordinary, the fluctuation of the fire seed is very weak, it is not considered strong at all, and it can even be said to be weak. However, Xiao Chen didn't know why he felt a breath of time on its body, as if it was an ancient fossil. It's a strange feeling, totally a gut feeling. The yellow diamond skeleton stopped the vibration of the fire, kowtowed respectfully on the ground, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will definitely live up to your expectations and carry forward this formula." Xiao Chen was taken aback immediately. The yellow diamond skeleton wanted to kneel down to the white bone skeleton. It was obvious that the white bone was an old guy, and seemed to be teaching the yellow diamond skeleton how to practice. "I'm already useless. You are my hope. My lineage depends entirely on you. You are now a king. You can go to Kyushu." Speaking of this, the old skeleton took off a space ring and threw it to the yellow diamond skeleton. The yellow diamond skull kowtowed again, put the space ring on his finger, and said respectfully, "Sooner or later, senior, you will regain your former glory. I believe that one day you will be able to restore your invincible combat power. Go ahead, you can go to Kyushu to practice." The old skeleton waved his hand. The yellow diamond skeleton knelt down again, then backed away. Xiao Chen stared dumbfounded. What kind of identity is this old skeleton? It's surprising that a yellow diamond skeleton is so respectful. However, the old skeleton claimed to be useless, so there shouldn't be any threat to him, so he just wanted to chase the yellow diamond skeleton and kill it. But at the same time, the snow-white old skeleton sent out creepy mental fluctuations, and said, "It's been peeping for so long, come out." Xiao Chen was startled suddenly. Isn't this fossil-like old antique useless? How could he still find his whereabouts? But the matter has come to this point, he has nothing to fear, and walked out from the dark. The sound of footsteps was extremely distant in this gloomy hall. When he saw a yellow diamond skeleton appearing in front of him, the dim soul spark of the old skeleton suddenly jumped, and he said solemnly, "I have seen other yellow diamond skeletons before, but I have never seen you before. Could it be that you are a newborn junior at the white bone altar? No, you are not from my skeleton clan." Speaking of this, the old skeleton's eyes shot 2 frightening lights, and said, "We have an unusual breath, you are not my clan. Who are you? Is it important who I am?" Xiao Chen took 2 steps forward. The old skeleton was very gloomy, and said, "You are very conceited, but put away your self-confidence in front of me. When I was in the universe and conquered the world, you didn't know where the dust was." Xiao Chen felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back quickly. "It's late. Ever since you stepped into this hall, it's already doomed to be difficult to escape. Let me ask again, where are you from? If you tell me, I can consider letting you go." The old skeleton stared at Xiao Chen miserably. "You are useless, what can I do? HMPH. Even a dying tiger is better than a wild cat in its heyday." 2 frightening rays of light shot out from the old skeleton's eyes, green and faint, like will-o'-the-wisps. At this moment, an overwhelming coercion surged towards Xiao Chen. It was a powerful mental wave, vibrating very regularly. Xiao Chen yelled that it was not good, and Tianyan, the source of humming, vibrated out with all his strength, using Tianyan to fight against Tianyan, and at the same time retreated quickly. But it can't be stopped at all. That coercion is irresistible, irresistible. It was as if the universe had been crushed down, trying to crush him. Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bone body seemed to be on fire, bursting out with blazing sacred brilliance. He tried his best to shake the onward Tianyan, and block the Qibao Miaoshu in front of him while retreating extremely fast. Boom! A force like a vast sea directly blasted Xiao Chen away, and the ancient castle was wiped out in ashes as it passed. The Qibao tree in front of him was shining brightly, and after enduring unimaginable force, there was a crisp cracking sound, and a terrifying crack appeared, which was about to break. However, it was finally considered to block the monstrous soul attack, and the ocean-like terrifying mental fluctuations subsided like a tide. Xiao Chen was horrified. What realm has this old skeleton reached? If he hadn't held this wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his hand, he would definitely have lost his body and spirit just now. Xiao Chen climbed up from the ruins. Half of the magnificent castle was completely wiped out. It was completely caused by the soul power that wanted to kill Xiao Chen, but the other half of the castle was intact. The old skeleton sat quietly in the dilapidated hall, looking very weak, as if it was difficult to support the bone body sitting on the bone chair. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Wasn't the old skeleton abolished? How could there be such a terrifying attack power just now, almost destroying the Qibao Miaoshu? It is simply unfathomable. However, the crumbling bone body on the throne made him puzzled again, so he immediately picked up a dry bone and threw it forward vigorously. Click! A white light was drawn from the dry bone, piercing through the old skeleton in an instant, sending it flying and falling off the bone chair. Xiao Chen rushed into the hall like a bolt of lightning, and slapped the old skeleton 3 times with Hand of God, but what shocked him was that the skeleton of the old skeleton was not damaged at all. Sturdy beyond imagination, the old skeleton has indeed lost its combat power. It only has the ability to hit once, and it can't make another shot in a short time. Even so, Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. If the old skeleton hadn't been abolished, he really didn't know how powerful he was. From that blow, and its extremely hard bones, it is not difficult to imagine how powerful and terrifying it was in its peak state in the past. I know, I feel a familiar aura on you, you come from the world of death. The old skeleton's weak soul fire was beating, and the mental fluctuations became weaker and weaker, saying, our ancestors were killed from that world and entered the soul world in the 4 worlds. It's a pity. The old skeleton looked at Xiao Chen mockingly, and said, you also missed an opportunity to enter the prehistoric heaven from the deepest part of the world of the dead. What are you talking about? Xiao Chen's heart surged with fear. Back then, our ancestor was considered the top figure in the world of the dead. However, the more we killed, the more powerful the evil spirits and evil races we encountered became. Although we were lucky enough to escape, we missed a huge opportunity. At this point, the old skeleton's eyes suddenly burst into 2 miserable lights, shooting at the fire in Xiao Chen's skull. Xiao Chen has been guarding against it all the time, vibrating the buzzword Tianyan directly. The fire seed of the old skeleton was wiped out in the violent fluctuation of soul power, but the snow-white skeleton was not damaged at all, and it was completely preserved. This old skeleton is so powerful that it defies the sky, and the bones left by it will not be destroyed no matter how Xiao Chen attacks. This made Xiao Chen immediately think of 2 words, king. Could this old guy really be a king-level figure at his peak? As the castle was completely wiped out, there was a commotion in the distance, and many skeletons noticed the abnormality and rushed over quickly. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay any longer, and turned into a golden rainbow, soaring into the sky. Putting on the iron suit on the edge of the island, he rushed directly into the ocean, sneaking in the underwater world. After sneaking thousands of miles like this, it took more than half a day before he surfaced. At this moment, he is still overseas, but he has long been far away from Skull Island. He can clearly sense the tension in the overseas atmosphere. Masters of many races appear in the sea, and the giant islands are even stricter. It seems that something big has happened. When he saw many flying skeletons searching in the endless ocean, he completely understood. Through the roar of those flying skeletons and the assistance of experts from many races in the search, Xiao Chen knew what happened. Skull Island is boiling. A super-terrorist existence was killed, causing a major earthquake overseas. Damn, did I really kill a king? Xiao Chen was surprised by his thoughts. Even though he was a deposed king, he still had an unimaginable status on Skull Island. This was indeed a major event that shocked overseas. With such a big turmoil, Xiao Chen felt that he could no longer stay overseas. If he didn't retreat quickly, he might be destroyed at any time. He sank into the bottom of the sea again, sneaking towards Kyushu. He didn't come out of the water until near the sea, and just when he was about to soar into the sky, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation and immediately hid in the seawater again. Through the blue waves, he saw many strong men of different races rushing towards the sea from the direction of Kyushu. Batch after batch of people, including the Lich King, Fallen Angel King, and Ant King, flew overseas in a hurry. Then he saw King of War Jingpu leading more than a dozen strong men of the Zan clan, also rushing into the depths of the sea quickly. Afterwards, he unexpectedly found the Yaksha King. The mighty Yaksha King turned into a green light, aroused monstrous demon energy, and made the originally calm sea roar. In the end, the Skeleton King and other foreign kings also appeared one after another, rushing overseas like lightning. The kings of other races retreated from Kyushu one after another. Xiao Chen was even more sure that he had killed a great person by accident. It seems that the aftermath of the big earthquake is far-reaching, and it seems difficult to calm down. Xiao Chen felt that it was necessary to trigger several tsunamis. If he could kill several foreign kings overseas, it would be even more perfect. Chapter 382, Fighting the Kings. Xiao Chen unintentionally killed a king. Even though it was a deposed old antique, it still had a great influence and caused a major earthquake overseas. This result directly led to mutual suspicion among many hostile races, making the complex overseas power pattern more delicate, with undercurrents surging, which may trigger a storm at any time. Xiao Chen wanted to kill a few foreign kings, not on impulse. If fuel is added to the fire at this time, the several powerful races that are already suspicious of each other are very likely to break out into war, then Kyushu will surely usher in a period of peace. However, there are turbulent winds and clouds in front of us, and overseas regions are extremely dangerous, and a little negligence may lead to a land of eternal doom. Xiao Chen didn't dare to act recklessly. He practiced quietly near the sea for several days, drawing the essence of water from the 5 elements in the vast ocean to practice. The aura in the sea is particularly rich, which is very suitable for cultivation. After adjusting himself to the best condition, Xiao Chen inquired around the coast again, and finally got the news about Niu Ren, Lu Mu and others. It turned out that they were chased and killed by King Yaksha from Yangzhou to the western regions, and then to the desolate land in the far west. In the end, Lu Mu and Niu Ren were forced to go to the sky and have no way to enter the earth, so they had to break the void and escape back to the world of longevity. After the catastrophe of the false gods, the great world of the 4 directions shrank rapidly, and the illusory regions were completely shattered, but the real 4 realms could not be destroyed and still existed. As for Jin Yi, Nalong Wang, etc., their whereabouts are unknown, which makes Xiao Chen feel a little worried, but they should have some skills to save their lives so that they will not perish. These news can't be called good or bad. After all, several people escaped death, but Lu Mu and Niu Ren might have some difficulties to come back. Although it is not as difficult to enter the human world from the 4 worlds after the catastrophe that year, but there is a certain price to be paid if you want to cross the world and come back. Overseas is cloudy, and many races are guarding against each other. It was at such a tense and delicate moment that Xiao Chen broke in again. However, he didn't go to Skull Island again, and he could see the lifelessness there from a long distance away. Obviously, it had become a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, and he couldn't get closer. Xiao Chen sneaked cautiously, lingering for a while every time he passed a giant island, looking for an opportunity to attack and kill the alien king who was going out. But he found no suitable prey, no single king yet. There is a huge huludao in front of him, covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, green, with monkeys singing and tigers roaring, and wild beasts running rampant. Xiao Chen felt that the defense here was not so strict, so he wanted to go in to find opportunities, but he stopped immediately after going deeper than 10 miles. From a distance, I saw more than a dozen behemoths circling in the sky of the island. The huge figures were connected together like dark clouds, and they turned out to be pterosaurs. There are not only sacred giant dragons, but also pterosaurs of various colors, green dragons like jasper, red dragons as red as blood, black dragons as black as ink, the wings spread out 100 or 200 meters away, covering the sky and the sun. Xiao Chen accidentally broke into the sacred dragon island. This place is not a good place, no matter which line of dragons they are the most dangerous creatures. No wonder the defense is so lax. This is a powerful race with astonishing combat power, and it is not afraid of foreign enemies at all. But since he came here, Xiao Chen didn't want to go back empty-handed at all, but he would never go to the depths of the island. Such a powerful race must have an unworldly master sitting in command. Even if he wanted to cause chaos, he would not rush into the center of the island at his own risk. When it was getting dark, he sneaked for more than a dozen miles, and then stopped his figure. On a high rocky mountain cliff, he found a huge cave entrance, and the thunderous snoring of a dragon could be heard from a long distance away. Holding the 7 treasure tree like a ghost, Xiao Chen entered the dragon's nest built on the cliff. The huge cave was very spacious. Although it was already dark, the inside was not dim, the brilliance was shining, and there were many jewels. He has long heard that giant dragons like glowing treasures, and what he saw with his own eyes confirmed it. This is simply a small treasure house. It seems that the sleeping dragon here is not an ordinary weak, otherwise it would be impossible to guard his own treasure. Right in front, a sacred giant dragon was covered in golden light, shining with the holy brilliance of his debut, lying there like a hill. No matter how you look at it, it is very similar to the dead sacred dragon king, it is almost carved out of the same mold. The sound of the dragon's snoring suddenly disappeared, and the huge monster like a hill opened a pair of eyes the size of a millstone, like two huge moons hanging in the hole. The moment it saw Xiao Chen, it was a little angry at first, but when it saw the radiant Qibao Miaoshu, it showed a mocking look again. A huge voice resounded in the cave, like thunder, trembling, "The humble race, the insignificant human beings, dare to break into my cave and put down the treasure tree in your hand. I can give you a peaceful death, otherwise the anger of the sacred dragon is not something you, a humble creature, can bear." Xiao Chen was amused. The sacred dragon seemed to be a race with a natural sense of superiority. The guy who was massacred in Chang'an City before also had this expression, with his nostrils turned up in arrogance. "Big lizard, put away your arrogance, you are just a big reptile in front of me. Presumptuous." The voice of the sacred dragon buzzed and trembled in the cave, and the whole cave shook. "Why do I feel that you are somewhat similar to the sacred dragon king?" Xiao Chen chatted with this behemoth while observing the environment in the cave. "I and it are brothers, I am." Speaking of which, it suddenly launched an attack, and the dragon language spells condensed into a blazing light, directly flooding the cave in front of it. This is a cunning dragon, seemingly arrogant, but not lacking in scheming, everything is in disguise. Since it discovered that someone had entered the cave, it had a premonition that something was wrong, and it was just acting on purpose, because it was not very beneficial to it in this small cave, and its huge body could not be stretched. Xiao Chen had been prepared for a long time. When the terrible dragon language spell flooded him, he slammed into the cave wall next to him immediately, and his body penetrated directly like a divine sword piercing into the tofu. Then, at the next moment, it pierced through the cave wall at the neck of the giant dragon, jumped up high, and slapped it down hard. Boom! The dragon's scales shattered, blood splashed everywhere, and the dragon suffered a heavy blow. "Ah!" It screamed, but the sound was swallowed again, because the second palm directly cut into its neck, cutting off its sound. Now that the sacred dragon no longer cared about protecting its treasure, it shook its body violently, its wings flapped, and the huge cave burst into pieces with a loud rumbling noise. Unrivaled light erupted from the dragon's body, and Yao couldn't open his eyes. The powerful force was overwhelming, and the coercion was like a landslide. It directly shattered the cave, and it was about to soar into the sky. But it was too late. Xiao Chen had already sat on its neck, and the bones and palms glowed brilliant yellow through the iron clothes, repeatedly slapping the dragon's head. He even drank the original Tianyan directly in his mouth, hitting the dragon's soul. The sacred dragon was angry and terrified, let out a dull roar, and a huge wave of energy rippling out. It turned out to be the magical power of the glorious years. The giant dragon was still not dead after being severely injured, and it launched such a strong counterattack, which surprised Xiao Chen, and at the same time, he felt a hint of danger. However, after all, the giant dragon still missed a move. When it was blocked by Xiao Chen in the hole, it had already lost half of the game, and it was difficult for its huge dragon body to exert its full combat power. At this moment, it was just a dying struggle, and Xiao Chen had already snatched all the opportunities. Yuan Tianyan's supernatural power was most suitable for close combat, and it was completely applied to the soul of the sacred dragon, so it was impossible to avoid it in this cave. Roar-a! The sacred dragon roared, shattered the cave, and soared into the sky, but at this time its body had already begun to collapse, and large pieces of dragon scales shining with divine light fell off, and dragon blood was sprayed all over the sky. Then the head shattered first, and then the huge dragon body was torn apart. "I am the younger brother of the contemporary sacred dragon king, you will die if you kill me." This was the last voice of the dragon soul before it shattered. Xiao Chen's kindling was shaken under that incomplete, glorious years. Although there was no serious problem, he was also afraid for a while. This sacred dragon is very powerful. Although it cannot be compared with the dead dragon king, it can still be called a king. If it is a battle under normal circumstances, if you want to kill it, you must pay a certain price. The opportunity to kill a dragon stuck in the dragon cave is really rare. The roar that shook the world shocked all the pterosaurs on the island, and a large shadow rushed towards here. Without looking back, Xiao Chen turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the sea. Even if they live on the same giant island, it is impossible for proud creatures like the dragon clan to live in groups. Each dragon has its own cave, separated by a long distance, which creates an opportunity for Xiao Chen to escape. Soon, he appeared in the sea, and a fierce one plunged into it, flying away on the bottom of the sea. When all the dragons chased to the beach, Xiao Chen had already disappeared. The roar of the dragons on the Dragon Island was loud and noisy, and huge monsters flew out one after another, searching in the surrounding sea area. It is an unbearable shame for a sacred dragon to be killed on the island, especially since the dead dragon was a candidate for the Dragon King, which made the pterosaur clan even more angry. All kinds of dragon language spells and terrifying supernatural powers erupted in this blue sea, almost pushing this vast ocean out of the sky, and the waves rolled up to the sky, shaking all the clouds in the sky. The dragons on Dragon Island are really angry. The anger of the sacred dragon was unimaginable, and it shocked all races overseas, and many powerful people flew towards this area. Xiao Chen escaped for thousands of miles on the bottom of the sea before emerging from the sea. Even so, he could still see some giant dragons haunting the surrounding giant islands, chasing them for thousands of miles. From this, it can be inferred that there must be riots in that sea area. Xiao Chen thought for a while, and decided to continue to act. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to the sacred Dragon Island, and they might relax their vigilance. If they attack at this time, there might be big gains. It has to be said that Xiao Chen acted recklessly, completely walking on a death wire. The blue sea is magnificent and vast, and there are no less than dozens of huge islands of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, all separated by a certain distance, like sleeping ancient beasts. This time, Xiao Chen did not choose the giant island, but landed on a relatively small island, but it was 20,000 to 30,000 square kilometers. It is very quiet here. Although the island is lush and full of vitality, there is no one guarding the shore at all. In Xiao Chen's mind, this should be an island ruled by a weak race. However, after only 1 mile in the island, he stopped immediately, because a huge blue stone stood there, with 3 large characters engraved on it, Fighting God Clan. This is definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying race. The Fighting God King and the Yasha King, who is known as the King of Heaven, once fought a battle, evenly matched, and ended in a tie. Their combat power shocked Kyushu. Moreover, according to legend, the Fighting God Clan and the Zan Clan are old enemies, and being able to be the old opponents of the powerful Zan Clan proves their horror from another aspect. After Xiao Chen saw this huge blue stone, he retreated immediately. He didn't want to provoke this terrible race for the time being, and even wanted to make contact with it if necessary. It was already late at night, but the roar of the dragon could still be heard in the distance. Xiao Chen stayed away from that area, and came to a giant island again unknowingly. Under the starlight, with the waves hitting the shore, he set foot on this huge island, and suddenly he found several yakshas, and this turned out to be the yaksha island that he had been searching for all along. Xiao Chen hesitated a little, and finally walked towards the island, but he was very careful. This place is undoubtedly a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. He didn't want to make too much noise. Everything depends on the situation. The most important thing is to explore the truth outside. But at the same time, I felt that the surrounding environment was different, as if it had been deliberately arranged by someone, and suddenly the sky-high light burst out from the ground. Xiao Chen was startled, and found that there was a strange pattern on the ground, like a formation. When he walked into this area, a dazzling light burst out. It didn't do him any harm, but it undoubtedly exposed his whereabouts. "Where are you going?" The cold shout pierced the sky like a thunderbolt. It was Yasha Heavenly King, who actually waited on the edge of the island facing Kyushu, not in the depths of the giant island. It seemed that he was waiting for the enemy to come. The tall phantom surged with endless black mist, and rushed over like a huge mountain. Not only the coast trembled under this terrifying pressure, but the ocean also set off monstrous waves. I said before that the human race must be playing tricks, deliberately provoking the suspicion of all races, and it is true. From the other direction, Zan Wang Jingpu appeared with a murderous aura, like a demon god. At the same time, a jade-white skeleton king also appeared from the other side, and flew towards Xiao Chen with a deadly air. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The kings of the 100 clans were indeed not simple characters. They had already expected that he would come to Yasha Island. The skeleton king asked, "How did the two of you guess that he was coming to Yasha Island?" Zan Wang Jingpu's voice was extremely indifferent, and said, "King Yasha has countless masters who killed the clan. If the human race is playing tricks, he will naturally not let the Yasha clan go. It's a pity." He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "We have seen through your plan. If you want to stir up chaos among hundreds of clans, I am afraid it will fail." Xiao Chen sneered, his spirit fluctuated, and said, "But who will believe you when you say it? The seeds of suspicion have already been planted, and they are waiting to take root. If you become the first wisdom bird, others will definitely think that your Zan clan has done shady things and intentionally confuses the public. The three kings appeared and wanted to join forces to kill him, but Xiao Chen didn't dare to resist, so he directly chose to run away after saying these words. Don't leave when you're here. The silent Yaksha king, with green hair and no wind, moved freely, and his tall figure pressed people like a mountain in the rolling black mist, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. Although he was walking, it seemed as if he was traveling through space, seemingly slow but extremely fast, and he chased him down. Xiao Chen roared with mental fluctuations, covering up the original Tianyan, and blasted backwards. But King Yaksha had no fear at all, and shouted, "Break it!" The buzzword Tianyan, which could easily shatter the sacred dragon, was directly collapsed by the punch of King Yaksha, without hurting him at all. At the same time, the King of War, Jingpu, and the Skeleton King also chased after him. Mie, Yaksha King was like a ghost, his burly body rushed to him in an instant, and struck forward with one palm. The word, Mie, had the power to swallow mountains and rivers, causing a tsunami in the ocean. Xiao Chen was shocked, this King Yasha was so powerful that he was almost evil. He directly slashed out the hand of God, and at the same time the Qibao Miaoshu in his left hand was also drawn forward. Boom! In the overwhelming force, Xiao Chen was blown away. King Yaksha was so powerful that it made people tremble. But at this moment, Yaksha King also rolled out in the sky, not because of the hand of the gods, but because of the light from the Tree of Seven Treasures. He was hit by a big somersault. Xiao Chen was surprised that after the treasure tree suffered a heavy blow on Skull Island, it was able to produce colorful rays of light again, and a heavy blow seemed to awaken its sleeping power. King Yaksha had no pupils in his pupils, and the green light flickered. He stared at Xiao Chen ruthlessly, took a step forward, and came to kill again. Break all spells. With a soft shout from him, a burly figure appeared in front of him in an instant. The tremendous pressure made Xiao Chen's bones all over his body make a creaking sound. The original Tianyan blasted out again, and at the same time, the Qibao Miaoshu slashed forward, but when the four words, "Break all dharmas," roared, the Yuanyuan Tianyan was obviously blocked, and the light of the Qibao Miaoshu actually weakened. Boom! Xiao Chen turned a few somersaults and flew out backwards, and King Yaksha was pulled another big somersault by Baoshu. Yaksha King is too powerful. Xiao Chen didn't want to fight head-on with him anymore, and rushed directly to the Skeleton King, trying to break through from it. King Yaksha is almost evil, and King Zan is also a terrible opponent. Relatively speaking, Skeleton King is the weakest. Brush! The Qibao Miaoshu was swept out, and the Skeleton King was directly swept a few times. Xiao Chen rushed past, plunged into the sea, and began to fly away in the underwater world. But King Yaksha was also extremely fast after entering the water, and the distance was getting closer and closer. At the same time, King of War Jingpu and Skeleton King are also chasing after him. The situation is very bad. In the end, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and fled towards the island of the Fighting God clan. After approaching, he landed directly and rushed towards the island. Danger! After the King of War came to the edge of the island, he showed an extremely dignified expression. Chapter 383 Reversal. Zan clan and Fighting God clan are old enemies. Zan Wang Jingpu keenly sensed the danger, and stopped on the edge of the island. King Yasha frowned even though his combat prowess was astonishing. He had once fought against the King of Fighting Gods, and he deeply knew how terrifying the opponent was. The island in front of me is about 20,000 to 30,000 square kilometers, not too small, but compared with the giant islands that descended overseas from other races, it does look a little small. The island is lush and lush, with towering ancient trees towering into the sky, standing on the island like giant umbrellas, and the 1,000-year-old vines are as vigorous as horned dragons, and a single vine can cover at least half of the mountain. It seems to be just a wild island, where monsters and poisonous insects are rampant, and there is no human trace at all. This kid is very cunning, and he actually ran to the island of the Fighting God clan who is at odds with me. It would be a pity to let him go, but right now, are you going to hunt him down? The snow-white Skeleton King dangled in the moonlit night, with sparks pulsing in his eye sockets. Yasha King was surrounded by black mist, and two frightening green lights shot out from his eyes, and he only uttered one word, kill. After all, he was the first to rush into the island, but of course he didn't rush in recklessly, leaving behind afterimages, and rushed in silently like ghosts. He didn't want to let Xiao Chen go. King of War Jingpu hesitated a bit. His clan and the Fighting God clan were mortal enemies. If they really broke in, they would be declaring war. Eventually, he flew back out to sea without following up. After hesitating for a moment, the Skeleton King followed Yasha King and sneaked in. Xiao Chen soared all the way, gradually approaching the center of the island, but along the way he did not find any strong fighters from the Fighting God clan, as if it were an unowned island. At this moment, he keenly sensed that Yasha King was about to catch up. When the path passed through a mountainous area, a tall figure in front blocked the way, with his back facing Xiao Chen's direction, and the surrounding fog was hazy. He stood there quietly, motionless like a stone statue. There is no energy fluctuation, one with the heaven and the earth, one with all things, it seems to have merged into this space. Why did you break into my family's forbidden area? The calm and indifferent voice came without any emotion, and the tall figure still turned his back to Xiao Chen. I didn't intend to offend the Fighting God clan, but I was actually forced by others. Xiao Chen rushed into the Fighting God clan's island, not in a panic, but on purpose, and said, King Yasha and the king of the Zan clan have already killed the nobles. You want to use our clan to get rid of the enemy for you? The voice of the strong Fighting God clan in front gradually turned cold. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not think that others could not see through his strategy, and it was obvious that he wanted to use his strength to resist the enemy. Therefore, without pretentiousness, he said straightforwardly, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. The Fighting God clan and the Zan clan are mortal enemies. Now there is a Zan king nearby. This is a rare opportunity. If you grasp it, you can kill him. It's not necessary for you to tell us whether to get rid of it or not, we will care about it. But you broke in without any reason, what should you do? This is enough to see the strength of the Fighting God clan. I really came here with sincerity. In this world, many friends are better than many enemies. If I unite some friends, I can still kill several foreign kings. The strong Fighting God clan fell silent for a moment, and said, you go over there. Hearing this, Xiao Chen rushed past him holding the 7 treasure tree. It was at this time that King Yasha arrived, and when he saw the tall man with his back turned to him, he was startled and said, you are back, King Fighting God. In the distance, Xiao Chen was startled, that person turned out to be the Fighting God King, beyond his expectation. Yasha King, you are too much. You broke into our island without authorization. Do you want to start a war? I don't mean to offend God King, but today is a bit special. I'm chasing and killing a dangerous person who wants to stir up a dispute among hundreds of clans. Disputes among hundreds of clans. Aren't hundreds of clans fighting all the time? The Fighting God King suddenly turned around, stared at King Yasha, and said, please leave this island immediately, or you will bear the consequences. The tall Battle God King danced wildly with his purple hair, facing King Yasha head-on. Yasha King's eyes were cold, and his aura was as pressing as a magic mountain, but after a moment of stalemate, he finally chose to retreat. Although the God of Fighting clan has a small population, every member of the clan is super strong, and they are indeed a terrifying race. Now on Doshen Island, he didn't dare to make a big deal. If the island had an unworldly master sitting in command, he might have to hold a grudge against him. Seeing King Yasha retreating far away, Xiao Chen hurriedly sent a voice transmission to King Fighting God, saying, to show my sincerity and cooperation, I would like to hold King Yasha back for half an hour, and the king can go outside the island to kill King Jingpu. We are not ready to fight to the death with the war clan. Xiao Chen didn't want to give up, and tried to persuade, saying, the 2 immortal races, the first to strike first, and the elimination of a war king will have a great impact on the future. If you can defeat a race by killing a war king, why do we need to endure it? Fighting God King rejected Xiao Chen's suggestion. He turned his back to Xiao Chen, watched Yasha King leave, and said, but if I don't make a move, it doesn't mean that others won't make a move. That golden giant is coming soon. Xiao Chen was stunned, and found that the God of War King was really not a simple person, and it was impossible for him to have a confrontation with King Yasha and King Zan. Battle King Jingpu once killed a giant king, and a more powerful golden giant king was born at the same time. Could it be that the Fighting God King notified the strong man of Giant Island in a special way? Let's go. King Fighting God gave the order to chase away the guest. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and flew out of the island. The island of the Fighting God clan is really mysterious. I don't know how many terrifying powerhouses there are, but Xiao Chen didn't detect it at all, only found a Fighting God King. Giant Island is not far from here, and it's only 500 miles north. This was the voice from King Fighting God when Xiao Chen was about to fly away from the island. This guy is not easy. I don't want to make a move, but I want the giants to stand out. Xiao Chen was shocked, and flew north quickly without delay. In the sea, the powerful spiritual thoughts of Yasha King, Battle King, and Skeleton King swept all directions, and they waited outside the island in 3 directions. After discovering Xiao Chen's whereabouts, they quickly chased them down. Boom! The waves soared to the sky, and a golden giant suddenly rushed out of the sea, holding a huge axe in his hand, like a bright lightning, tearing through the void, and slashing forward. Directly locked on King of War Jingpu. The giant king with golden blood appeared. Boom! The Yaksha king at the front slashed out with a palm, and resisted the shocking axe. The divine light soared into the sky, and the waves surged. Yasha king and giant king both took a few steps back. King Yasha has nothing to do with you. This is a battle between me and Jingpu. The golden giant was more than 10 meters high, standing on the sea, overlooking the three kings. Not far away, Xiao Chen also stopped. He felt a powerful energy wave coming from the north, and a giant master was approaching. He flew back and said, "I will help you kill the enemy, king of giants." No need. The golden giant king held a giant axe and charged at King of War Jingpu again. Okay, I'll make a deal with you. King Jingpu was so determined to fight, he charged at the giant king. And King Yasha and Skeleton King chased Xiao Chen again, and killed more than 100 miles northward. At this time, huge energy fluctuations came from the north, and a dozen giants appeared on the sea level. Friends of the giant clan, here are allies of your mortal enemy, the Zan clan. Xiao Chen shouted. Kill! More than a dozen giants roared and came to kill. These supernatural beings swung their sticks and giant axes and shot, trying to kill King Yaksha. Don't listen to his nonsense, we have no grievances with you. The Skeleton King explained with mental fluctuations. The King of War came with them, obviously he wanted to harm you. Xiao Chen shouted. If we don't take them at this time, when will we wait? Take them all. One of the giants waved his big hand and surrounded Yasha King, Skeleton King, and Xiao Chen. A melee broke out for a while. It's unlucky for Xiao Chen to be a spy. These guys are simple-minded and impulsive Hercules. Each of the huge maces weighed nearly 100,000 jin, and when they danced, they seemed to be overwhelming the top of Mount Tai, and they beat the area with thousands of turbulent waves. But even under the attack of these Hercules of the giant clan, King Yaksha showed extremely terrifying combat power, and shouted, "Get back!" He swept across all directions, and even sent a dozen giants flying upside down. However, he did not kill these giants, so as not to provoke irresolvable hatred. More than a dozen giants were furious and rushed forward again, this time mainly attacking and killing King Yasha. Brothers of the giant clan, are you all right? Xiao Chen greeted, and then shouted, "You go ahead and kill that Yaksha, I will kill this bone skeleton." The Skeleton King was furious, and actually provoked dissension in front of his face, but he was also helpless. These big guys are stubborn, and it is difficult to change what they believe in. It and King Yaksha are currently being cared for by the giants, and the 100,000 jin stick keeps coming. This can't change anything. King Yasha stared at Xiao Chen coldly, and then showed his terrifying fighting power again. He is mighty, although he is only 2 meters tall, but his fighting power is astonishing. In the next moment, he beat all the dozen giants to the mouth and vomited blood, fell into the sea, and came to kill Xiao Chen again. Friends of the giant family, I will lead them away, you must keep your health. Xiao Chen fled north again. The Skeleton King was furious, this guy is addicted to nonsense, if these giants really believe him, there will definitely be trouble in the future. Brother, we believe you, you go all the way north, to our island, shouted more than a dozen seriously injured giants. This made Xiao Chen very ashamed, the giants were too simple. But there is no way right now, Yasha King is really perverted, and his combat power is too strong to compete, so he can only get rid of it with the help of external force. He was flying like lightning, relying on the Qibao Miaoshu to resolve several crises along the way, and fled towards the huge island ahead. An aura of a prehistoric beast rushed towards him, and the giant island was like a natural battleground, filled with endless killing intent and evil spirit. Who dares to break into Giant Island? Came the muffled voice, and 7 or 8 giants appeared on the coast with giant axes or maces. Friends of the giant race, these people have injured your brother, come and rescue. Seeing Xiao Chen started talking nonsense again, Skeleton King was furious. If these people believed him, it would definitely cause great trouble. But before he could explain, the dozen or so injured giants from behind had already caught up and shouted, "Brothers, kill that Yaksha and that skeleton, they are allies of the Zan clan." King Yasha didn't seem to bother explaining at all, he just turned around and said to Xiao Chen, "I'm going to heaven and earth today, and I'm going to kill you too." Having said that, his eyes suddenly sharpened like sharp swords, and he shouted, "Banju Shifang." A strange wave of energy surged out, sealing Xiao Chen and him in a strange space in an instant. This is the battlefield that belongs to you and me. No one will disturb you anymore, and you will never die. The energy fluctuations emitted by Tianwang Yasha in this space are like a vast sea, unpredictable and breathtaking, as if 10 mountains fell down at the same time, making Xiao Chen feel that the yellow diamond bones are about to be broken. From the outside, you can clearly see everything inside, but you can't get in. Xiao Chen held the 7 treasure tree and passively fought against the enemy. Brothers, kill this skeleton and save that little brother. A group of giants shouted, all raising their 100,000 Jin fine iron weapons, and smashing them into the strange energy space at the same time. Bang bang bang. As if forging iron, the enclosed space was constantly beaten with a mace and slashed with a huge axe, bursting out with soaring light from time to time, causing a tsunami in Wangyang, but it just couldn't be opened. Xiao Chen fought hard against King Yaksha inside, using the Qibao Miaoshu to make somersaults on the opponent, but this did not guarantee his safety. The fighting power of the heavenly King Yaksha reached a terrifying level, and he gradually suppressed the light of the Qibao Miaoshu. Who is presumptuous outside my giant island? Another master on the island has killed. After hearing the story of the giant outside the island, the giant who seemed to have a certain status shouted, attack at the same time with the breaking power, to break the prison of this space. 30 giants were extremely sacred at this moment, their bodies erupted with dazzling divine light, and then shouted at the same time, go. With a loud bang, the sky and the earth shook, and the waves rushed to the sky, smashing the large clouds. The heaven-breaking power of more than 30 giants broke the confinement technique of King Yaksha's, seal the 10 directions. Yasha King sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot, but his eyes became more fierce. He scanned all directions and said, don't force me to kill. Xiao Chen was shocked. Those were more than 30 giants with incomparable supernatural powers. They joined forces to break blocking the 10 directions. King Yasha just spat out a mouthful of blood, and his combat power was not affected at all. It is really unfathomable. Little brother, come to the island. Several giants greeted Xiao Chen, not caring about King Yasha's terrifying killing intent. Xiao Chen rushed into the island. Yasha Wang looked up to the sky and sneered, and followed in stride. No, the skeleton king hiding in the sky wanted to dissuade him, but it was too late. King Yaksha had already made this decision. Xiao Chen and the giants quickly retreated towards the island, and they didn't stop until they reached a huge altar. Light the flame. On the tall altar, flames shot up into the sky, and an illusory giant figure emerged, making a deafening roar, who is wantonly on my giant island. Having said that, he stretched out a huge slap and swung at the charging King Yaksha. That big hand covered the sky and covered the earth, unexpectedly containing extremely mysterious and complicated changes, covering all directions, so that King Yaksha could not avoid it, but could only shake it hard. Boom! King Yaksha was sent flying by a slap, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at the phantom, and said, who are you? Xiao Chen was even more surprised. The giants next to him didn't think so, and said, if it is in the center of the island, if you light the holy fire on that sacred altar, you will definitely be able to kill this Yaksha. Intruder, you have offended the majesty of my giant race. Phantom made a loud voice, and rushed forward again. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of thunder-like noises in the sky. King Yaksha kept shaking with the huge shadow, but finally retreated with blood spitting out, turned into a green light and escaped from the island of giants. Where are you going, little brother? He was seriously injured. I'm going to kill him. Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning, held the Qibao Miaoshu and chased him down. Okay, we'll go kill him with you. In the outskirts of the island, more than 30 giants held big sticks and axes, roared upwards, and then all rose into the air one by one, chasing them down. The scene is extremely spectacular. In the human world, an ordinary giant is a terrifying character, but 30 or so giants who know advanced cultivation techniques are even more terrifying. As soon as he entered the sea from Giant Island, Xiao Chen caught up with King Yaksha, and the 7 treasures tree fought his way over, and immediately swept Yaksha King a big somersault and spit out a mouthful of blood again. In the distance, the skeleton king rushed to the rescue. Kill! 30 giants yelled from behind, and the sound shook the world, which made the skeleton king feel a wave of fear, and helped the Yaksha king to turn around and run away. Xiao Chen and the others followed closely behind. They chased and killed for more than 300 li all the way, but at this moment, suddenly bursts of terrifying pressure came from the front, and a figure with a strong fighting spirit rushed over quickly. It turned out to be another king of the Zan clan A Mabao. Xiao Chen did not expect to meet the king of the war clan here again. He was there when Ma Baoao and the Golden Lion King fought in Wuyi Mountain, and he almost suffered a big loss under Ma Baoao's Tianqiu's finger. Mabao's red hair danced like a flame, and his whole body was like an ancient demon god, giving people an unfathomable feeling like an abyss. He seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth, and stood there quietly blocking Xiao Chen's way. After seeing him, Xiao Chen remembered a rumor in Kyushu that Ma Baoao was one of the 4 descendants of the Zan clan's 4 kings, and he was somehow called the King of Peace. It's quite speechless for a born warrior to get this title. Maybe this warrior king has just been born, and he hasn't killed too much yet. Don't care about Ma Bao, you're still a bastard, I haven't heard of it. 30 giants waved their maces and shouted, "Get out of the way, don't stop us from killing that Yasha." Chapter 384 Desire to Refining Divine Liquid. 30 or so giants, holding big sticks and giant axes, stepped on the sea and galloped forward, bringing gusty winds and causing violent waves. The weapons in each hand weighed 100,000 catties, and they could shake mountains and rivers when they swung them with all their strength. The mace and the giant mountain-splitting axe all blasted towards Mabao together, the void was shattered, and the waves soared to the sky. These giants were unstoppable and unstoppable. Even Mabao, the king of war, changed his color, waved his hands together, 10 fingers emitted 10 rainbow-like rays of light, and Tiong's fingers swiped out, forcibly overcoming the giant's tyrannical attack. Chi-Chi, TNK finger is one of the strongest ancient combat skills of the Zan clan. Its power is unimaginable, but it is difficult to end with a powerful bombardment of more than 30 giants working together. Boom! Giants have unparalleled talent, and their combat power is comparable to that of a sacred dragon. Imagine how spectacular and powerful the scene would be if more than 30 sacred dragons attacked at the same time. 30 spikes of mace and giant axe fell at the same time. Although they did not smash the 10 long rainbows that soared into the sky, they did shake the body of the king of the Zan clan, Ma Baoao, shaking again and again. This red-haired boy is really resistant to beatings. The brothers continued to smash him until he was smashed into meat paste. The giants shouted in a low voice. Only they dare to unscrupulously call the king of the Zan clan a red-haired boy. Who else dares to do so? Ma Baoao's face was gloomy. He never thought that he would face these powerful guys. When he heard the news, he gritted his teeth and decided to kill. On the other side, Xiao Chen had already intercepted King Yaksha. Using the 7 treasure tree as a shield and the Onward Tianyan as a spear, he attacked violently. The king of Yasha is so powerful that he is definitely the top power among the kings of hundreds of clans, but he was defeated and fled today. It is conceivable that he was severely injured by the phantom bombardment from the giant altar. It is very likely that the source of life is endangered, otherwise it is impossible to escape with its strong character. Xiao Chen naturally didn't want to let go of the opportunity to get rid of this terrifying enemy. Brush. The Qibao Miaoshu was treated by Xiao Chen as a cane stick, and he kept chopping and whipping it. Yasha King's hair was disheveled, and his eyes burst out with a fierce light like a beast, so powerful that he actually resisted the colorful light. This had to shock Xiao Chen. It was really scary that the half-ancestral holy weapon couldn't kill this guy. If he hadn't suffered heavy injuries, Yasha King would be invincible. Even if the source of life was damaged, this almost invincible existence opened and closed, sweeping all directions. As soon as the 2 giants charged forward, they were smashed to pieces by him. The huge chunks of flesh that splashed out dyed the sea area red, and King Yaksha was as brave as a monster. However, Xiao Chen was really desperate. The opportunity was rare. He turned into a beam of light and used the hands of the gods to shake King Yaksha again and again, and even kept brushing the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. After all, King Yaksha was seriously injured by the phantom floating from the altar of the giants, and gradually became exhausted, with blood continuously overflowing from his mouth. The Skeleton King finally got rid of the giant's siege and charged over, trying to save King Yaksha. The seriously injured Yaksha King was not so easy to kill. Xiao Chen suddenly abandoned Yaksha King and focused on Skeleton King, and he shot with all his strength, completely fighting for his life. Brush. As soon as the 2 strong men met each other, Xiao Chen pulled down the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, and at the same time, the soul-killing stun Tianyan of Om rushed out. The Skeleton King also vibrated with similar terrifying fluctuations, and even managed to block the Onward Tianyan, but he was far less tyrannical than the Yaksha King, and he did not block the divine light from the Qibao Miaoshu. Click. In a life and death struggle, the brilliant colorful light brushed off a bone palm of the Skeleton King. This shocked him. If King Yaksha hadn't made a move, he might have been in danger just now. The situation on the other side is not optimistic. The long fiery red hair of the War King Mabao danced wildly, his fighting spirit was high, his murderous aura was soaring to the sky, and the sky was missing. No one could resist. Worthy of being the king of the Zan clan, his strength has reached an appalling level. At this moment, there was a long howling sound from the direction of the giant island, and a giant ape-like creature rushed forward with a stick in its hand. It was 16 or 17 meters high, a bit taller than ordinary giants. The jet-black stick weighing more than 100,000 catties fell down in his hand, and even Mabao was thrown flying in one fell swoop. It can be described as supernatural power. Okay, Mao Nu killed him. The giants next to him retreated immediately, surrounding Mabao in the center, giving enough room to this huge ape-like monster. This is also a giant, but he has black hair more than a foot long all over his body. At first glance, he looks like a giant ape, berserk and, in a mess, and the black stick that weighs more than 100,000 jin is unstoppable in its rotation. Unexpectedly, he suppressed Ma Baoao for life, his supernatural power and mysterious combat skills, he is really an invincible fierce man. Not only Mabao was shocked, but the Yaksha king not far away also changed color. This giant covered in black hair had never been heard of before, but he was not under the giant king with golden blood. Berserk is the truest portrayal of this black-haired giant, directly smashing the battle king Mabao into the sea several times. Absolutely suppressing the kings of hundreds of clans in terms of strength, even the king of the Zan clan who is famous for his combat power cannot resist it head-on. The ancient combat skill Tien Kueji was completely blocked by a big black stick. The king of war, Ma Baoao, no longer dared to use his strength to resist, and began to change his fighting style. This was a unique experience in his life for the king of the war clan who is famous for his battles. Come on, brothers, kill that Yaksha and dismantle that skeleton. The giants covered in black hair all over the body resisted the battle king Mabao, and the giants who freed up their hands screamed and swung their big sticks and axes to kill the battle group in front. When dozens of huge axes and sticks fell down, Xiao Chen immediately relaxed, and King Yasha was trapped by a group of giant monsters. Xiao Chen began to deal with the skeleton king with all his strength, and he decided to kill the Tinder king first. The battle became more and more intense. The blue sea was full of turbulent waves, and the entire sea area was filled with violent murderous intent and terrifying energy fluctuations. After more than 100 moves, with a crash, Xiao Chen removed an arm bone of the skeleton king, and before he snatched it back, he was smashed to pieces by the hand of God. The skeleton king who lost one arm bone was even more invincible, and Xiao Chen removed the other arm bone not long after, and was shattered on the spot. The skeleton king has lost both arm bones, and completely relied on the soul refining art to vibrate and kill Xiao Chen, making it difficult to pose a threat to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen blocked all the waves of soul attacks with the sound of buzzing, and the Qibao Miaoshu swept out continuously. Finally, with a crash, the skeleton of the skeleton king was completely disintegrated. Xiao Chen swooped down, scratched and cracked the skull that wanted to fly away in the blue sea, refined and absorbed the exuberant fire at the bottom of the sea. After rushing out of the sea, Xiao Chen directly rushed into the battle group, blocked Yaksha king with the 7 treasure tree, and then violently beat the strong man who called himself the king of heaven. Most of Yaksha king's attacks were blocked by his treasure tree, which made a group of giants smile, and the big sticks and giant axes were no longer blocked, and they smashed violently. Stronger than Yaksha king, he was beaten until he vomited blood again and again, and he couldn't help it. But even so, King Yaksha is still difficult to take down. In the process, the 3 giants were still smashed, bloody. The battle here has undoubtedly alarmed many powerful people. In addition to the giants who are constantly flying in, there are also many kings of other races coming here. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. It seemed that King Yasha couldn't be killed today, but he was very unwilling. It was at this time that he felt that his body was being torn apart by a huge force, and it was time for him to turn from reality to emptiness and return to the world of the dead. He launched the final blow, rushing towards King Yaksha like risking his life. He concentrated all his strength on his left hand, the other parts had turned into phantoms, only his left hand still had the real power of destruction, and grabbed King Yaksha's chest fiercely. King Yaksha sneered. Before the palm tore his chest apart, he had enough time to crush the opponent's head, so as to meet him without fear. But his sneer quickly froze, and his palms full of magical power pierced through the head without any hindrance, and there was a phantom. At this moment, King Yaksha felt severe pain, and his chest was cut open. A rush of blood surged into the sky. Xiao Chen's left hand directly grabbed King Yaksha's breastbone, and then tore it violently, bringing out a large flower of blood. The afterimage was disillusioned, and he was pulled back by the power of the dead world. When returning through space, Xiao Chen found that he was holding 2 sternums, half a broken heart, and half a lung lobe in his left hand. Traveling through many spaces, the ribs, lungs, and heart in his left hand were wiped out, and when he returned to the bone well, there was nothing left. Naturally, the iron clothes on his body had already turned into fly ash, and only the 7 treasure tree was still intact beside him. Xiao Chen felt that it was not because of this treasure tree being strong, but because it was also an artifact of the world of the dead. It seems that because of the existence of a power rule, the artifacts in the world of the dead can return intact. Xiao Chen climbed up the bone well holding the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, and left the city in the dark. When he appeared on the distant land, all the fire creatures he met trembled and bowed down from a distance. His yellow diamond bone body shone brightly, which was particularly eye-catching under the night sky. The powerful fire made the bone creatures around him terrified. Xiao Chen came to Shengqun after dawn, and Xiao Tianya found him from a long distance away, running up and down, shouting, "Mister! I wanted to bring you some dragon meat, but it's a pity." "No need, I've already eaten dragon meat, it's delicious," the little guy wiped his mouth for fear of drooling. When Xiao Chen walked into the village, he found that the skeleton of a sacred dragon was placed in the center of the village, and the dragon's meat had already been removed. "A lot of dragon meat has been preserved, and you can eat it every day." The little guy seemed very excited, and said, "It's a pity that Mr. Skeleton can't enjoy it. Grandma is making breakfast now. The sacred dragon fried liver, it tastes delicious." Li Mu, an old man from the Protoss, came over and said, "Kyushu is in chaos. When I discovered the sacred dragon, it was seriously injured and dying. It is better to bring it back instead of wasting it. Senior, you should go to Kyushu overseas for a while, there are more delicious prey than giant dragons. Don't encourage me to help you kill the enemy." The old man interrupted his words with a smile on his face, and Xiao Chen's plan fell through. When the old man picked up a dragon, Xiao Chen was a little moved. Even the people in Shengqun can enjoy dragon meat, so he can also get something. He immediately thought of the source of life liquid. The old king who was deposed on Skull Island once said that he had killed countless masters of hundreds of clans and refined a large number of gods. After Xiao Chen thought of this, he immediately set off and flew towards the eastern region. When Xiao Chen appeared outside the giant city, it immediately caused a panic. For the fire creatures here, he is simply a big demon king, who almost destroyed the giant city. The giant king rushed out immediately, and was beaten several times by Xiao Chen. He was suffocating with anger all the time, thinking that this daring guy was harming him again. "Giant king, what kind of hospitality attitude is this? Don't you welcome old friends to visit?" Xiao Chen teased. "Welcome," the giant king secretly gritted his teeth. The guy in front of him is far less cute than those flesh and blood guys in the human world. Xiao Chen didn't care, and said, "I'm visiting you today to ask for something, I don't know the magic liquid." As soon as the giant king heard the word, divine liquid, Xiao Chen swept away all the 10 bottles of life source liquid in his collection, making him feel crazy every time he thought of it. "You took them all away, I prepared them for my next promotion," the giant king almost roared. "Don't get angry, brother, when I get rich in the future, I will return you 10 bottles and 20 bottles. You sound good, where are you going to find sacrifices in the outer regions? The people in that Shengqun village are unfathomable. Do you dare to provoke them? The powerful race of flesh and blood in the depths of the mainland is even more terrifying. Of course I have a way. Well, since you are not willing to lend me the divine liquid, you cheapskate, then tell me how to refine this divine liquid." At this time, the King of 100 Wars and the King of Beasts arrived. When Xiao Chen entered the eastern region, the 3 kings had already received the news that the 2 kings were invited by the giant king. The 2 old brothers came just in time. "Lend me 180 bottles of life source liquid." Hearing these words, Bai Zhanwang and Beast King almost fell from the sky. 180 bottles? What a joke. "Oh, I really want to borrow from you, but unfortunately, I don't have any collections anymore." The Beastmaster looked helpless. Bai Zhanwang also said, "I'm sorry, brother, I don't have any divine liquid anymore. How about this, I will tell you the method of refining, didn't you want to know just now? Is there really no ready-made life source liquid? Really not, I'll tell you how to refine it." Xiao Chen originally wanted to get the refining method, but deliberately expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, "I borrowed it, it's not that I won't return it to you. This is how the divine liquid is refined." The 3 kings hastily blocked the second half of his sentence. In the end, Xiao Chen left satisfied, and he was very excited. The living soul can be slowly refined and absorbed, and the life energy can be refined into divine liquid. The process of refining the divine liquid is actually a process of cultivation. Although this kind of training method is very cruel, if it is used on a deadly enemy, Xiao Chen will not feel that it is harmless. Xiao Chen decided to return to the world of Kyushu to do something big. He walked on the blood-colored land, as if shrinking to an inch, and the mountains and plains quickly retreated. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped. The front was too quiet, there was no sound, and all the fire creatures on the ancient battlefield seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, he saw a multicolored skeleton, shrouded in holy and hazy brilliance, appearing on the horizon like a statue of a god, walking step by step towards this ancient battlefield. Chapter 385, Heavenly King Fire Seed. In the dead sound of the ancient battlefield, a colorful skeleton walked step by step, making the area silent. All fire creatures seemed to have disappeared, and there was no sound at all. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why did the never-before-seen colorful skeletons appear in the outer area of the Death Continent? It has always been the strong who marched into the mainland, and today there is an unfathomable strong who came out. The multicolored skull is like a dream, like a condensed rainbow intercepted, bright and sacred. The bones are crystal clear, and the five-color divine light shines out, like the most perfect artwork. Surrender or destroy. The spiritual pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and it was clearly a skeleton standing there, but it seemed that 100,000 giant cities descended on this ancient battlefield. Almost in an instant, the colorful skeleton approached Xiao Chen, and the five-color divine light shot out from the eye sockets, staring at the yellow diamond bone body Xiao Chen. Why, my lord, Yi Tianzhong, has been preparing for war for many years. Before going to war with other kings, you have to clear away all unstable factors in the rear. You have only two choices, either submit and be destroyed. The great battle in the depths of the Death Continent has spread to the outside world. It is conceivable how great the impact of this battle will be. Xiao Chen naturally didn't want to destroy it, but facing this domineering and contemptuous colorful skeleton, he felt very uncomfortable. Do people have to bow their heads under the roof? The colorful skeleton in front of him was invincible, and that kind of powerful coercion was comparable to King Yaksha, and it was not something he could resist now. If you don't submit, you will die. The colorful skeleton raised a bone palm high, bursting out with five-color divine light, and was about to strike down immediately. Is there no other choice? If you want to survive, there is only one choice. Join my lord Yi Tianzhong's army and go to war to have a hope of survival. Surrender your size. Xiao Chen yelled, turned into a golden rainbow, and swept forward with the wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his hand. The colorful brilliance and the five-color divine light collided together, and the vibrating ancient battlefield burst into huge cracks several miles long, and tens of thousands of terrifying and destructive beams rushed up, and Xiao Chen immediately turned into a shocking rainbow and fled into the distance. He has already seen that after surrendering, he will be enslaved, so going to the battlefield as cannon fodder is not acceptable to him. If there is no freedom, it is better to be completely destroyed. I grant you death on behalf of my lord, Yi Tianzhong. The multicolored skull turned into a 5-color divine light, traversed the sky, and chased it up in an instant, the speed of which was jaw-dropping. The use of fire by the colorful skull has reached its peak. The 5-color fire has become like blood, like meridians, like flesh and blood, like aura, and it turns into 5-color divine light and rushes out, forming a huge sword light to strike at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was horrified. This multicolored skeleton was unfathomable and could not resist at all. But at this moment, it was too late to hide, so he could only passively meet the enemy. He swept the 7 treasure tree backwards, and at the same time, Yuan Tianyan shook with all its strength. Boom! Tianyan didn't weaken the 5-color divine light much, and the 5 terrifying beams of light blasted firmly on the Qibao tree, shaking Xiao Chen's yellow diamond skeleton almost scattered, and the joints clicked. Xiao Chen didn't dare to stay. He could only fall down if he fought hard. He didn't want to be destroyed needlessly. Raising the speed to the extreme state, he quickly flew away towards the distant sky. He really wanted to go to Shengqun for help, but thinking of the kindness of the old man Li Mu and Xiao Tianya's innocent smile, he held back again. After all, the colorful skeleton is a subordinate of a king. If it is killed with the help of Shengqun, it may bring a devastating disaster to those people. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and rushed towards the giant city. When the golden rainbow came here again, the giant king was a little annoyed. Why does this bastard keep staring at it? It soared into the sky, but when it saw a colorful skeleton chasing and killing Xiao Chen, it froze and immediately retreated to the giant city. Brother Giant King, come and join hands with me to kill this colorful skeleton, and then all the fire will be yours. Hearing Xiao Chen shouting so loudly, the Giant King wanted to cry but had no tears. Giant King, you have two choices, surrender or destroy. The huge spiritual fluctuations of the colorful skeletons shook the world. Surrender. The Giant King didn't hesitate. Since you have chosen to surrender, then go to fight for my lord Yi Tianzhong, and first join me in destroying this yellow diamond skeleton. Xiao Chen cursed secretly. The Giant King was too spineless, he had to speed up and flee. Boom! There were bursts of thunder from behind, and the multicolored skeletons shot out brilliant rays of light. The fire creatures in the giant city were forcibly imprisoned into the sky by it. After being enveloped by the 5 colors of divine light, they burst into murderous aura, and they were sacrificed to him in a short period of time. They became puppet weapons, which burst through the air like shooting stars, constantly bursting around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was in danger several times, and he fled throughout the entire eastern region. As a result, the King of 100 Battles and the King of Beasts also surrendered at the feet of the colorful skeleton without any suspense. The army of thousands of bones surrounded and killed Xiao Chen on all sides. The situation was extremely grim. In the end, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and fled towards the depths of the continent of death. Just as Xiao Chen was rushing to the depths of the continent, the misty singing of a girl came from the depths of the continent. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, rocks to pieces, the past is unbearable to look back on. The vicissitudes of the sea, life is like a dream, the past is like clouds. Then clanging sword sounds shook the world, and the gorgeous sword light was like a giant pillar, piercing the sky and the earth, and the sword energy permeated the 4 fields. The peerless sword light almost completely blocked the way forward, making the fire creatures in the outer area tremble, and it was difficult to get close at all. My lord Yi Tianzhong has started a battle with that witch. The colorful skeleton was surprised. At this moment, a bone skeleton rushed out from the depths of the mainland, and its powerful energy fluctuations were not inferior to the colorful skeleton. How's the battle going? A sleeping old antique was awakened, and the situation seems to be not good, and there are abnormal movements from deeper in the mainland. The 2 powerful skeletons were communicating, which surprised Xiao Chen. It doesn't matter, let's clear the outside area first. Speaking of which, the colorful skeletons and bone skeletons surrounded Xiao Chen together. Now that it is impossible to escape to the depths of the mainland, Xiao Chen can only feel the destructive aura before he gets close, so Xiao Chen can only fly back and start his great escape for thousands of miles. The 2 strong skeletons both have the strength of King Yaksha, and they joined forces to hunt down Xiao Chen, and he couldn't compete. The outside area boiled, and the 2 skeleton kings led thousands of fire creatures to besiege and kill him, causing cracks to appear in Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bones. In the end, he did not ask Shengqun for help, but fled to the city where the bone well leading to Kyushu was located. In this area, he kept running in circles, until the last moment he entered the city and jumped into the bone well. The colorful skeleton and the bone skeleton jumped in, vowing to kill Xiao Chen. When they appeared in front of the dead city almost at the same time, the colorful skeleton and the white jade skeleton were shocked, and then laughed wildly. Could it be that we escaped from the world of death like the legendary ancestors, haha. This giant city, oh my god. After carefully looking at the death and sinking, the 2 skeleton kings were extremely shocked. My lord Yi Tianzhong escaped death and broke into the deepest part of the death continent once. He once saw some hazy immemorial dead cities. After returning from a near death, he carved out some of those ethereal giant cities. The dead city in front of him is too similar to the ruins of ancient cities. The 2 skeleton kings were so distraught that Xiao Chen was also shocked. The information they revealed was really appalling. But now is not the time to be in a daze. Xiao Chen fled to the distance in an instant, and the 2 skeleton kings started chasing him again, not wanting to let him go. Hee hee, very good, you actually brought us to such a wonderful world, I will give you a happy death. If you are willing to be our slave, I will consider keeping half of the fire for you. Fuck you, it's not sure who will kill who. Xiao Chen deliberately provoked them and made them chase after him. These 2 skeleton kings must die, otherwise once the time is up, they will return to the world of death, and the bone well will no longer be a secret. Xiao Chen wanted to lure them overseas and kill them with strong men from 100 clans, but felt it was inappropriate, so he finally flew to the East China Sea and decided to use the stone statues. Yellow diamond brat, you have no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. Today I will grind your bones, slowly devour your fire, and let you experience thousands of tortures. Boom, it was another heavy blow, and Xiao Chen's bone body appeared many cracks again, and it was in danger of collapsing at any time. This is the most dangerous time since he turned into a fire creature, and the doom of destruction seems to have enveloped him. All the way to escape, the East China Sea was already in sight. When he saw the tall stone statue near the sea, Xiao Chen completely calmed down. Brush. With a flash of light, he disappeared into the stone statue. The two skeleton kings looked at each other in amazement, and began to search around the huge stone statue standing in the sea. But at this moment, a tremor from the soul made them realize that the danger of destruction was approaching. The colorful skull and white bone skull reacted swiftly, but they were still a step too late. The huge stone statue was revived, and the stone sword in the right hand fell down like a huge mountain. Boom! The lower half of the white bone skull seemed to be crushed by a million magic mountains, turning into fly ash. The bone dust drifted away with the wind, and only the upper half of its body remained, screaming and soaring into the sky. The colorful skeleton was slightly better, only one leg bone was rubbed and shattered into powder. The two skeleton kings were terrified and dodged like desperately. However, the huge stone statues have already locked on them, just within the attack range, using the invincible stone sword to the extreme. Woo! Although Shi Jian didn't have a flash of light, it actually made a strange sound, as if a god was crying and howling. It was breathtaking. Boom! The white bone skull was hit firmly, and the bone body shattered on the spot. The soul fire in the skull also shattered into pieces and sank into the sea. This makes Xiao Chen and the stone statue very heartbroken. This is his opportunity to advance to the rank. I am afraid that it will take a lot of effort to collect it on the bottom of the sea. Next, he tried his best to control his strength and swung his sword at the colorful skeleton. The multicolored skull was so amazing that it drifted past without a moment's notice, and rushed into the distance without looking back. However, it was still not out of the attack range of the real stone sword, and it seemed like a mountain range descended from the sky. Click! The colorful skull clearly heard the sound of its own bone breaking, but the bone body did not shatter. It had lingering fears in its heart, but thankfully, it rushed to the distance quickly. However, that sword was just to stop it. At this moment, a petrified giant claw shrouded the sky and covered the sky, and it was held in the palm with a bang. Chapter 386 The Key to Rebirth of Flesh and Blood. The huge stone claws shrouded down, and the colorful skeleton king was hard to break free. He was firmly grasped in his palm, and his whole body seemed to be cracked suddenly. Ah! It let out a terrified wave of consciousness, and roared, "How could this happen? It is obviously just a stone statue, but it cannot be broken or shattered, and it has such a strange and magical power. It is just chasing and killing a yellow diamond skeleton. Is it going to be destroyed because of this?" The colorful skeleton is terrified and screams continuously. It has grown from a weak skeleton to a super evolutionary. It is not easy to get to where it is today. It stands out from thousands of fire creatures and has gone through too many tests. Don't destroy me. It is terrified, it has experienced many hardships, and it has achieved what it is today, and it does not want to be destroyed overnight. But the world is cruel. Click! As hard as a multicolored skull, the bone body that surpassed the ultimate realm of the yellow diamond could not bear the terrifying power of the giant claws, and the crystal-clear multicolored bone body shattered. It can be seen that the five-color divine light is dimming, and as the bone meal is flying, the colored light continues to overflow. The only remaining crystal skull was flicked by the petrified giant claws, and it was also torn apart, and the colorful fire was dancing, like a gorgeous rainbow shattered. Xiao Chen with a yellow diamond bone body quickly rushed out of the stone statue, as if a golden divine light appeared in the sky, gathering the cracked colorful fire seeds together. It never occurred to him that after surviving a near death, he would actually get a heavenly king level fire seed. Not in a hurry to refine the exuberant heavenly king tinder, he began to read the memory of the colorful tinder with his divine sense. All powerful fire creatures have this ability. Therefore, every time the fire creature completes an evolution, not only the fire grows stronger, but also inherits various combat skills and secrets of the destroyed. However, Xiao Chen has never done that. He always felt that after inheriting the memory of the deceased, if he inherited part of the life of another person, if things go on like this, and the complex memories are gathered in one body, is it still himself? The multicolored skeleton is an extremely rare super-evolved person in the world of the dead. It is rare to have one in millions, and it is a strong man who follows the king. It is naturally extraordinary. There is no doubt that its memory is a treasure. Even so, Xiao Chen also wanted to absorb the memory of the other person. He didn't want to carry everything about the other person himself. For this reason, instead of absorbing it, he checked the opponent's sea of AA consciousness like flipping through a book. I skipped its life story directly, and soon discovered a lot of valuable things. The fire creature also has terrifying combat skills, which were passed down from King Yi Tianzhong, but Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He had already mastered enough ancient combat skills, but it was difficult to use them after losing his flesh and blood. Soon he discovered the method of cultivating the soul, and it really has the same effect as the Om word Tianyan. It is actually the destructive nirvana of the fire creature, mysterious and terrifying. However, this is not what he needs. The original octave is enough for him. So far he has only cultivated one note. In the final analysis, even though the current strength is stronger than that of the past, it is still impossible to practice other keen, or it is because there is no flesh and blood. Xiao Chen quickly flicked through the memory of the king level Tinder, and finally found an astonishing piece of information in the most inconspicuous sea of AA consciousness of the key to rebirth of flesh and blood. This is the secret passed down by King Yi Tian, AA, but judging from the remaining emotions of the colorful skeleton, this heavenly king skeleton doesn't take it seriously at all. In fact, in the dead continent, almost all fire creatures don't care whether flesh and blood can be reborn, because in such a world, even having flesh and blood can't change anything. Instead of paying a huge price in vain and just cultivating a useless flesh and blood body, it is better to work hard to cultivate the bone body and make yourself stronger. In the world of the dead, only the powerful fire creatures who remembered the previous life and the unrivaled powerhouse who had reached the realm of kings would pay special attention to whether they could reunite their flesh and blood bodies. Only they knew how important a flesh and blood body was after reaching that state. Xiao Chen read this memory with excitement. He was always thinking about the regeneration of flesh and blood, and the real resurrection. Over the years, this has become a luxury. His mood could not be calmed down for a long time, and he finally saw a ray of holy rays shining down in the hazy sky, and he felt that the road ahead was full of light. Reaching the realm of a king does not need to deliberately condense flesh and blood, it can be achieved in a single thought, but before that, if you want to rebirth with flesh and blood, you can only achieve it with a secret method, which is a method created by the king for potential subordinates. Xiao Chen wanted to raise his head to the sky and scream, but in the memory of the five-colored skeleton king, there was a detailed secret method. The regeneration of flesh and blood was no longer elusive, and the opportunity was right in front of him. If you want to regenerate, you must first wash the marrow. You need to wash away the dead marrow with powerful fire energy, fill the bones with the pure fire energy, melt the massive fire energy into vitality, and activate the dead bones. Then there is the process of regeneration of flesh and blood. In addition to the powerful fire energy, this process also requires endless life essence to supplement what is needed. Refining the life source liquid for one's own use is the most effective method. The conditions required for various secret methods are very harsh, which is why ordinary fire creatures stay away from them. After thoroughly memorizing the king's secret, Xiao Chen sank into the water with excitement, and began the process of washing the marrow in the underwater world. The heavenly king level fire is strong enough, presumably enough for him to wash away his dead marrow, refine his vitality, and activate his dead bones. This is an extremely painful process. It is very simple to wash away the dead marrow, but it is an extremely cruel and terrifying process to refine the vitality and activate the dead bones with fire. It is necessary to shatter one's own bone body, fully integrate the vitality refined from the soul fire, and then slowly melt the broken bones and reorganize the bone body. Every ounce of fire melted into the shattered yellow diamond bones, and condensed together with them without distinction. I really felt all of this, and the pain can be imagined. Activating the dead bones is like going through the pain of purgatory, and the ordinary fire may collapse because of this. But thinking of the rebirth of flesh and blood, Xiao Chen had to grit his teeth and endure this torture beyond death. Beyond his imagination, in order to refine the qi and activate the dead bones, the heavenly king level fire was almost exhausted, and in the process, the fragments of the fire of the bone heavenly king scattered on the seabed were also condensed, and were absorbed by the bones without accident. This is a kind of extravagant splurge. If he simply absorbs the fire of the heavenly king, he will be able to advance to a higher level. However, this price must be paid. If you absorb the fire and advance to a higher level, after becoming a king-level fire creature, it will cost more to activate the dead bones. At that time, if you want to regenerate your flesh and blood, you will need to consume more powerful fire seeds, and you will undoubtedly need to kill existences beyond the king level. All of this is worth it. As long as he is reborn with flesh and blood, he will regain control of many magical combat skills, and at that time there will be more cultivation methods, and the speed of improving his strength will be doubled. This process of activating dead bones and cultivating the bone body didn't seem to take his time in this world. It lasted for half a month. He kept breaking the bone body and smelting it repeatedly in the underwater world. Such painful persistence did not come to an end until a month later. If it was said that Xiao Chen's soul was pure and divine before, and there was a sacred breath coming out, then now the charm is restrained, and there is a sense of returning to simplicity. No matter how you look at it, it no longer looks like a yellow diamond bone body, but a person with flesh and blood. At this moment, he already has the fluctuation of life, and the crystal bone body emits the breath of the living, and the regeneration of flesh and blood is no longer a luxury. At the same time, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the fire of his soul was somewhat stronger, and it was no longer confined to the skull, but filled the whole body, no longer a condensed fire, but a human soul. Xiao Chen carefully comprehended the changes in himself, and then discovered a fact that surprised him. There was a little light shining above the soul, like faint stars dotted in the sky. That actually corresponds to the acupoints in flesh and blood, and carefully observing their positions coincide with those deified acupoints in the past. Xiao Chen was quite shocked by this discovery. Haven't the cultivation achievements of the ancient method of Tianbei been completely destroyed? In this way, he desperately hopes to be reborn with flesh and blood. When Xiao Chen stepped out of the sea, he had an unprecedented feeling. Everything in front of him was so vivid, and he felt that his spiritual sense had improved a lot. This is the power of life. Standing in the blue sea, Xiao Chen tried to operate the ancient method of the Tianbei, and found that it was successful. There were blurred veins in the human soul, and the essence of heaven and earth flowed slowly after being blended in. After several days of quiet practice in front of the huge stone statue, Xiao Chen stopped and began to think about the current situation. Not long ago, he provoked a disturbance overseas, which has already planted the seeds of suspicion among some races. Presumably, the relationship between certain races is already quite tense, such as the Giants and the War Clan, the Yaksha clan, and the Fighting God clan, the Skeleton clan, and the Holy Dragon clan, etc. I am afraid that it is difficult to be peaceful. If there is a war between the powerful races among hundreds of races, the result will be very terrible, but it is good news for the human races on Kyushu. Xiao Chen looked at the huge stone statue standing in the blue sea, feeling a little helpless. Many big cracks had appeared inside the stone statue, and it would be a matter of time before it completely collapsed. However, he decided to make full use of it before the stone statue really shattered. If possible, he would attract those ambitious and hostile powerhouses from the hundreds of clans, to have a thorough and ruthless sweep of the kings. As for the stone statue of the royal envoy going overseas to kill the quartet, it is a bit unrealistic. There have been many big cracks inside the stone statue, and it is afraid that it will collapse if it cannot go overseas. Moreover, it would be even more troublesome if a few old antiques popped up among the hundreds of clans. He didn't believe that there were no living ancestors among the hundreds of clans. Xiao Chen walked into Kyushu from the Blue Sea and found that the recent period has been very peaceful, and the powerful people of the 100 clans have not caused any anger or grievance. Xiao Chen learned a lot, and too many things happened in Kyushu after so much passed. The 5 realms of shedding mortals, knowing Tibet, controlling space, nirvana, and longevity are divided by the masters of the world. As for the great realm above it, few people paid attention to it in the past, because cultivators at that level were not seen by ordinary people. But now that hundreds of clans come out together, Yushu said that a golden age has come, and masters who have surpassed the realm of longevity appear from time to time. The king of 100 clans can easily kill the immortal, and people call this terrifying state Yuyu. Yuyu is a great realm above longevity. Although it has the strength far beyond the longevity, but Yuyu Zhouzhongtian has the test of Yuyu Zhouzhong. As the name suggests, Yuyu leaps over the dragon's gate, goes against the sky, and faces many hardships. The fish leaps to the 9 heavens. If you don't advance, you will retreat, and your body and spirit will be destroyed. But if you succeed, you will wait until you leap over the dragon gate and become a dragon. At present, most of the kings of the alien race are masters in the Yuyu realm, and at least they have the strength to dive into the 4th heaven, far surpassing the masters in the longevity realm. As for King Yaksha, it is even more terrifying. There is no doubt that he has leapt over the 9 heavens and broken into another great realm, otherwise how dare he call himself a heavenly king? People call the strong in this realm the perfect man. Yasha King and Fighting God King are both supreme beings, walking against the sky, and succeeding in diving. From then on, the path of cultivation is broader. Even if accidents happen, it is difficult to destroy them. This is the supreme being, a powerful and terrifying realm. When Xiao Chen evolved into a purple diamond bone body, he was already considered a master of longevity. After evolving into a yellow diamond bone body, his strength is on the same level as a master of Yuyu realm. If it evolves a multicolored bone body, then it will be a master in the realm of perfection. If you don't fight, you won't waste the time you stay in this world. Xiao Chen learned a lot of things along the way, and finally he came to a small town by the sea, ready to practice near the sea, and pay attention to the movements of the 100 clans at any time. He is going to practice in seclusion for a period of time, and then attack to refine the divine liquid to prepare for the real resurrection. After arriving in this seaside town, he keenly realized that this place is not simple, and there are imprints left by super strong people. When he walked out of the small town to practice by the sea, he found that there were many sword holes on the cliffs, and the various reefs actually recorded the terrible results caused by the aftermath of shocking sword energy. When Xiao Chen punched open the vast sea, he was even more surprised when he discovered the condition of the seabed. The huge sword mark on the seabed was like a Grand Canyon, stretching for more than 20 miles. This was the terrible result of a random sword strike. After careful observation, he found that the underwater world with a radius of hundreds of miles was devastated by the shocking sword energy. Although he had never seen the terrifying sword glow with his own eyes, he could imagine how terrifying it was. With such amazing combat power, who could it be? When I returned to the small town by the sea to inquire about people, I actually asked about something. An old fisherman told Xiao Chen that there used to be a taciturn young man who often haunted the neighborhood, as if he was chasing a small snow-white beast. Xiao Chen was startled at the time. The little snow-white beast, could it be Kiki? A very spiritual little snow-white beast. Many people have seen it. It used to haunt the cliffs to the west. It is said that it is full of heaven and earth spirits. Many people have seen the little snow-white beast, and sometimes the little guy will patronize some restaurants in a daze, leave a heaven and earth spirit essence, roll up a pile of delicious food, and run away. The little thing sleeps in the mountains most of the time, but sometimes he will cry loudly, and everyone who hears it feels sad. Xiao Chen has already confirmed that it is definitely KK. Do you know who the young man is chasing it? I seem to have a little impression that there seem to be many strange people living in seclusion around our small town. Once I saw a girl who was as beautiful as a fairy and once called that taciturn young man Zhao Chongyang. Zhao Chongyang. Xiao Chen was startled. It seems that. What's the girl's name? It seems to be called Shui Wu. She seems to be chasing that little snow-white beast as well. Xiao Chen was very excited. KK used to hide nearby, and he didn't know if he had left now. Brother, hi. Okay, what a coincidence. You are here too. Xiao Chen was very surprised. On a street ahead, he saw Jin Sini's figure and a familiar shadow walking towards a restaurant. It seemed to be Hai Yuntian, whom he hadn't seen for many years. The wretched man Jin Sini's eyes were too dazzling, and he stammered, "Brother, hi, I was really serious last time. I really didn't say that you look like a woman." The handsome young man walking towards the restaurant was really Hai Yuntian, with a slender figure and a plump body like jade, much more handsome and beautiful than a woman. It is not an exaggeration to call it peerless. Hi, brother, hi, don't hold grudges, okay. Jin Sini blinked his peach blossom eyes, and said, "Okay, I apologize, accept it. I take back what I said before. Hi. Brother Hai is a pure man, a man of iron blood, a boulder in his chest, and a horse on his arms." Chapter 387. Seeing KK finally. Xiao Chen didn't expect that Jin Sini and Hai Yuntian would come here. What kind of gravity in this seaside town alarmed them? There was also an old fisherman who once told him that there were many strange people who seemed to live in seclusion around him. This seemingly ordinary seaside town seems to have an unknown side. Xiao Chen didn't follow up with that restaurant, and sat down in a tea house not far away. Although he couldn't taste the fragrant tea, he still ordered a pot of longjing. The sea breeze was blowing, and the salty seawater breath rushed towards us. Dozens of seabirds in the distance drew beautiful trajectories in the long sky, and then swooped down into the blue sea. This is a very ordinary town. When autumn comes, the fallen leaves are flying like yellow butterflies. Sitting there, Xiao Chen quietly sensed that the aura around him seemed to be a little abnormal. The spiritual energy seems to come from the direction of the mountains in the west, and it's not very strong. If you don't feel it carefully, you can't detect it at all. Half an hour later, Jin Sini and Hai Tianyan came down from the restaurant. The wretched man swept a few falling yellow leaves away from Hai Yuntian's body with his wide sleeves. His peach blossom eyes were full of treachery, and he said flatteringly, "Brother hi, this way, the road is not smooth, just be careful." Hai Yuntian's clothes fluttered and his face was like jade, which made women jealous. He ignored Jin Sini and walked straight forward. "Brother hi, if we become relatives, then that is really a strong alliance, every day. I have the world. Don't stop talking, think about my third brother. I'm a good-looking talent, I'm better than Pan in appearance, but I'm also better than Song Yu, and I can be said to be a perfect match with your sister, a perfect match. Don't miss it when you pass by. A person as amazing and talented as me is unknown to everyone in the world every day. Don't be impatient, there is no righteousness in business. Third brother, I don't have to be your brother-in-law. Xiao Chen was stunned in the distance. What a mess, the wretched man's face is really thick. Jin Sanyi and Hai Yuntian left the small town and walked towards the mountains to the west. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen also left the tea house and walked westward slowly like taking a walk. Although it has entered autumn, there is no bleak autumn in the mountains. Yellow leaves are rare, green and green vegetation. Moreover, the deeper you go into the mountains, the more verdant the vegetation becomes. The source of spiritual energy is deep in the mountains, and there is definitely a spiritual source here. In the mountains, Xiao Chen found a cliff with bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations. Could this be the cliff where the old fisherman said that the little snow-white beasts haunted it? He flew up and found that the scenery here is beautiful, there are many old mountain ginseng in the woodland and there are some other spirits. But obviously, this place has been abandoned by the little beast, and it has not been patronized for a long time. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, did he miss it with the little guy again? He flew down the cliff and continued to march deep into the mountains. Not long after, he found traces left by some cultivators, and the more he walked in, the more frightened he became, and the spiritual energy gradually became stronger. After walking inward for more than 20 miles, he found a particularly aura-filled stream among the mountains, lingering in the forest like flowing jade. Xiao Chen was even more surprised. Could it be that the mountain range near the sea is a divine vein that has been sealed for thousands of years? When he walked along the stream to the foot of a green hill, he found a stone cave from which the stream flowed. Without any hesitation, he walked in along the stream. He didn't know how long he walked, and the light gradually came through in front of him. The moment he walked out of the creek cave, the aura rushed towards him, and it was many times stronger than other famous mountains and rivers in Kyushu. It was a veritable paradise. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This seemed to be an independent small world, quite different from the outside world. It is clearly autumn, but here is full of spring. The peach blossoms in front of it are in full bloom, fiery red, and surrounded by auspicious colors. You can tell that it is not ordinary at a glance. In the large peach grove, the petals are like jade carvings, crystal clear and breathtaking. The boundless sea of AA flowers naturally has bursts of fragrance, but Xiao Chen can't smell it. Bees and butterflies are flying here, which is peaceful and vivid. Is it impossible to walk into the legendary peach blossom spring? Xiao Chen understood that the paradise discovered by the ancients might be like the one in front of him. It is another world, not in the common world. Butterflies are fluttering, jade bees are buzzing, the peach tree is shrouded in aura, there are rays of light shining, and the bright flowers are extraordinarily beautiful. Xiao Chen walked forward in the peach forest, and soon he was surprised to find that the peach trees inside were getting more and more vigorous. The age seemed to be very old, and the branches were full of fruits. This is really an abnormal phenomenon. The peach forest outside is blooming, but the peach forest inside has already produced fruit. After traveling for more than 2 miles, bursts of rich and fragrant fragrance came, but Xiao Chen still couldn't smell it, but he sensed it from the expressions of the small animals full of spirituality around him. They are all intoxicated. The peach tree in front of it is so towering that it can block out the sun, and it is extraordinarily thick and strong. It takes several people to hug the trunk, and it is tens of meters high. The jasper leaves are full of fruits, as crystal clear as sapphire. You can tell it's a fairy fruit at a glance. Although it's not yet ripe, the aroma has already intoxicated the small animals around. When Xiao Chen passed by, he found a huge pit in the middle. If there was a peach tree here, compared with other peach trees, it would be an ancestral existence, but it was dug away. Suddenly, Xiao Chen found a series of small paw prints beside the giant pit, which became more and more familiar to him. How does it look like it was left by KK? Could it be that the little thing dug away the ancestor of peach tree? Kiki is in this mysterious world. After making such a judgment, Xiao Chen walked forward quickly. Not long before, a lake blocked the way, in which lotus flowers were blooming, green leaves were floating, the huge petals were as big as a washbasin, and the lotus leaves were as huge as jasper millstones. In the split lotus pod, crystal lotus seeds are like jade grains, bursting with fragrance and aura, lingering on the water surface, attracting colorful fish in the water to jump out of the water to eat jade lotus seeds. But if you look closely, you can find that there is a large area in the center of the sapphire-like lake, and there is no lotus. Could it be that there was a strange divine lotus there that was poached by a little snow-white beast? Thinking of the little things in the past, Xiao Chen immediately affirmed his guess. Flying over this lake, the pine waves are bursting, the sun is shining in front of you, and the auspicious colors are lingering. A pine forest is carved like jasper, and the rosin is lingering. The pine forest is like a god. The pine nuts in the pine cone are crystal clear, attracting many small animals. And in the middle of the pine forest, Xiao Chen once again found a big pit. A series of small paw prints were clearly left on the floating soil, and he didn't need to think about who had visited here. This little guy is really the nemesis of the spirit of heaven and earth, unexpectedly discovered this mysterious space, and ran here to dig for treasures of heaven and earth. After being separated for many years, and finally going to CKK, Xiao Chen walked forward quickly. Walking through the jasper-like pine forest, Xiao Chen guessed that there must be other peerless spirits ahead. The scenery in the future is equally charming, with flowers in full bloom, yao grass on the ground, and various unknown sacred trees dotted among them, with yellow and red fruits hanging on them. Gentle animals such as squirrels, white rabbits, and deer are running around happily. Suddenly, Xiao Chen heard the indistinct roar of a dragon, and there were more than a dozen black spots hovering in the sky in the distance. It turned out to be a sacred dragon. How did they come here? Xiao Chen was startled, and immediately rushed forward, for fear of accidents. In the fairyland like a pure land, there are more and more traces left by the cultivators, and Xiao Chen has discovered some hidden masters. Not long after, I saw some dead bodies, apparently perished in the fierce battle not long ago. A dozen or so sacred giant dragons hovered in the sky in front of them. These behemoths covered the sky like clouds and cast a large shadow. The terrain ahead is gentle, the flowers are in full bloom, the yao grass is paved on the ground, and the clear spring water is gurgling, flowing slowly in the peaceful pure land. However, the atmosphere here is somewhat dignified, with dozens of masters gathered here. Everyone occupies one side, or meditates, or closes their eyes to rest their minds, or attracts the essence of heaven and earth to temper the magic weapon, and each occupies a favorable terrain. Xiao Chen was very surprised and found some familiar faces here. On the west side, two huge bodies are particularly eye-catching. A giant whose whole body seems to be casted in gold and a giant covered with black animal fur are sitting there quietly, holding a golden giant axe and a black mace in their arms respectively. Their aura is particularly compelling. It turned out to be the giant king with golden blood and Maonu, the strong giant of the giant clan who could tie with the war king Mabao. Facing the two giants to the east, there is a green-haired man with an undisguised arrogance of looking down on the world and being the only one who stands alone. He is the king of the Zan clan, Jingpu. The kings of the giant clan and the Zan clan are located in the east and west, obviously because of the hatred between them. Between the two powerful races, there are still some alien kings meditating quietly, separating the two conflicting powerful races. Among them is a yellow diamond skull that is a little different, its whole body is crystal clear like jade, sitting there quietly cross-legged, as motionless as a fossil. One can tell that it is a terrifying strong man. Xiao Chen had seen it on Skull Island before, and it was the descendant of the deposed old skeleton king. Just to the south, there is a stone cliff more than 20 meters high, on which there is only a young man sitting cross-legged quietly, with a hint of childishness, as if he has not yet grown up. It is impossible to speculate on the depth of the young man's cultivation, but since he monopolizes a protruding rock cliff and no one competes with it, it can be seen that he must be a terrifying existence. This kid is Zhao Chongyang. No, he's still a little guy. A very low murmur came, and the wretched man and Hai Yuntian were not far from Xia. Xiao Chen was startled. That boy who still had a trace of childishness turned out to be Zhao Chongyang. He had heard his name for a long time, but he only saw him today, a bit beyond his expectation. Near this rocky cliff in Zhengnan, there are several strong human beings. Their cultivation bases seem to be not weak, but except for Yi Juchong, Xiao Chen doesn't know each other. And in the direction of the north, which is the direction where this small world extends inward, a clear stream like a jade belt flows slowly from the fragrant grass. In the stream, there is only a girl in white clothes that is more than snow, standing barefoot on the pebbles. Her jade toes are crystal clear like jade, with a seductive luster. The girl in white clothes is fluttering, standing alone by the stream, as if she will go away with the wind at any time. This is indeed a bright and charming woman, with firm skin and autumn eyes, fresh and beautiful like flowers and trees piled up with snow. Not far away, Jin Sinyi unconsciously wiped his saliva, and immediately straightened his back without stuttering at all. With a sanctimonious look, he muttered in a low voice, "This is the legendary Shuiwu fairy, she is really bright and ethereal. I feel pity for it." I like this girl woo. More than a dozen sacred dragons hovered in the sky above, letting out low roars. At this moment, Shui Wu, a girl of extraordinary beauty, suddenly raised her head. Her long black and beautiful hair was thrown to the sides like a waterfall, and two bright rays of light burst out from her eyes like autumn water. A majestic force surged up to Gao Tian, AA, and the awe-inspiring dozens of sacred dragons that had originally roared all lost their voices. A strong human race is so strong in front of so many alien kings at the scene, one can imagine how confident this white-clothed girl is. Xiao Chen was very surprised. This girl must be as strong as Zhao Chongyang. Jin Sanyi's mouth opened into an shape, and after a long time he said, "Woo woo woo. Sister Wu is so domineering, but I like it." This guy left Haiyantian, walked quickly towards the stream, his stuttering problem seemed to have disappeared, and said, "When Shui Wu comes out, who will compete with her? Sister Wu is a peerless beauty, crowning the world, and she is actually the most beautiful person in Kyushu. I'll give you a second to disappear from my eyes." As the name suggests, the girl is dressed in white and snowy, and the girl's cold eyes swept over her, and a terrifying murderous aura pervaded the air. Whoosh! Jin Sanyi didn't say a word, and disappeared with a whoosh, while some cultivators around were dumbfounded. After returning to Hai Yuntian's side, Jin Sanyi broke into a cold sweat and said, "This younger sister is too domineering, but younger sister Yunzu is gentle. Brother Hai, we will be relatives from now on." Hai Yuntian directly ignored him. There are extremely strong people in the four directions, and there are unworldly masters sitting cross-legged in the middle. Although a purple-haired strong man turned his back to Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that it was the fighting god king, a terrifying king who had reached the realm of perfection. And next to the god of war king, there is a king with a ferocious face and red hair like blood, just like the legendary Shura. There is no doubt that it is King Shura, an existence that can be equal to the god of fighting king. Not far away is a girl from the fallen angel family, her skin is as thick as snow, and a pair of jet black wings flutter lightly. The contrast of black and white makes her charming face that is so intoxicating to all living beings even more seductive. And not far away, there is a girl with the opposite temperament to her, with a pair of white wings that are extremely light, and the whole person exudes a sacred aura. This is a strong angel family. The Golden Lion King actually came too. He acted like no one else, sitting quietly in the central area. The divine light danced around the third vertical eye, as if divine fire was burning, ignoring others, and he didn't even pay attention to fighting God King and Shura King. There are a total of nearly 20 strong men in the central area, most of them are alien kings, and there are only a few strong human races, but Xiao Chen doesn't know any of them. In the direction due north, that is, the direction in which this small world extends, except for a stream flowing out slowly, the front is hazy and cannot be seen clearly, and there are bursts of mist. Everyone is waiting here, as if they are all waiting. At this moment, Jin Sanyi strolled over, looked at Xiao Chen who arrived at the end, and said, "Brother, what kind of fool is he? Looks like a pretty face. My little brother has been cultivating in the deep mountains, and only recently came out to walk around. I don't think Kyushu has changed a lot." When Jin Sanyi heard the words, he immediately thought that he had met a rookie who was not deeply involved in the world. He was immediately very enthusiastic and spoke very smoothly. He wooed him and said, "Brother Fate, my name is Jin Sanyi, and I hit it off with you at first sight. There are sisters in the family, don't misunderstand, it doesn't matter if you don't." Xiao Chen really wanted to kick him twice, but it's not the time to reveal his identity, this guy really has a difficult nature. "Brother Jin, do you know what happened here? Why are there so many masters gathered here? Hey, this is an ancient ruin. I can't say much else. When the time comes, you follow my brother. I guarantee you will gain a lot. Do you know that the front has been occupied by a little snow-white beast, and that crying brat has an old friend with me?" In order to win over the new thugs, Jin Sanyi spoke very smoothly, without stammering at all. At this moment, the strong wind surged, and the previous fog was blown away, and Xiao Chen immediately saw the scene there. It turned out to be Kiki, which cut off the world in front of it with Paradise Lost. At this moment, the little snow-white beast was sleeping soundly. Paradise Lost opened up, blocking everyone's way, and the divine garden, which made Banzu lose his smile, was full of spiritual essences of heaven and earth. And in the area closest to the edge of the lost paradise, there are 3 newly planted rare varieties. In a small lake, there is a huge divine lotus, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, making it gorgeous. The lake water is dyed with colorful light, the black curtains in the huge lotus pot are crystal clear, and the fragrance comes with the wind, making people intoxicated. In addition, a pine tree carved like jasper grows by the lake. It is tall and straight, covered with pine cones, and the rosin is fragrant. There are colorful pine nuts shining in each pine cone. It is not an ordinary fairy root that can be valued by the nemesis of the heaven and earth Spirita, the little snow-white beast, and planted in the lost paradise by himself. On the other side, a flat peach tree with a branch as vigorous as a horned dragon, towering hundreds of meters into the sky, surrounded by endless auspicious colors, with many fruits on it, covered with bright red and crystal clear peaches. Undoubtedly, the ancestral roots in the Taoyuan were also dug up by the greedy little guy and planted in his own garden. Jin Sunyi was envious and jealous at the same time, and said, "That's the ancestral root of the flat peach that has blossomed, borne fruit, and matured for 10,000 years. The ancestral roots of flat peaches grow very well in the lost paradise, and the whole body is shining with rays of light. There are countless fairy peaches hanging on the peach trees. Even if they eat it every day, it is enough for the little guy to eat for several years." Under the flat peach tree, there are many pine cones and lotus pods, and there are also many flat peach pits, and the small snow-white beast with a round belly is sleeping soundly. Next to it, there is a wooden sign with a line of words crookedly engraved on it, "You are the only one who looks good." Xiao Chen looked at it for a long time before he understood the meaning above, which turned out to be, "The watch disturbs my sleep." But the word is too crooked, it really deserves to be written by the little thing. Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud. Of course it's just a fluctuation of consciousness. Chapter 388 Ancient Ruins. Excellent talent, Ding Kai, especially my eyes. The crooked lettering on the wooden sign really makes people laugh. Paradise Lost is filled with the essence of heaven and earth, and the small snow-white beast has a round belly, and its fur is shining with crystal luster, sleeping soundly under the flat peach tree. The little guy was surrounded by people, but he didn't care, and slept very soundly. Looking at the crooked lettering on the wooden sign, the alien kings lost their temper completely, and the little snow-white beast obviously wanted to waste their time with them. The little guy's body was shining, he was safe and well, and he was doing well. Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Perhaps it should be said that Kiki had a pretty good life. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the lost paradise not only has the strange tree formed by the aura of the half-ancestor, but also the purple diamond yin tree, the god tree, and many precious trees that have never been seen before. They are all harvested by it over the years. Through Jin Sunyi's whispers, Xiao Chen learned something about Kiki. Over the years, the little guy has been living a hermit-like life. Occasionally, if someone finds out, he will immediately move his place, which can be said to be quite low-key. Although he was in danger several times, the little boy was finally able to escape the catastrophe safely. Many people want to find it, but it is hard to find it. If it wasn't for the fact that the seal of this ancient ruin was broken and a large amount of aura leaked out, leaving it here, I don't know how many years it will take to see it. This ancient relic is no small matter. After being accidentally discovered by a foreign king, it attracted all the kings to come. For some unknown reason, the powers of hundreds of clans attached great importance to this place, and they all found various reasons to call this place their own. The Beauty clan called it their origin, the Shira clan called it their birthplace, the Sacred Dragon clan called it the hometown of dragons, the Giant clan called it their ancestral land, the Angel clan called it the ruins of the ancient heaven, the Fighting God clan called it the Fighting God Starfield. No matter how much they argued, it couldn't change the fact that a small beast took the lead here. For so many years, the little poor has been living a life of ups and downs. This time it is rare to be domineering. Faced with the approach of the alien king's army, it will never back down. If it can't beat these people, it will hide in the lost paradise, and it will open the God Garden to block the way forward, and no one will think about it. For many years, the little pitiful has followed Xiao Chen's warning to it during his lifetime, and will not come out to cause trouble until he reaches the state of the half-ancestor. The reason why it is rare to be tough this time is that the world spirits here are too tempted by greedy little things, and they are unwilling to give up no matter what. It is impossible for Xiao Chen to meet KK right now. Going like this will not help anything, it will only expose her in vain. It is better to observe quietly and act at the right time. Ah, boom. First there was a rapid roar of the sacred dragon, and then there was the sound of violently hitting the ground. A huge pterosaur hovering in the low sky was killed by the bright and charming girl Shui Wu. It has to be said that the strength of the girl in white made Xiao Chen's tongue click. She was as ethereal as an elf, standing by the stream with her bare snow-white jade feet, completely relying on the combination of an invisible force field and tyrannical aura to kill the giant dragon. Wow, the dozen or so giant dragons in the sky were extremely angry, and their huge bodies danced like clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Shui Wu, you are too deceitful. Humble people come to you to despise the majesty of the dragon clan. Facing the huge roar of the dragon, Shui Wu jumped into the air and shouted, noisy. She actually suppressed the voices of more than a dozen giant dragons. Jin Sini shrank his neck, feeling chills running down his spine, and muttered softly, I think Sister Wu should be called Dragon Girl, even stronger than the dragon clan. A brilliant divine light appeared in the sky, with the dragon dance as the center, rippling like water waves. The light soared into the sky, emitting a clear sound of nature. Absolutely no air, all the sacred dragons were shrouded in it, and these behemoths suddenly fell into a quagmire, and then a giant dragon fell apart, and then fell down. Jingpu, the king of the Zan clan, soared into the sky, his right arm turned into a heavenly sword, and slashed towards the void, rippling out of the center of Shui Wu. The two confronted each other in the sky. Brush. The sky was full of golden divine light, and the gigantic golden giant king rushed to the sky with a golden battle axe in his hand, and confronted the war king Jingpu, and even took Shui Wu's side. Brush. The figure flickered continuously, and the yellow diamond skeleton of Skull Island soared into the sky, standing beside the king of war. At the same time, the childish-looking Zhao Chongyang rose into the air and stood beside the golden giant king and Long Wu. Not long after, there were more than a dozen figures in the sky, and they were divided into two camps to face each other, and the battle was imminent. Xiao Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that some races among the 100 races would form an alliance with the human race. However, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a temporary combination of interests, and everyone's purpose is for the secret deep in this ancient ruins. Hey, we're fighting again. A soft and immature voice came from Paradise Lost, and the little snow-white beast Kiki sat up in a daze, rubbed her big eyes, and waved the wooden sign with crooked handwriting as if protesting. Jingpu, the war king in the sky, looked around and said, we should work together to kill that little snow-white beast. As for the grievances between us, it's too early to do it now. The king of war is right, that little beast blocked our way, we should deal with it first. Yellow Diamond Skeleton also echoed. The golden giant king sneered and said, although it blocked our way, it always walked in the front and broke a lot of restrictions for us. We came here to find the treasures that our ancestors lost here. Because of the limited blood, that little beast can't get the treasures of our races no matter what. The reason why the king of the giant race said this was purely to win over KK, and wanted this little beast to join his side. How do you know that there are no other opportunities here? If it always takes the lead, then we will all regret it. Zan Wang Jingpu sneered again and again. Yi, the little snow-white beast whimpered, and waved beams of colorful rays of light in Paradise Lost, sweeping towards the sky. The alien kings on Jingpu's side made a move to block the colorful light, and there was a sudden chaos in the sky. The golden giant king, Zhao Chongyang and others started to attack one after another, and a scuffle broke out. The sword energy surged in the sky, the supernatural powers bloomed brilliantly, the sky was full of rays of light, and the void was completely engulfed by the waves of energy. All the kings who rushed to the sky showed their unique skills, a posture of sacrificing their lives. It is not so much to compete for the treasures in the ancient ruins, but to resolve the grievances between the various ethnic groups. They shot at the hostile race one after another. Xiao Chen watched from a distance, and found that Zhao Chongyang was not ordinary scary, although he looked a little childish, but his combat power was terrific, and the acupoints all over his body burst out with unparalleled divine light. Even if he stood there motionless, he could still kill the enemy. Every inch of his body contained terrifying power. Every ray of divine light pierces through the void, no one can fight him at close range. For him, the difference between an enemy and a group of enemies is not very big. Almost all the dozen or so sacred dragons in the sky were killed in an instant by him alone. All the dozen or so giant dragons were pierced through their bodies, rolling and hitting the ground. The little beast KK became quiet again when she saw the battle between the two sides, as if she had gotten used to it. However, Xiao Chen's heart moved. He needs to refine the source of life liquid to resurrect, isn't this his chance? After looking at the unmoving gods of battle, Shira and other powerful races, he strode towards the center of the arena. The corpses of more than a dozen giant dragons were put into the space ring by him. Naturally, it was a new ring brought from the realm of the dead. The original one was shattered when it carried the dragon corpse across the realm. His behavior made everyone a little puzzled, only the yellow diamond skull in the sky was a little annoyed, and those were its targets in the first place. Ignoring everyone in the venue, Xiao Chen fled away and began to refine the divine liquid 10 miles away. 3 hours later, all the life essence of a huge sacred dragon was refined, and part of its soul power was also absorbed by Xiao Chen. Looking at the crystal liquid in the porcelain bottle, Xiao Chen felt a sense of harvest in his heart. Maybe dozens of bottles of this divine liquid can really bring him back to life. He stood up from a long life, and quickly rushed towards the inside. The battle had already ended, and everyone marched again. Because the little beast Kiki has put away the lost paradise and is heading towards the depths of the ancient ruins. I don't know how deep this ancient ruins are. Everyone stopped and walked, and they didn't reach the end for several days. Except for the 2 spiritual roots harvested by the little snow-white beast, the kings still haven't harvested anything. In the past few days, Xiao Chen refined all the corpses of more than a dozen sacred dragons into divine liquid. Moreover, he completely absorbed it, and in just a few days, his soul power became stronger, and the aura of the living around him became stronger. It can be clearly felt that the degree of compatibility with the aura of heaven and earth has become higher, and it has gradually become fully capable of operating the ancient method of the Tianbei. The fire has already overflowed from the skull, and the human-shaped soul is attached to the yellow diamond bone body. The strong soul power became thicker and more condensed like flesh and blood. On the 5th day, the kings made amazing discoveries in the ancient ruins. A huge stone pagoda stood in front of the Pure Land, hundreds of feet high, with a powerful seal on it. The little beast Kiki ignored it nonchalantly and didn't fight for it at all. When the kings bombarded it violently and finally smashed the stone pagoda, a shocking rainbow shot up into the sky, and a war sword was actually sealed in the stone pagoda. Dozens of figures soared into the sky, all chasing after Zhongjian. Xiao Chen walked at the back, and the moment he saw all this, his expression suddenly became serious. This battle sword is no different from the few battle swords he lost in the Dead City, and it is not the slightest difference from the 24 swords inserted in the stone statue world. But this one is definitely not the ones I have seen before, because it has been sealed in this stone tower for an unknown number of years. How many such swords are there? Is it true that as Qinglian Tianbi expected, the number of Dian is 50, and its use is 9 out of 40? If so, the origin and power of this battle sword are unimaginable. I really don't know what kind of secrets this mysterious ancient ruins hold. Now it seems that they are still on the edge, and ancient soldiers such as Zhongjian have already appeared. In the deepest part, one can imagine that the mysterious veil has only just been revealed. Chapter 389 Bloodshed. The battle sword turned into a shocking rainbow and flew away. Dozens of alien kings and top human beings all soared into the sky. It was as if dozens of meteors had passed by, and the bright light illuminated the sky. The little beast who didn't care at all, the moment he saw the battle sword, his eyes were full of tears. His long eyelashes blinked, and the tears rolled down immediately. The snow-white little beast cried loudly, like a sad child. Back then, Xiao Chen controlled such a war sword in his hands, sweeping the world, invincible. Now seeing things and thinking about others, the little guy suddenly felt sad when he thought of the past. Ya, Wu, it sobbed, flew into the sky, turned into a white light, and rushed into the battle group. Dozens of alien kings were startled. The destructive attack power was not found on the little beast, but if it is difficult to deal with, it must be it. No one dared to easily attack it when the colorful light came out. What's more, Paradise Lost can trap all masters and make Ban Zhu lose his smile. If he is caught in it, even the strong will be turned into ants. The sad and crying little beast has only one goal, and that is the battle sword. Looking back on the past, it has tears in its eyes. Zhongjian had already been trapped in the sky by dozens of foreign kings, but Kiki rushed forward with Lost Paradise, forcing the kings to retreat. If they were involved, it would definitely be a situation where the phoenix fell. Stop it quickly, and slaughter it together. War King Jingpu shouted, and took the lead in the attack. His hair was flying wildly, his combat power was like a raging wave hitting the shore, arousing boundless waves of energy in the sky, surging towards the little beast. Striking out with one palm, there are 9 levels of terrifying waves, one level is stronger than the other level, and there is a faint tendency to break through the colorful rays of light that shroud the little beast's body. Other alien kings also made moves one after another. Although they had not experienced the catastrophe of false gods back then, they knew all kinds of rumors about the war sword very well, and they didn't want to keep it for themselves. The yellow diamond skeleton roared, and a sea of AA bones emerged. Following the mental fluctuations similar to the word Om Tianyan, it rushed towards Kiki like a tsunami. The sea of AA bones seemed to have life. White skeletons rushed out, and thousands of ghost claws grabbed the little beast. Fallen Angel King, a pile of black wings tore through the void, magnified infinitely, almost covering the sky and the earth. the enchanting body that turned all beings upside down, stood still in the void, but the pair of black feathers were cut apart like heavenly knives, peerless and unstoppable. Even the giant king of the golden man who wanted to win over Kiki before made a move, because the battle sword is a truly heaven-defying treasure, and anyone who understands the secret will fight for it. The giant king, more than 10 meters high, is golden in color, as if cast from gold. It is more than 10 meters high. With a domineering arrogance, he swings a battle axe weighing more than 100,000 catties. When he is wild, he dominates the world, and the sky suddenly shatters. The indomitable momentum makes people tremble in the soul. The kings took action one after another. Although the little beast is pure and kind in nature, it is not stupid. It has evaded various disasters for many years, and it has already become extremely elf. Although it was crying sadly, it was always on guard. It didn't dare to face so many strong men. He hid in Paradise Lost for the first time, and a holy tree appeared above his head, with thousands of auspicious colors hanging down, shattering the light beams that occasionally hit Paradise Lost and could be resolved in the future. The energy of the kings entering the lost paradise could not hurt the little beast at all, and the divine garden dispelled all the attacks in the first place. At this time, Kiki had already flown into the center of the field, rushed towards the fixed sword, and took it away. Back in time, at this moment King of War Jingpu shouted loudly, the area where he was located suddenly turned into nothingness, the void seemed to be annihilated, and it was about to return the place to the era of chaos. A terrifying beam of light suddenly swept towards the little beast. Everyone was terrified. The Zan clan is really a terrifying race. The four kings have unimaginable methods. Zan Wang Jingpu can turn back time, which is really shocking. The law of time is the law of God, and everyone knows it, but generally it just stops time or speeds up the flow. Few people can turn time back, because it is really terrible and beyond common sense. If it is really done, it can be called an invincible supernatural power. Nothingness submerges Kiki's space, not rushing into the lost paradise, but acting on that sky, trying to completely return it to the original state of chaos. Everyone knows that this magical power of turning back time can only be used in a small area, and it is impossible to truly cover the sky and block the sun in the big world, otherwise it will really be against the sky. But it is enough to destroy an opponent in this way. The little beast didn't seem to be afraid at all, wiped away tears, and waved the little beast's claws nonchalantly. The colorful light was dazzling, rushed out of the lost paradise, and collided with the magic power of turning back time. Moreover, the treasure tree suspended above Kiki's head is even more miraculous, and it has begun to absorb the power of time. Although the small tree is no taller than a palm, the trunk as thick as a thumb is extremely vigorous, like a miniature ancestral dragon body. The black jade leaves, white jade leaves, jasper leaves, golden jade leaves, and red jade leaves on it are crystal clear, and thousands of auspicious colors hang down, absorbing all the power of time. Everyone was dumbfounded. The little beast actually blocked the backward flow of time. Brush. With a flash of light, it grabbed the battle sword and inserted it into Paradise Lost. Although Zan Wang Jingpu missed, he did not show the slightest defeat. Everyone was afraid. This is an extremely dangerous opponent. Back in time can be called a supernatural power, and it is difficult for everyone to accept this terrible divine rule without the lost paradise of little beasts. Coupled with the world-renowned fighting skills and mad power of the Zan clan, except for a few people such as the God of War King and King Shira, there may not be many people who can compete with the King of War Jingpu. KK looked at Zan Jian, weeping continuously, and then opened the way with the open Paradise Lost, rushed out of the encirclement, and flew towards the sky. During this process, the Battle God King and Shira King have not made a move, silently assessing the strength of the little beast. Seeing that the heavenly kings and powerhouses in the realm of the most human beings did not make a move, the others did not stop them. The fallen angel king was charming, and said with great regret, "It's a pity, a peerless sword just passed us by like this." The half-human, half-ant, ferocious king of the ant clan shook his head and said, "Even if you get it, it's useless. If you don't collect all the swords, they are just sharp weapons and have no special effect." The fallen angel king has a graceful figure, which can be described as a peerless and enchanting posture. Most of her snow-white slender legs and small waist are exposed, with a bewitching luster. She smiled and asked the God of War King, who had been silent all this time, "Does the King of Heaven know how many battle swords there are?" The God of War King's purple hair was scattered on his chest and back, covering most of his face, and he looked extremely wild. The invisible aura emanating from the heavenly king master at the supreme human realm put a pressure on the alien king at the UU realm. The number of Dion is 50, and its use is 9 out of 40. The battle sword is forged accordingly. The king of the foreign race was very surprised, he did not expect that there were so many battle swords. It is recorded in Book of Changes that in divination, the ancients took 50 yarrow roots, kept one for use, and only used 49 for divination. The number of Dion is 50, and it uses 49, and 50 represents everything in the world, and the unused 1 represents a variable before the world was born. Knowing the cause of it, everyone was terrified. What is the origin of this battle sword? If it is cast according to this principle, can it be said that there are really 50 war swords that can represent everything in the world after being collected? The battle swords are not complete, they are just sharp weapons. If you collect them all. The kings talked a lot, and everyone knew that if you collected all the swords, the power would be immeasurable. I thought the unused 1 was in this ruins. The yellow diamond skeleton's words were not surprising, but everyone knew that he was raised by a king, and his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. 50 represents all things in the world, and the innate variable can also be understood as the escaped one. The variable outside the independent world should not be a battle sword. According to the inference of the ancestor, it may be a formation map. The ancestor mentioned by the yellow diamond skeleton is naturally the old skeleton that has fallen. It's not a pity not to get the battle sword, after all, it needs to gather all of them to exert its power, but if you get the escapada of formation map, it will be unimaginable. The 1 beyond the heaven, earth and myriad things will not appear in the world. Shira heavenly king who had not spoken all this time interrupted everyone's discussion indifferently, and rushed away. The kings also flew forward one after another, and everyone found that the front was getting wider and wider. Unless the lost paradise of the little snow-white beast was as wide as the sky, it would not be able to cut off the way of everyone at all. This is undoubtedly good news. If no one is blocking it, then if there is a treasure, it will naturally be obtained by chance. At this time, everyone naturally began to part ways, each rushing into the vast sky. The golden giant king let out a long roar, and a dozen giant shadows appeared behind him. Dozens of giants came galloping with heavy weapons weighing nearly 100,000 jinn. The girl of the angel tribe also let out a clear whistle. The sky was densely packed, and an angel team flew in. There were hundreds of people, with crystal wings and mighty divine power. This was undoubtedly a powerful force. The Ant King also let out a sharp roar, and a large group of half-human, half-demon strong ant clan rushed towards this area. The kings of all clans have long been prepared, and a large number of masters of their clan are hiding behind. Relatively speaking, there are not many masters from the Zan clan, only a dozen or so, but no one dares to underestimate them. This clan is a natural fighter, and it is not a problem to block 10 with 1. King of War Jingpu stopped the Golden Lion King and said, "You and I are of the same clan, why not join forces? I will protect you with the backward flow of time, you have enough time to open your third eye, we are invincible in this ruins. You are you, I am me." The Golden Lion King flew away alone. "Your Majesty, their lineage has been handed down so far, and they are not worthy of being the 4 kings of the Zan clan. Why be polite to him?" A Zan clan master said beside him. "Shut up." Zan Wang Jingpu gave the man a cold look. In the blink of an eye, the shadows in the sky disappeared completely, and everyone rushed towards the depths of the ancient ruins. On the 5th day, a scream came from a swamp. "Aha, eh! A fallen angel killed a holy angel," and said with a sneer, "How can the flowers in the greenhouse confront our people?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a holy radiance enveloped him, and he was struck by the angel who pierced his body, and the angel's spell made him fall into the abyss of death. The same thing happened in another valley. 9 strong ant tribes besieged and killed a single giant strong man. The huge corpse was 10 meters high, and blood gushed out, staining the valley red. The ant tribe master walked away. Killing competitors is undoubtedly an effective way to earn money in the ancient ruins. In the ancient ruins, killings occur every day, and various ethnic groups fight openly and secretly. Especially among the races with grievances, bloody killings continue to occur, and this space seems to have become a bloody killing field. As for the human cultivators, apart from a few top figures, a large number of masters who came later were almost slaughtered in the first 3 days. Xiao Chen had a good harvest today. In just half a day, he picked up the corpses of a fallen angel clan, 2 holy angel clan corpses, a giant corpse, and 3 ant clan corpses. These are the best materials for refining the life source liquid. The stronger the strength, the better the effect of the refined liquid. After finding a hidden place, he began to calm down and refine the bodies of these powerful races. In the middle of the night, when all the 7 bottles of divine liquid were successfully refined, he began to meditate quietly, absorbing the pure essence of life to the bone body. In the past 5 days, he had refined and absorbed more than 20 bottles of divine liquid, and some blood streaks appeared on his bones. This result made Xiao Chen extremely excited, and saw the real dawn on the road of rebirth of flesh and blood. However, all of this was beyond his expectations. He thought that dozens of bottles of life source liquid could regenerate him, but now it seems that more is needed. This is not an ordinary luxury and waste. When he stood up, it was already late at night. This is a dense forest, towering ancient trees cover up the stars in the sky. Of course, there are no real stars and moons above the sky, but just shining boulders, which can be thousands of feet above the Earth's surface. He didn't make a move in the past few days, but just followed behind everyone to collect the materials for refining the life source liquid. Let the people in front fight to death, and he will slowly collect what he needs in the back. For Xiao Chen at present, keeping a low profile is the best choice. There was no sound in the pitch-black forest, but Xiao Chen felt that there were creatures infesting, and not taking action did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. If someone came to offend, he would naturally strike with a thunderbolt. It turned out to be a war clan, approaching here. Xiao Chen lurked in the past silently, and pointed like a knife, slashing towards his throat. It has to be said that the Zan clan is a powerful race with extraordinary talents. Although the population is sparse, all of them are strong. This person's body was like a wisp of smoke, and he flew back to the side lightly, unexpectedly dodging the killing blow. Moreover, it is necessary to call out and summon the strong men of the same family. Destroy. The original Tianyan was like a dull thunder, directly imprinted in the soul of the strong Zan clan, causing him to shatter on the spot. Such a close distance, there is no doubt that the body and spirit are destroyed. It is a pity that there is a bottle of life source liquid. Where are you going? At this moment, Xiao Chen heard the familiar Duanian, which turned out to be Zan Wang Jingpu. A tall black shadow flew over, swept across a large forest, and shattered the area. Xiao Chen flew backwards, but Zan Wang followed him like a shadow, unstoppable, and shouted, "Time flows back." A terrifying wave like a vast ocean enveloped Xiao Chen, trying to turn him into nothingness. Now Xiao Chen's bones have been bloodshot, although the supernatural powers of the year have not been recovered, but some simple techniques can be used. Ba Shang joined his body at a high speed, and with a swipe sounded, he moved several tens of feet horizontally, dodging the past, and the woodland suddenly turned into nothingness. Hey, Sen Lang's spirit fluctuated, and he said, "I knew he was following." The yellow diamond skull appeared from another direction. Xiao Chen immediately understood that he and Huang Diamond Skeleton were colleagues and enemies. Both of them were collecting the corpses of strong men. It was obvious that Huang Diamond Skeleton had discovered some of his secrets. Waves of strong men appeared in all directions, and many fire creatures appeared densely in the forest, and more than a dozen strong men from the Zan clan also surrounded them. Zan Wang Jingpu and Huang Diamond Skeleton pushed Xiao Chen in the middle one after the other. Having seen the King of War go back in time, Xiao Chen didn't want to fight with them now, and it would not be too late to argue with them after the rebirth of flesh and blood. Now is the critical period of resurrection, there is no need to take risks and fight fiercely. Retreat without fighting. Although the 8-phase extreme speed has only partially recovered, it is also approaching the extreme, and it can escape thousands of meters in an instant. Yellow Diamond Skeleton shouted, "We must kill him." Zan Wang Jingpu was also startled, and chased him down like a lightning bolt. This is not the first time he has dealt with Xiao Chen. First in the Misty Rain building in Chang'an City, and then in overseas battles, he has long wanted to get rid of this serious trouble. A black shadow rushed out from the forest, and almost hit Xiao Chen who was rushing through the forest. He was the king of the ant tribe, and almost succeeded in a sneak attack. Xiao Chen flew into the sky, and originally wanted to hide in the forest, but now he dare not take any more risks. There were actually 3 kings who wanted to surround and kill him. This is not a good sign. He quietly followed behind Zhu Chang, but he was still missed by others. But now there is nothing to be afraid of, even if you can't fight, you can escape. Suddenly, Xiao Chen sneered, he needs to recharge his energy and wait for rebirth, since it is inconvenient for him to make a move, why not, please, others. He flew west. The Fighting God clan was not in a hurry to rush into the depths of the ancient ruins, and continued to advance unhurriedly. This clan should be in the mountains ahead. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and charged into the forest. The King of War, the King of Ants, and the King of Skeleton didn't know why, so they directly killed them, and the masters of the 3 clans even came to surround and kill them without any scruples. Ah, ah, ... There were continuous screams, and a tall black figure was like a god, holding a bloody sword, dancing wildly with purple hair, killing all directions. A total of more than a dozen strong men from the Zan clan entered the ancient ruins, but 5 of them were beheaded at this moment, and more than a dozen of the masters of the Ant clan were beheaded. Every time the blood-dripping sword in the hands of the fighting god king slashed out, a master's head would be chopped off. Dozens of skeletons were shaken to powder. The heavenly king and strong man in the realm of the most human beings is so terrifying that he is almost evil. God-fighting king, you! The Ant King was furious. Break into my clan's forbidden area, die! Only such a sentence was the king of fighting god, and he opened and closed, cutting off more than a dozen other Ant clan masters around him, and more than 100 skeletons were completely crushed by the shock. The Ant King's eyes were red at that time, and he charged forward. Come back! Zan Wang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The Ant King rushed forward, but was chopped off by the king of fighting god with a sword, and he vomited blood again and again. The 3 kings came here in person, and even the god of war king would not dare to underestimate them, so he directly killed the Ant King with one blow. The Ant King roared and charged again. Jingpu, the king of war, was startled, and hastily used the magic power of reversing time to attack the king of fighting god. The Zan clan and the fighting god clan have a blood feud, but right now is not the time for the 2 clans to fight to the death. This moment is purely to save the Ant King. The divine sword in the hands of the fighting god king flicked lightly, and bright stars shone in the void, and the Big Dipper emerged, blocking the magic power of turning back time. In this way, the Ant King still spat out 3 more mouthfuls of blood, retreated back, and was finally not killed. Today is a misunderstanding. Zan Wang Jingpu cupped his fists and said, let's retreat. After all, he pulled the Ant King and the yellow diamond skeleton back quickly. The divine sword in King Fighting God's hand was bleeding, but he didn't chase it out. God of Fighting King snorted coldly. The forest not far away was instantly shattered, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared. It's you again. The god of War King's eyes glowed coldly, and he said, you're taking advantage of the situation again. We are allies. Xiao Chen walked out and said, please believe that we have many opportunities for cooperation. Xiao Chen did not stop, and quickly flew into the distance. The battle god king didn't stop him, and let him go, but on his face covered by the messy purple hair, a fierce light burst out from his eyes. Xiao Chen didn't go elsewhere, but rushed to the stronghold of the Ant clan. He wanted to get rid of the Ant King. Chapter 390 Vicious. The vastness of the 4 fields, very quiet. In the dark mountain forest, you can't see your fingers. Xiao Chen sneaked in the dense forest composed of towering ancient trees, and approached the valley more than 10 miles away, being extra cautious. With keen spiritual sense as the eyes of God, everything around you is in your heart. You can clearly see the spiritual energy lingering around the ancient trees. Wild deer, gazelles, etc. are sleeping quietly, and you can even clearly see the gophers moving underground. When approaching the valley where the Ant clan was located, Xiao Chen keenly noticed the abnormality. It has to be said that the defense of the Ant clan is very strong. Almost every 10 meters away, there is a strong Ant clan hiding, and they are all hidden underground. The Ant clan is a large clan with a large population, and crowd tactics are their best way of fighting. Xiao Chen was like a ghost, evading the eyes and ears of these ants, and sneaked into the valley without anyone noticing. He wanted to kill the severely injured Ant King. The valley is very open and densely forested. Hiding thousands of people is not a problem. It was silent at the moment. Although there were countless Ant clan masters here, they all seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and no sound came out. There is already a little bit of blood on the yellow diamond bone. Xiao Chen can already blend into this world better. Among the vibrant forests, he seems to be integrated with the flowers and plants, blending with everything in the world, as if he has become a part of this world. This feeling was so wonderful. Since he lost his flesh and blood, he hadn't felt such an ethereal and peaceful state for many years. At this moment, Xiao Chen didn't seem to come here to kill people, but seemed to be pursuing the realization of the Tao. His spiritual sense was constantly improving, and he naturally stood in this valley. He is clearly in the dense forest of the valley, but the aura around him has completely disappeared, becoming illusory. Even a master of Yu realm can hardly sense it. This is a kind of understanding, and also a sublimation of mood. Xiao Chen stood there quietly, but he did not forget why he came here. Spiritual consciousness spreads away, stays with the flowers and plants, unites with the heaven and the earth, looking for the trace of the Ant King. In the entire valley, there are more than 1,000 ant cultivators, half human and half demon, and there are many powerful warriors among them, second only to the alien king. However, the Ant King has never been found, and he doesn't seem to be in this valley. Xiao Chen was not impatient, instead his heart was peaceful, and he waited quietly in this valley. Presumably, the King of War, the King of Ants, and the King of Skeletons are discussing secretly, maybe they are discussing how to kill him. It wasn't until late at night that the mighty Ant King returned. Without saying a word, he landed on the stone platform in the middle of the valley, and began to meditate silently, adjust his breath, and repair his damaged body. The valley was peaceful, and the essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, enveloped the Ant King, and reflected a hazy brilliance. Xiao Chen did not launch an attack. Ren Ant King was slowly recovering, he quietly lurked in place. After more than an hour like this, it was already late at night, the Ant King was surrounded by divine radiance, and his injury was rapidly improving. Xiao Chen still didn't move. Silently, two phantoms appeared in the valley. They turned out to be the King of War Jing Pu and the Skeleton King of Yellow Diamond, and they landed on the stone platform where the Ant King was. The Ant King with a human body and ant head opened his eyes, nodded towards them, and then continued to repair his injured body. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton glanced around, looked towards the void, and said, "I guess he doesn't have that kind of courage, he doesn't dare to come to stab, we are too worried." War King Jing Pu stared at Yuan Kong and said, "It's better to be careful, even if you protect the Ant King, and if he comes, let him die." Xiao Chen had to admit that none of the kings of the foreign race was kind, and all of them were scheming, and they were actually setting up a trick to wait for him to fall into the urn. But at this moment, he has no mental fluctuations, as if he has turned into a plant, merged with the flowers and plants, and merged with the earth. Even the king of a foreign race can hardly sense it. This wonderful state has not been destroyed. Brush. The King of War and the Yellow Diamond Skeleton went away like two ghosts, disappearing into the dark night sky. Xiao Chen still didn't move, he was still waiting for the best moment to arrive. Dawn is coming. At this moment, the Ant King has recovered from his injuries, but he was seriously injured by the Heavenly King who reached the human realm, and he had such a result in one night. One can imagine how terrifying his resilience is. But just when the darkness was about to be shattered, Xiao Chen made a move, approaching silently, like the flowing clouds, like the blowing wind. His heart was empty, his body and everything in the world were indistinguishable from each other. The surrounding ant masters were all ignorant, blinded by his almost natural state, and no one was awakened. Even the Ant King didn't realize that the danger was approaching secretly. Riot. The moment dawn breaks, Xiao Chen riots. That ethereal and natural aura completely disappeared, and at this moment there was only destruction and killing. Ba Shang's extreme speed turned the distance of less than 10 meters into a short distance. Xiao Chen stepped onto the tall stone platform in one step, and the hand of Qibao in his hand was chopped off like a broad knife, and the word, hum, in his mouth vibrated in the most violent way. King of War Jing Pu once told King Ant to be careful and guard against attack and killing, but after one night, nothing happened, and he secretly laughed that the King of War was too cautious. But he didn't expect that when the dawn came, when he was most relaxed, the devastating murderous aura suddenly came, and he was caught off guard. Most of the injured body has healed, but it has not recovered to the peak state, so it is too late to make a hasty move. The Ant King's supernatural powers were completely blocked by the buzzword Tianyan, and the wonderful tree of 7 treasures fell down with an unstoppable force, and the blood splattered, directly chopping off his head. The Qibao Miaoshu's ability to sweep down everything has not been brought into play at all, because there is no need to send it out. At this moment, its function is only a sword. Xiao Chen's attack power is too powerful. If it is successful with one blow, it can be replaced by other things. The Ant King was separated from the corpse, but Xiao Chen was still not at ease. The yellow diamond bone palm slapped repeatedly, and the Ant King was beaten to pieces. It has to be said that the king of the ant tribe is very tyrannical, and the destructive attack did not wipe out his remains. But in the end, let him die with hatred. Xiao Chen didn't wreak havoc anymore. The space ring flashed light, took the torn corpse of the Ant King into it, and flew away. Many Ant Clan masters in the valley have been alarmed. They witnessed all this with their own eyes. Countless figures soared into the sky, chasing and killing them. On the mountain not far away, the King of War and the Skeleton King were even more furious. They didn't go far, and they were protecting the law around them, but Xiao Chen had already sneaked into the valley, avoiding their spiritual search. The two kings were furious, and they chased and killed, vowing to destroy the enemy. They surpassed all the cultivators of other races in an instant. Xiao Chen didn't look back, and raised his speed to the limit. Now the opportunity for resurrection reappeared, and he would regain control of the magical combat skills of the past. He didn't want to work hard in this hopeful period. In the face of two powerful alien kings, they will never fight. Although Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed did not reach the former perfect state, it recovered after all. Although the two kings also had terrifying extreme speed, they still lost their target after half an hour. Having slaughtered an alien king, Xiao Chen still had a sense of accomplishment. He stopped in a deserted mountain and began to refine the body of the Ant King on the spot. The powerful life essence was continuously lifted out, and the remnant spirit of the Ant King was not completely destroyed. When Xiao Chen refined him with his soul power, he knew Xiao Chen's identity completely, and roared angrily, but even if he knew this secret, he couldn't let it out. You and that little snow-white beast will definitely die. The remnant spirit of the Ant King cursed viciously. This was his last resentment, and then completely disappeared from this world. It took several hours to complete the work, and a bottle of crystal liquid was shining brightly. The life essence of the Ant King was completely extracted, and the majestic life energy in it was many times stronger than the previous bottle. Xiao Chen absorbed all the essence of the king's life and refined it into the bones. Threads of blood, like spider webs, covered Xiao Chen's bones, and he took another big step forward on the road to resurrection. In the distance, King of War Jingpu and Yellow Diamond Skeleton are leading a large number of people to search for his whereabouts. Xiao Chen could have predicted all this, but there was nothing to worry about. While testing his combat skills, the power from the world of the dead tore him from reality to virtuality, and he was forcibly detained back to the world of death. It doesn't take time to practice only in Kyushu, only when fighting will consume his time in Kyushu. Climbing up from the ancient well, he flew out of the city cautiously. The kings in the mainland are still fighting, and the outer regions of the mainland are also covered with clouds, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Looking at the bones everywhere in the world of the dead, Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he separated the powerful fire into a dozen or so weak rays, and entered those bones. On the empty plain, more than a dozen white bones stood upright, and the joints made sounds. After reaching a certain level, there are many ways to use fire, which is just a small doil. However, this method, which is similar to the avatar technique, is extremely useful to the current Xiao Chen. He stayed in this world of the dead for a day, and then returned to Kyushu again. Fly straight to the small town by the sea, rush into the mountains, and enter the paradise, the ancient ruins. In the past few days, there have been constant conflicts among various ethnic groups, and large-scale bloodshed occurred every day. On the day Xiao Chen returned, a big event happened. In the depths of the ancient ruins, a piece of ruins appeared. After all the kings joined forces to open the underground palace, a blood-red war spear rushed out. It was engraved with ancient divine inscriptions, and there were streaks of blood. The most terrifying thing was that there was real blood dripping from the spear body, shining with a bewitching blood-colored light, and the blood droplets never dried up. Pasteur, is the real pastor's ancient spear. War King Jingpu shouted. All the kings tried to snatch it, but Pastor's ancient spear seemed to have a spirit, and finally flew to the King of War, Jingpu, and was taken by him. After Xiao Chen returned, he happened to see this scene. The blood-red ancient spear in the hands of the King of War shone with a strange red light, and the ancient divine inscriptions engraved on it flowed with light, as if it was alive, and seemed to be beating vaguely. There was blood dripping on it, but it never dried up. It's the real thing. The other alien kings were shocked. A few imitations can kill the gods. How terrifying is the real treasure of the War clan, Pastor's ancient spear. It is said that the half-ancestor was killed once, and the blood flowing on it belongs to the half-ancestor. Ha, the Zan clan will surely go to glory. Zan Wang Jingpu laughed, his spirits were high, and he looked at the world with contempt. Seeing the strange blood spear, Xiao Chen thought of the golden divine halberd and the black iron seal. They once killed Buddha and Lao Tzu in their previous lives. Could it be said that they are also weapons belonging to the ancestors of hundreds of clans? Some alien kings wanted to snatch it, but they were directly swept away by the War King and the blood spear. Pastor's ancient spear was full of demon blood, and the divine script on it burst into thousands of dazzling brilliance. Pasteur, you will be resurrected eventually. War King Jingpu charged into the sky with a spear in his hand, no one dared to stop him. The kings were very sorry, they dispersed one after another, headed towards the depths of the ancient ruins, and began to look for their own opportunities again. Xiao Chen landed in a hidden valley, differentiated into hundreds of weak soul rays, attached to the bodies of many animals. It is not regarded as seizing, but symbiotic with them, letting them run away in all directions. This is like a spy sent by him. Even if these weak soul powers were lost, they would not have much effect on him. A few days later, he found the stronghold of King of War Jingpu and Huang Zuengku, and heard a piece of news that horrified him. Restoring the scenes seen by those animals, Xiao Chen felt chills in his heart. The yellow diamond skeleton actually possessed a poison that could kill everything. It was passed down to him by the deposed old king. It was said that it was the corpse poison of the ancestor god, and it was transformed from the corpse energy of the deceased ancestor god. Although there was only a small amount, it could definitely kill a half-ancestor. Yellow diamond skeleton discussed with King of War Jingpu for a long time. Originally, he wanted to poison the King of Heaven, such as King of Fighting God and King of Shira, but he was afraid that he would not be able to hide it from the eyes of the most powerful experts. In the end, they turned their attention to the little snow-white beast. They all felt that this little beast had unlimited potential and would definitely be a big problem in the future. Moreover, the little beast seems very innocent now, and it is relatively easy to kill it with poison, so that it will not be seen through. They decided to use the spirit of heaven and earth as a guide, and the fruit produced by the spirit root was covered with the poison of the ancestor god's corpse, so as to trap and kill Kiki. It's too vicious. Xiao Chen felt cold all over his body. If he was not prepared, even he would have to follow the truth, let alone a pure and kind little beast, he would definitely die. People's hearts are sinister. In this world, power is not the most terrifying thing. War King Jingpu and Huang Diamond Skeleton decided to invite several foreign kings to help out just in case. After the poison of the ancestor god's corpse in the little beast had passed, all the kings took action to kill it at the same time, without giving the little beast a chance. Xiao Chen was furious. This was beyond his bottom line. He decided to use poison to fight poison, to use even more unscrupulous means to carry out a more ruthless killing. Taking off the clothes and iron armor on his body, he revealed a yellow diamond bone body, which looked no different from the yellow diamond skeleton king. Xiao Chen decided that he would not hesitate to get rid of the culprit even if there was harmony between heaven and earth, and killed several kings of foreign races without any means. Chapter 391 Xiao Chen's Powerful Ally. Fortunately, I knew all this in advance, otherwise the little snow-white beast would be in danger. At present, King of War Jingpu and Yellow Diamond Skeleton have started to look for the spiritual roots of heaven and earth and invite people they know well. For Xiao Chen, there was still time, but it was impossible to find KK in a short time, so he turned into a golden rainbow and chased towards the Skeleton King. The ancestral god corpse poison is on the Skeleton King. This is something that must be obtained. Normally, the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King is always with the Battle King. Xiao Chen can't make a move at all, and now it's a rare opportunity for him to act alone. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton King wants to invite the Zombie King and the Undead King. The zombies and the undead are close allies of the Skeleton Clan. The zombies are all old corpses over 100 years old, and the current Flying Corpse King has just ascended the throne, but he is a 10,000-year-old corpse. The Undead Clan can also be called the Undead Clan. They are all powerful evil spirits. It is said that the current Undead King is a ghost that has been sealed for thousands of years. The two current kings of the Zombie Clan and the Evil Spirit Clan can be said to be extremely powerful. Just from the dialogue between the Yellow Diamond Skeleton and the King of War, Xiao Chen can already deduce that these are two quite terrifying opponents. He had to stop the Yellow Diamond Skeleton, and he couldn't let him invite two evil kings. The astonishing rainbow came through the sky, and a crystal-clear, yellow-brown skeleton, like a skeleton cast from divine gold, blocked the Skeleton King's way. You are. The Skeleton King, who was also in the ultimate state of Huang Diamond, was taken aback. I am your clansman. Xiao Chen no longer suppressed his mental fluctuations like he did when he met before. At this moment, the powerful fire coercion broke out in an all-round way, showing all the aura that a strong skeleton clan should have. Why haven't I seen you before? I am a new strong man born from the sacred bone altar in the center of Skull Island. Xiao Chen once broke into Skull Island, and when he killed the deposed old king, he heard the old skeleton mention the altar. Haha, the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King laughed loudly, and said, it turned out to be a newly born member of the same clan. There are many sacred bones buried in the central altar. They were all shocking and peerless figures in their lifetime. Brother, you were all powerful in your previous life. Now you have just awakened and reached the Yellow Diamond realm. Your future achievements are really limitless. Xiao Chen was startled. He didn't expect that the Skeleton Clan's sacred bone altar had such a secret. Presumably the sacred bones buried there were the corpses of unrivaled powerhouses collected by the Skeleton Clan with all their efforts. It's overrated. Only those clansmen who have grown up through actual combat and continuous evolution are the real kings. Xiao Chen walked forward humbly. Yellow Diamond Skeleton asked. Did the ancestors send you here? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was even more shocked. Skull Island is really not a good place. Last time he killed a disused old skeleton, and now there are still ancestral antiques on the island. Yes, the ancestor asked me to help you. Having said that, Xiao Chen has already walked up to the Yellow Diamond Skeleton. Hey, how could your body? Huang Diamond Skeleton King saw that there were streaks of blood on Xiao Chen's crystal clear bones, which made him extremely astonished. Haha, Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, didn't the ancestors pass it on to you? This is the method of rebirth of flesh and blood, so that our combat power will be stronger. I've heard that it takes an unimaginable price to complete it. Didn't the ancestors say that if you reach the realm of a king, you will naturally be reborn with flesh and blood? This method is not taught now. Huang Diamond Skeleton was a little puzzled. In the past, it was because we had to pay a price that we couldn't afford, but now the ancestors have created a new soul method, and I will pass it on to you now. Xiao Chen seemed very generous. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton King Lu heard that he would get the magic formula, and he also complimented Xiao Chen without hesitation, saying, our clan has you waiting for the reincarnation of the sacred bone, so why not worry about it? Xiao Chen unreservedly told him the key to the rebirth of flesh and blood obtained from the colorful skeletons. Of course, the method was correct, but it covered up the fact that endless fire and a large amount of life source liquid were needed, and even exaggerated the benefits of rebirth of flesh and blood on purpose. My clan will prosper. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton King weakened his precautions, listened fascinated, and showed a serious smile, saying, the matter of accumulating life source liquid is very simple. There are too many people in Kyushu. Although their life essence is limited, what they accumulate is enough. The massive population is enough to refine the divine liquid needed by our clan. Xiao Chen was furious in his heart. If he didn't kill this beast, it would be against the law of heaven. However, it is necessary to show that the hero sees the same way. Haha, Huang Diamond Skeleton King laughed and said, you and I are brothers from the same clan. We will work together in the future, and when all the sacred bones of our clan are successfully reincarnated, we will surely witness the advent of a glorious era. Xiao Chen also laughed, and then asked, where are you going on this trip? Go ask our allies Zombie King and Evil Spirit King to get rid of a little beast against the sky. Xiao Chen pretended not to understand, and asked him. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton King sighed. My race is already very powerful, but in this world, there are many more talented races, such as the Fighting God race, War race, Ancient God race, Celestial Human race, people have to admire. However, I have a hunch that the little snow white beast I found will surpass these races. Xiao Chen patiently listened to his comments on the various races, and then asked, isn't it a bit abrupt to invite the Zombie King and the Evil King like this? Will they help? It doesn't matter. They come from the soul world of the four worlds with us, and they all belong to the line of death. They are natural allies. If I didn't know that they entered the ancient ruins, I would have walked together with them. I haven't met them before, so I can't guarantee that they will agree with me. After all, it is the friendship of our ancestors. Although Xiao Chen said this, he gradually had a bottom line in his heart. That's true. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton King nodded and said, but with you here, it doesn't matter if they don't want to make a move. On the way, the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King kept discussing with Xiao Chen the key to rebirth of flesh and blood, and his precautions were reduced to the lowest point. At this moment, Xiao Chen made a move. The distance between the two was less than half a meter, and the unreserved vibration of the buzzword Tianian directly hit the skull of the Yellow Diamond skull, and Xiao Chen even reached out the palm of the Yellow Diamond bone and inserted it directly into the yellow sternum, breaking several of them with a click. The Yellow Diamond skull was completely unprepared for such a short distance surprise attack. The most powerful blow of the buzzing word Tianian directly cracked its Yellow Diamond skull, and the soul fire was directly torn apart. In this way, it is impossible to fight back. At the same time, Xiao Chen's Yellow Diamond bone palm penetrated into the Skeleton King's chest and pushed it open violently, breaking his sternum completely, and then breaking the golden spine. The Skeleton King was broken into several pieces, and it was impossible to resist. The Yellow Diamond Skeleton was frightened and furious, but it was powerless to recover. The shattered soul fire could not do anything, and the remnant spirits wanted to fly in all directions, but they were all blocked. After Xiao Chen found out everything he wanted to know in his Sea of AA consciousness, he directly refined it. Then, he took off the interspatial ring from his bone finger, and found a jet black skull inside. The 7 orifices and other places were tightly sealed, but he could still feel a cloud of smoke like gas lingering inside. That was the ancestral god corpse poison. After counting the spoils, there were more than 20 bottles of the divine liquid, which Xiao Chen urgently needed, and he accepted them all without hesitation. There were also some miscellaneous things, such as jade plaques, bone knives, etc., which were also put away by him. Instead, it was Xiao Chen's first step. He put the broken bones of the Skeleton King into the space ring, and then flew towards the stronghold of the Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King. The Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King have just entered the ancient ruins for 2 days, and the two tribes are not far apart. They are the powerful alliance of Guangxi, and they have led a large number of men to station here. At this moment, the Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King are talking about the treasure hunt in the valley. Suddenly, a shocking rainbow came through the sky, like a comet crashing into the earth. With a loud bang, the bright golden rainbow landed in the forest not far away, shaking the forest violently. Large cracks of kilometers long spread from the ground to the distance, and scattered leaves flew. Such momentum directly alarmed the Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King, and they quickly rushed out of the valley and flew there. "Who is disturbing my family's forbidden land?" the Zombie King shouted. He was 3 meters tall and ferocious like a ghost. His whole body was covered with red scales, red as blood. Even his face was the same, only a pair of ghost eyes shone with a gloomy light. A pair of ghost claws are like the sharp claws of birds, and the black nails are half a foot long, sharp like steel hooks. The Evil Spirit King next to him was a black soul shadow, with a menacing aura, and it was also not a good kind. There were dark green fires burning around him, which looked gloomy and menacing, and the breath of death permeated the scene. "Ha ha," Xiao Chen laughed loudly, and said, "I'm bothering the two kings. I'm from Skull Island. In order to meet you, I had to make a bad move. Hee hee, I can see that we are natural allies, please talk to Tanaka." The Evil Spirit King laughed. Although such words were meant to shorten the distance between the two races, they gave people a cold and gloomy feeling. Xiao Chen naturally tried his best to get close, even called them Brother Wang, and flew into the valley with him. Sitting on a piece of fragrant grass, Xiao Chen explained his purpose of coming, asked to form an alliance with them, and asked them to help. Forming an alliance is naturally not a problem. The 3 clans are united in spirit and have always walked very close, but when they heard that Xiao Chen was going to deal with the War King Jingpu, the Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King immediately stopped talking. After a long time, the Evil Spirit King said gloomily, "Aren't you very close to the War King Jingpu?" "Well, I have no choice but to cooperate with him. If the 2 princes come here soon, I will definitely not get together with him. I tried my best to help him get the treasure of the War Clan, Pastor's Weeping Blood Spear, but he not only doesn't appreciate it, but wants to plot against me." "What's going on?" Zombie King asked. "I have a feeling that a treasure of my skeleton clan is about to be born. I want to ask him for help, but he secretly contacted the strong man of the Demon Ape clan and the Scorpion clan, trying to seize the treasure of our clan." Xiao Chen looked remorseful, and kept patting his legs and pounding the ground. Both the Zombie King and the Evil Spirit King looked shocked. After listening, they looked at each other and pondered for a long time. After a long time, the Zombie King asked, "You really sense the aura of Chongbao?" X. 2 white-eyed wolves, thanks to the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King. He also said that these 2 tribes and the Skeleton tribe are natural allies. These 2 people obviously also want to seek a treasure. But for him, it can be used completely. He vowed, "It is absolutely true, the aura of my family's treasures has indeed permeated the ancient ruins in the past 2 days. Of course, it is impossible for anyone who is not my skeleton family to sense it. This matter is a bit difficult." The Undead King pondered. At that moment, Xiao Chen acted carelessly, and said angrily, "The King of War is too deceitful, and I swear to him that we will never give up. Instead of letting him seek the treasure of our family, it is better for the 2 brothers to get it. After all, we all come from the bloodline of death." He said this because he was afraid that the 2 dangerous wolves in front of him would attack him first and cause unnecessary trouble. "How embarrassing." Zombie King climbed along the pole, and pretended to refuse. "There is nothing to be ashamed of. As long as the 2 King brothers help me, we will break the seal together, and we will be in charge of the Bone King banner together." "Are you sure it's the Bone King banner?" The Zombie King was taken aback. "It is indeed the treasure that can kill the half-ancestor." Xiao Chen patted his breastbone, looking absolutely true. He found the name of the Bone King's banner from the Sea of Aaa spiritual consciousness of the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King. As for whether it is in this ancient ruins, then I don't know. Then quickly take it out first, and with the strength of the 3 of us, and then control the Bone King banner. It is not easy to deal with Zan Wang Jingpu and others." Xiao Chen sighed, and said, "It will take a few days until the king's banner is broken." However, this secret has already been known by Zhan Jingpu, and he will never give us time. He will definitely do something to me in these few days and force me to ask about the secret of the king's banner. Don't worry, brothers, I will not tell it even if I die. I will not tell even if I die, was said to the two evil kings. Immediately calmed down the two evil kings who were becoming murderous. At the same time, they thought about the relationship between the three clans. If they really pressed their hands at this moment, the trouble would be really big, and the three clans who had been friends for generations would definitely be completely broken. How about, we wait a few more days to avoid the King of War first, and then we go secretly to get the treasure, control the bone banner, and then get rid of the King of War and others. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, the King of War won't give us this chance. Even if I can really escape the catastrophe these few days, he will fight for it on the day when the treasure is taken. The necromancer said, then take it after a few days. That's absolutely not possible. When a heavy treasure is born, there must be a strange celestial phenomenon. If you can't guard it there at the first time, you will definitely not get it. Xiao Chen denied it again. Then what should we do? Zombie King frowned. Only get rid of the King of War. Xiao Chen said in a very affirmative tone, only by getting rid of him can we get the Bone King banner. The two evil kings were clearly unwilling to take any chances. Bone King's banner can wipe out the half-ancestor. Xiao Chen bit the word, king, hard, which is undoubtedly a powerful temptation. The Zombie King slammed his fist on the ground and said, okay, it's done. The Evil Spirit King hesitated, and said, Jingpu, the King of War, is extremely powerful and possesses the ancient spear of Pasteur. How can he be easy? Don't build up other people's aspirations and destroy your own prestige. Xiao Chen came here pretending to be a yellow diamond skeleton. He wanted to find an opportunity to attack and kill the two evil kings, but after meeting, he found that the 10,000-year-old corpse and the evil ghost were extremely powerful, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to make a move. So he changed his strategy, made better use of the current resources, and let the two evil kings also participate. I know that the two king brothers are concealing their strength. You are definitely the top existence among the kings. With the strength of the three of us, can't we still win a war king? Even if he has the ancient spear of Pasteur in his hand, so what? We don't need to fight him head-on. Don't we have a lot of vicious secrets in our line of dead creatures? We use some forbidden methods to deal with him in secret. Even if the War King has supernatural powers, he is doomed. The secret method of death, hee. The Zombie King's eyes lit up immediately, and he let out a sinister sneer. The Evil Spirit King also let out a piercing chill of death, and said with a smile, okay, let's work together to get rid of the King of War. That ancient Pasteur spear is also a great treasure, and I will bring it back when the time comes. At the moment, the three kings became more intimate, and began to plot how to death against Wang Jingpu. Fighting against him completely in his own way, King Zhan wanted to get rid of Kiki with insidious means. Xiao Chen was angry, so he also dealt with him in this way, and discussed with two evil kings to find the secret method of death, so as to kill him. The discussion did not end until half a day later. At that time we have to hide our identities, and we must not kill him with our true colors. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. Even if we fail, Wang Jingpu will not know who did it. There is a reason for Xiao Chen to propose so. If the King of War recognized the two evil kings as soon as they met, if he questioned them, he would very likely show his feet. I'm afraid that even if he hides his real body, he will be able to guess our origin from the aspect of supernatural combat skills even if he sacrifices his life for the fierce battle. The Evil Spirit King said, but Brother Skeleton King is right. Don't reveal our identities. If we catch him by surprise, three strange kings want to kill him, which will definitely put him under psychological pressure. Zombie King also nodded and said, it makes sense, it's best like this. Xiao Chen was afraid that the morale of several parties would be lowered because of this, so he said, actually, he can't persist at all when the battle is fierce. We are so well prepared, not to mention killing with one blow, but those death secrets are definitely not something he can easily break. Our three kings will join forces to kill him, and there will be no accidents. The two evil kings all laughed sinisterly. Afterwards, the three went through some spies to improve some deficiencies. Finally, Xiao Chen began to squeeze out the value of the two kings again, saying, Brother Wang, I think we should find someone to practice our hands before this. You must know that the War King has contacted the kings of the Demon Ape clan and the Scorpion clan in the past 2 days. I am afraid they also know the news that the king's banner is about to be born. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen made a gesture and said, Before they get together, we should break them one by one. Get rid of the Demon Ape King and the Scorpio King first, so as not to leak the news of the Bone King Banner's birth. Get out. Xiao Chen originally wanted to use the ancestral god corpse poison to get rid of the Demon Ape King and Scorpion King, but there are two evil kings here, why waste them? Moreover, a lot of cooperation between the three is also a way to deepen the relationship. The Zombie King nodded, and said in an extremely gloomy manner, "Okay, let's get rid of the Demon Ape King first, then kill the Scorpio King, and finally kill King Jinku." The Evil Spirit King also agreed, and the three kings joined forces to defeat each of them, and there would definitely be no accidents. In this way, Xiao Chen and the two evil kings began to set off secretly, preparing to get rid of the three kings. Chapter 392, Killing the King. The Demon Ape Clan, a mysterious and powerful race, is said to have a common ancestor with humans in ancient times, but eventually embarked on another evolutionary path. Although the population is getting thinner, the fighting power of this clan is getting stronger. This clan, like the Zan clan, is a naturally warlike race, so it has a close relationship with the Zan clan, and has been in contact with it for generations. Among the ancient ruins, the aura is particularly strong, the fairy flowers are in full bloom, colorful, the sacred trees are swaying, the green is like jade, the vegetation is fragrant, there are also bursts of water mist from the spiritual springs and fairy waterfalls, and there are rainbows around. It is really a pure land. The stronghold of the Demon Ape Clan is a hilly area, where fruit fragrance bursts out, and spiritual roots are everywhere, full of yellow and red fairy fruits, crystal clear, shining with rays of light, fragrant, as if entering a divine garden. This group of demon monkeys are really greedy Legong. They really know how to enjoy occupying such a fruit forest. The 3-meter-tall zombie king was covered with red scales and had a hideous appearance. He sneered coldly. Don't underestimate this group of monkeys. Some of them are extremely powerful. In the past, there were a few demonic apes that can be called troubled times. The Necromancer King was more cautious. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, not to underestimate this group of monkeys, lest someone jump out of the sky. I'm afraid there are hundreds of monkeys here. If there is a commotion, it will be very bad for us. The Zombie King showed a serious smile and said, "We can't just break in. We need to find a way to lure that Monkey King out." The Necromancer King's body was as black as ink, and the evil spirit stood in the void, exuding bursts of cold evil spirit, and said, "I will use the secret method of summoning death to see if I can arrest his soul. Even if it doesn't work, with the temper of a monkey, I'm afraid he will be furious, and he will definitely come out to search for the attacker. Then it will be our chance." Okay, Xiao Chen agreed. The whole body of the Necromancer King became hazy, as if he had become one with the void. Ripple-like fluctuations surged towards the hilly area in front of him, blending with the breeze. But when encountering weak spiritual senses, they always bypassed them, and suddenly the ripples and fluctuations sensed a powerful spiritual sense, definitely in the Yu realm. Based on this, the Necromancer judged that this was the Demon Ape King, and all the ripples suddenly rushed together, trying to detain the opponent's soul. Roar! An angry roar pierced through gold and cracked rocks, and tore apart the heaven and earth, almost shattering a person's eardrums. A black shadow rushed to the sky, glanced around, and shot out 2 blazing golden lights, which were dazzling and compelling. It was a demon ape about 2 meters high, covered with dense black hair, strong and agile, rushing towards the Necromancer like a gust of wind. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the Zombie King were already more than 10 miles away, waiting for the Necromancer King to attract the demon ape. "If you dare to harm me with sorcery, I will cram your tendons, chop your bones, and keep you in the netherworld forever." The Ape King, Mo Yan, followed closely, eager to catch up with the black mist in front of him. After chasing for 20 or 30 miles in a short while, they had already surpassed the ambush location of Xiao Chen and the Zombie King. The two of them calmly dealt with more than a dozen strong men of the Demon Ape Clan who were chasing down, and then followed like lightning. Brush! The Undead King stopped running away, and stood in an open field. It was very empty, and it was a good place for a big battle. The demon ape chased after him almost instantly, staring at the Necromancer King, and said, "You are running away, even if you go to heaven or earth, I will kill you." It looks like a ruthless character. In a short while, Xiao Chen and the Zombie King chased up, blocked the escape route of the Demon Ape King, and trapped him in it. Like the undead kings, they were covered in mist and did not reveal their real bodies. Small monkeys, talk wildly, today I want to eat monkey brains. Zombie King smiled sinisterly. The Necromancer also showed a cold smile, and said, "This monkey is not weak, so I just use him to practice, and the 3 of us use this to get in touch." Hearing such words, the Demon Ape King suddenly felt extremely humiliated. He is the Demon Ape King, and he hated people calling him a monkey the most, and these three people clearly regarded him as a dead person. Roar! He roared angrily, roaring to the sky. His 2-meter-high body suddenly swelled to a height of nearly 10 meters, and his whole body was covered with a foot-long black hair, which looked particularly ferocious and frightening. It really deserves to be a demonic ape, extremely violent, tearing at Xiao Chen and the others with his bare hands. If caught by him, even a strong man in Yu realm may end up with hatred. The 3 clouds of black mist were as swift as ghosts, leaving behind afterimages, so fast that it seemed that there were 3 streaks of black light swaying vertically and horizontally. Monkey, you're finished. The zombie king punched him fiercely, and his blood-red ghost claws poked out through the black mist, which was extraordinarily scary. Obviously, he has rich experience and is extremely sophisticated. He deliberately provoked the violent ape while killing him. Boom! Even though the demon ape was as tall as a mountain and extremely violent, he didn't gain any advantage after facing the 10,000-year-old corpse with a palm. Moreover, 5 bloodstains were scratched on the huge palm by the hook-like ghost claws, and a cold breath spread along the arm. The 4 kings fought together. Boom! Boom! Half a quarter of an hour later, the void in both directions shattered at the same time, and Xiao Chen and the undead king each slapped each other. Xiao Chen's palm pierced through the left rib of the demon ape king, and a wave of blood gushed out. The palm of the necromancer king was very vicious, and directly severely injured the soul of the demon ape king. The demon ape king hadn't reached the realm of perfection, so it was impossible for him to withstand the siege of 3 kings of the same level. After a quarter of an hour, he began to suffer continuously. Press the 9 heavens, he roared loudly, showing his strongest supernatural powers. It was as if tens of thousands of mountains fell down in this space, causing the earth to crack. Xiao Chen, the undead king, and the zombie king all felt the unbearable pressure, and found that the whole world had collapsed. The magical power of the demon ape king was as violent as its name suggests, and its divine power could shake the heavens. Go to hell, I don't have time to spend with you. At this moment, Wang Sen's cold voice came out, shouting, heroic spirit space. A boundless phantom shrouded down, covering the demon ape king, and the great pressure disappeared from this world immediately. The evil spirits are roaring, the souls of the dead are roaring, it is a space that belongs to the souls of the dead. Heroic spirits of ancient times, your descendants have come to offer sacrifices, please enjoy them to your heart's content. Following the words of the necromancer king, one after another soul shadows soared from the empty space. In an instant, the demon ape king was submerged, and there was a tragic roar, as if the demon ape king was suffering unimaginable pain. The hazy space of heroic spirits slowly faded away, as if nothing had happened, the demon ape king disappeared into this world. Is this the space connected to the holy land of your heroes? Zombie king asked. That's right, the undead king didn't explain much. Xiao Chen was very surprised, and raised the danger level of the necromancer king to a higher level. This is a strong man who must be guarded carefully. Go and kill the Scorpion King. The first battle was won, and the victory was easy, which greatly boosted the Zombie King's confidence. None of the 3 were injured, and they flew directly towards the stronghold of the Scorpio clan without any adjustments. Hey, another master has entered this ancient ruin. On the way, Xiao Chen and the others found a few shadows from a distance, and they flew quickly from far away. The one flying in the front seemed to be a 5-colored peacock, and it went away in an instant. Xiao Chen felt strangely familiar, and the 2 behind him seemed to be Yin Ying, the 3rd princess of the great merchant kingdom in the longevity realm, and Yan Qingchang, the descendant of the Immortal. But he didn't think too much, and flew towards the location of the Scorpio clan with the 2 evil kings. I thought that the stronghold of the Scorpio clan was a dark and damp place, but I didn't expect that the ground here is covered with grass, blooming flowers, verdant trees, entwined with spirit vines, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. The old way is to lure the snake out of the hole and kill it outside. It was true that the Scorpio king was lured out smoothly, but this alien king was far more powerful than the demon ape king. This is a beautiful and enchanting woman, but her strength is quite a headache. Without making a fuss, 2 small holes were pierced through Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bone arm and bone leg, and the blood attached to it immediately turned into fly ash. If it wasn't for the rapid contraction of the fire, he would have suffered serious injuries. The zombie king was even worse. 1 ear was torn off, and 1 palm was pierced through. It became as black as ink. It was obviously heavy and highly poisonous, and it was swollen to the point of becoming a black bun. The king who was able to poison the Yu Leap realm was so miserable, one can imagine how poisonous it is. And the necromancer screamed again and again, and the black ghost was pierced through 3 transparent holes in the front and back, hurting the soul. The strength of the Scorpio Queen was beyond the expectations of the 3. Her attack was invisible, and her poison not only hurt the body, but also corroded the soul. As soon as she came up, all 3 of them suffered a big loss, which is unimaginable. HMPH. The Scorpio Queen sneered again and again, her long snow-white hair was like a ponytail, shining with a strange silver light, and she sneered coldly. "Don't let him escape," the undead king shouted at the zombie king. Because he found that the Scorpio Queen's eyes wandered, looking for a breakthrough, as if she wanted to escape from the direction of the zombie king. Unexpectedly, at this moment, white light shone, and the Scorpio King wanted to counterattack him. "Ah!" the undead king screamed, and was hit again. However, he gritted his teeth, opened up the heroic spirit space, and forced the Scorpio King back. The necromancer gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme, his soul and body were pierced several times, and the pain was unbearable. The heroic spirit space shrouded down, trying to engulf Queen Scorpio. But this demon girl is extremely sensitive, she spotted the danger at the first time, and quickly dodged like a ghost. Curse of death. At this time, the zombie king next to him shouted. Undead roar. The undead king also yelled. These are all secret methods of death, originally intended to deal with the king of war, but now they are forced to reveal them in advance. The death spell was overwhelming, covering Queen Scorpio. Immediately, her actions slowed down, and her terrifying attack was gradually seen by the 3 of them. It turned out to be a series of rays, the terrifying scorpion rays, which were swept out by the invisible scorpion tail barbs, and it was impossible to guard against them. A beautiful and enchanting woman, with a scorpion tail hidden behind her, is not funny at all, but very terrifying. The scorpion rays can attack the soul and the body indiscriminately, and the poison can kill the soul. Damn it, I can't take it anymore, this woman is too feminine, get rid of it quickly. The zombie king yelled. He had already been attacked 7 or 8 times, his whole body was swollen, and his red scales turned jet black. The undead king was also extremely angry, and he didn't expect to suffer a big loss. Xiao Chen was even more frightened, his yellow diamond bone body was pierced in 5 places, one can imagine how terrifying the Scorpio barb is. This is a veritable innate supernatural power, a unique innate skill of the Scorpio race. The corpse shocked the world. The zombie king roared. If he had any reservations, he was afraid that he would turn into a big black steamed bun, or even be killed by poison. The soul of the dead swallows the sky. The necromancer also yelled, if this terrible woman is not dealt with, if she fails to deal with it, she may die physically and mentally. At the same time, Xiao Chen also vibrated Om Tianyan and launched a soul attack. Facing the lore of the 3 kings, even the Scorpio King had a strange attack power, but he couldn't bear it. He was beaten on the spot, vomited blood, and a thigh was directly crushed. The Scorpion King suffered heavy injuries, revealing his ferocious body. A huge white scorpion was 7 or 8 meters long. It swung 2 giant pincers and swept across the 3 of them. At the same time, the upside-down silver hook tore through the void and swept across the 4 directions. It was simply unstoppable. Poison has enveloped the world. This scorpion is so strong and evil, don't hide it, get rid of it quickly. The necromancer shouted. This operation was undoubtedly a failure, the 3 of them were slightly or severely injured, and the Scorpio King hadn't been slaughtered yet. Scorpion Realm. The giant white Scorpion King 7 or 8 meters long let out a creepy roar, and the sky suddenly became foggy, and a strange space wanted to seal the 3 of them inside. If they were really imprisoned in it, the 3 of them would probably be completely poisoned to death. Go to hell. The zombie king roared, spewing out a black light, which was the essence of corpse energy of the 10,000-year-old corpse, which smashed the sealing power of the Scorpio domain in an instant. Sea of AA Undead. The undead king summoned tens of thousands of soul shadows, submerging the Scorpio king. Xiao Chen's attack is the most simple. Before he was reborn with flesh and blood, it was difficult for him to display his supernatural combat skills, but even so, his attack power was absolutely terrifying. Bang bang. The Scorpion King suffered heavy injuries one after another, and finally the upside-down silver hook was interrupted by 3 people, and the scorpion poison flew all over the sky. In the end, the giant white scorpion was broken into the heroic space by the Necromancer King, and sacrificed to those dead souls. It's not worth it, it's not worth it. The battle has been over for 3 hours, and the Zombie King is still roaring. The poison on his body has been wiped out, but he still feels excruciating pain all over his body. The Undead King was also very angry, His soul and body were injured, although it was repaired, his vitality was still injured. The small holes in Xiao Chenwang's bone body have healed, which shocked him very much. Such a bone body can still be pierced by people. He has to admit that some of the talents and supernatural powers in the 100 clans are too terrifying. Skeleton King, I hurt my vitality, I think you should make some compensation. The Zombie King was still roaring, and said, I was injured to stand up for you, you should make it up to me. The white-eyed wolf wanted to increase the price, but to Xiao Chen, it was nothing, it was an empty promise anyway, it didn't matter how high the price was. Your holy bone altar has the remains of great figures, and there must be undecomposed bodies among them. I want a holy body as compensation. This can be said to be the lion's mouth. The corpses that can be sent to the altar of sacred bones are extremely rare, and they were found by the poor skeletons in the past. They are all unrivaled figures in the past. This matter is related to the fate of our family. I can't agree to it, but I will make up for it. Xiao Chen replied, although he can make random promises, but if it is too false, the other party will not believe it. The Zombie King also knew that the other party could not agree, that was the root of the skeleton race, and he made such a request just to ask for advice and bargain. I also need compensation. The noble holy bone altar gathers immortal heroes. I don't want their bones and main souls. I just need a little bit of their soul seeds. The necromancer's request sounds reasonable at first glance, and he made a reasonable explanation. Back then, my clan's war spirit Bai Qi, Lu Bu escaped from the soul world and fled into the longevity world, which greatly hurt the vitality of my necromancer family. If possible, I don't want the bones of the king. I only need the nobles to provide some souls of the heroes of heaven and earth. I will sacrifice my life. Help the nobles get the Bone King banner. After some bargaining, Xiao Chen satisfied some requirements of the two evil kings, and was able to let them continue to join forces to support. Without a long rest, Xiao Chen and the others set out on the road again, fearing that the king of Zan would get news and be prepared. When passing by the stronghold of the Demon Ape clan, the three kings were all taken aback. It was very lively there, and a colorful peacock flew into the sky. And among the hills on the ground, hundreds of ape cultivators surrounded a golden demon ape, as if they were trying their best to persuade him. How come there is another demon ape king? The Zombie King turned pale with shock. The necromancer also showed a dignified look, and said, could it be that there are two demon ape kings here? This one seems to be far stronger than the dead one. Xiao Chen was also very surprised, because he really saw his old acquaintances. It was Yin Ying, the third princess of the great merchant kingdom in the longevity realm, and Yan Qingcheng, the descendant of the immortal gate. Yan Qingcheng's body is slender and graceful, and her face is as beautiful as the country's. It can be said that her beauty is peerless. Many years have passed, and the girl of the past is still bright and charming, and she can be called the most beautiful woman in the world. Beside her was the little girl transformed from the little pterosaur Reina. Yin Ying is peerless, beautiful, graceful and luxurious, and her style remains the same as before. There is no doubt that the Golden Demon Ape King is Jin Zi, the descendant of the god who was captured by the three princesses in the southern wilderness back then. The necromancer seemed very surprised, and said, that golden ape is very unusual, it seems to be the legendary ape in troubled times. It looks like a god ape with arms. It can hold the sun and the moon, shrink thousands of mountains, distinguish blame, and play with the universe. Strange, those devil apes seem to respect the golden god ape, but that golden ape doesn't like them at all. The Zombie King felt very strange, and said, don't they go all the way? Xiao Chen understood that Jin Zi, like the Golden Lion King, had no sense of belonging to his original race. The five-color divine light illuminated the sky and the earth, and the colorful peacock king in the sky seemed to be impatient, and swept down the five divine lights, shaking those giant apes into the air. Jin Zi got rid of the entanglement and flew away with Yin Ying and others. It seems that more and more powerful people have entered this ancient ruins. The necromancer looked at the few shadows that were about to disappear into the sky, and said, that colorful peacock king is very powerful. Xiao Chen naturally knew the origin of the colorful peacock king. The holy beast who was able to compete with the Golden Lion King when he was young is of course extraordinary when he grows up. Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. The Zombie King sneered and said, let's hurry up and kill the King of War. Don't hold anything back this time. Tens of miles away from the Zan clan's stronghold, the three of Xiao Chen began to set up the arrangement, because the King of Zan held the scarlet blood spear that dripped with half-ancestors' blood and never dried up. In this area, they not only began to arrange various taboo formations of the death system, but also engraved many curses and secret techniques, such as traps in the undead space, dead lands, curses of blood corpses. All kinds of vicious calculations emerged endlessly, preparing to execute the ultimate kill against the King of War. Chapter 393 Killing the King of War. Judging from the various performances of Zan Wang Jingpu, this is definitely a gloomy guy. If you deliberately lure Zan Wang Jingpu here, then if you show yourself, all calculations will be greatly compromised. Xiao Chen and the two evil kings were not in a hurry. The area they chose was the only way for the War King. No matter if they were going to contact the Demon Ape King or the Scorpion King, they had to pass by in this direction. Even in the sky, space traps have been laid by the Undead King and the Zombie King. Now all they need to do is one word: await. Time passed, and after a day and a night like this, King of War Jingpu finally appeared. He felt that the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King probably had an accident, otherwise how could he disappear for such a long time and not return? For this reason, I want him to come out and look for it. The Zan clan is a born fighting saint. Zan Wang Jingpu's tall battle body is as dense as a mountain, like a bright magic star piercing the sky, and the breath it emits makes all the creatures in the ancient ruins tremble. Calming a Xiao Chen and the two evil kings disappeared into the void. Zan Wang Jingpu's pupils were cold and electric, and he was as aggressive as a knife. He was flying at a high speed, and his green hair was dancing wildly, like a world-class monster, and the fearful atmosphere permeated the whole field. He is not only amazing in combat power, but also has a gloomy mind. It can be said that he is an extremely difficult alien king. But even though he was deeply scheming, he would never have thought at this moment that he would encounter a death trap when flying in an open sky that could be seen far away. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his body weighed 10,000 jun, falling down at an extremely terrifying speed. Moreover, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The blue sky suddenly became as black as ink, and the empty fields were instantly covered with bones, and the evil spirit was soaring. It's like a whole new world. King of War Jingpu felt his body was out of control, the breath of death enveloped him, the roar of thousands of evil spirits rang in his ears, the invincible battle body was weakening rapidly, and 10% of his life essence was deprived in this moment. Inexplicably, I suffered a big loss. This is the curse of the undead, which spreads all over the space traps, and the end is extremely vicious, which is dedicated to devouring people's life energy. Ah! Zan Wang Jingpu's green hair stood on end, and he roared to the sky, his voice pierced gold and cracked stones, tearing apart the void. He was so angry that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he let it go? The whole body was full of rays of light, and a domineering aura burst out like mountains and seas. The light shot from the eyes was several meters long, and it coldly scanned all directions. Then, a punch shattered the void, and he rose into the air, trying to rush out of this mysterious world. But what faced him was the roar of death. Just after getting out of the space trap, King of War Jingpu rushed into the shadow of death again. The mist billowed and darkness enveloped everything. Endless undead wailed and howled, rushing towards him together. Thousands of evil spirits followed one after another, flooding the sky where he was standing. The endless evil spirits roared in the darkness, making people's souls tremble. Destroy them all. King of War Jingpu was furious, and the evil spirits were biting his soul, trying to carve up his vast sea-like soul power. Bright rays of light lingered around his body, and unmatched combat power exploded out, and the surrounding evil spirits were wiped out one by one, and they were beaten to ashes. Rushing out of the shadow of death, Zan Wang Jingpu felt the blood waves in front of him, and the endless blood roared like a vast sea, and there were gusts of wind and thunder. The sky was filled with blood red, and the sea of blood submerged him inside, trying to corrode his battle body. There is no doubt that this is a serial killing scheme designed against him, and there are dead creatures in the raging sea of blood. Bang bang, grabbed his limbs, twisted his body, trying to tear him apart. The 5 blood corpses with infinite strength almost tore the War King into pieces, the blood radiated into the sky, and the sea of blood churned violently. Give me all to die. Following Zan Wang Jingpu's roar, the 5 blood corpses shattered, but the blood in Zan Wang's body seemed to be boiling. Blood continued to overflow from his skin, and part of the blood was extracted from his body by the sea of blood. The King of War's face was gloomy and terrifying, his eyes scanned the surrounding fields like a wild beast, looking for the opponent who secretly plotted to kill him. Boom! With his tyrannical and unparalleled combat power, he blasted open the sea of blood, split the sky, split the sea of blood into 2 halves, and flashed an empty space for him. War King Jingpu once again shattered the void and soared to the sky, but the moment he rushed out, he found that he had entered a new battlefield, where the corpse aura was overwhelming, and the black zombie army spewed corpse poison, making the world dark and dark. All the zombies waved their ghost claws and rushed towards him together. Very angry, the series of killer moves continued, and if this continued, it would consume energy and kill him. Zan Wang Jingpu's hair fluttered, and a shocking rainbow burst out of his hand. A scarlet blood-like battle spear shone with a strange light. God's blood kept dripping down from it. With Bath's ancient spear in his hand, King of War Jingpu swept all directions, opening and closing, and used it as a giant knife. The spear dripping with half-ancestors' blood was invincible, bursting out with a strange bloody light. Wherever it passed, those zombies crumbled to pieces, and then completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. None of you in the dark can survive. Zan Wang Jingpu yelled. He knew that setting up so many forbidden formations could not be done by one person. However, there are far more forbidden death formations than he imagined. When he just rushed out of the death formation of zombies, the blazing light swept towards him. This turned out to be the forbidden technique of destroying gods. The incomparably powerful King of War seems to be caught in an endless loop. After killing one battle, he falls into another death battle. The energy of life and combat power are constantly being consumed. It is enough to see how powerful and terrifying the King of War Jingpu is. With Pastor's ancient spear in his hand, he kills all directions. Almost every time he swings the ancient spear, he will defeat a killing formation and rush to kill in the death-killing field. However, it was still difficult for him to escape. There were killing formations and death traps everywhere in this world, completely submerging this place. It has to be said that the forbidden technique of the death system is very vicious. Battle King Jingpu's strength was constantly being weakened, blood essence was drawn out of his body from time to time, and the energy of life was also gradually passing away. After being trapped in the death field for half an hour, Zan Wang Jingpu finally saw the dawn of the killing. But at this moment, Xiao Chen, the zombie king, and the undead king made a move, and the three of them moved as fast as three ghosts. As expected, the necromancer king was like a ghost. Without a sound, he rushed to the back of the King of War, and pressed down mercilessly with his feminine palm. The zombie king spewed out a mouthful of jet black essence of corpse energy, and faced Jingpu head-on. Xiao Chen also shook the original Tianyan and killed the head of the war king. Pasteur, the scarlet blood spear, burst out a terrifying bloody light, sweeping across all directions. Bang bang bang. The three kings rushed from three directions at the same time, but they were all swept back. The destructive power forced them to retreat. The blood-dripping Pasteur spear was red all over, engraved with ancient divine inscriptions on it, and shot out dazzling blood rays, dyeing the entire sky red, repelling the three masters. Terrible War Clan supreme treasure. However, the three of them had been mentally prepared and were not so shocked. At this moment, the four masters are in a special world. The sky is shrouded in demon clouds, and the ground is covered with bones. This is the battlefield where they will fight to the death. Although the ancient spear in King Jingpu's hand was unstoppable, his combat power had already dropped to a low point. Because in the death-killing field just now, he suffered from the death spell, and he didn't know how many curses were cast on him. The most obvious thing was that one of his arms was already pitch black, and it seemed that he couldn't bear the excessive force, and because of the curse, his movements were obviously not as fast as before. The necromancer is the most feminine and vicious. He can walk through the shadow of death in the real world. He suddenly appeared behind the King of War Jingpu several times, and cast a terrible killer. The fierce battle of life and death has really begun. Zan Wang Jingpu's green hair danced wildly. He was like an unrivaled monster. His eyes were like a knife's light, making people terrified. He roared, "Even if it is death, I will drag you back." At first, he wanted to plot against the little snow-white beast and kill it with poison, but now he was plotted against by others, and he was extremely angry. But I have to say that even with multiple death curses, King of War Jingpu holding the ancient spear of Pasteur is still terrifying, especially after the eruption of his arrogance of being the only one who is the only one. He seems to be reborn from the ashes, and his combat power has increased dramatically. "Aha hey!" Zan Wang Jingpu roared, and desperately received a slap from the Necromancer King. He even pierced the zombie king with a red blood spear in his hand, lifted him into the air, and shook it violently. With a bang, the zombie king was torn apart. The necromancer felt that something was wrong, that the warlord was too powerful, which made him want to quit immediately. But at this moment, with a flash of brilliance, a tall corpse appeared behind the King of War, and the ghost claws swung out. Even though Jingpu dodged quickly, a handful of flesh and blood were still torn from his back. It turned out to be the zombie king, and he roared, How dare you abolish my puppet body, I will never die with you. Hearing this, the undead king who wanted to escape immediately flew back. Xiao Chen was also determined, and began to besiege and kill Wang Jingpu. This is a tragic battle, the 4 fields are shaking, and the 4 masters are all seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that the King of War was cursed and his actions were greatly affected, or else he had the ancient spear of Pasteur in his hands, Xiao Chen and the 2 evil kings would have no chance at all. Go to hell with me. War King Jingpu stabbed the necromancer's chest with a red blood spear, and it seemed impossible to avoid it. The necromancer opened the space of the heroic spirits and dodged in. The King of War knew that today might be a bad day, so he didn't stop at all, and directly chased and killed him. Chi. The sharp blood blade of the war spear shot out a dazzling blood light, which smashed an arm of the necromancer king in an instant. But at this moment, the holy souls in the heroic spirit space rushed forward, drowning the war king. Roar! King of War Jingpu shouted loudly, and actually shattered those soul shadows. Knowing that the demon ape king died here before, one can imagine how powerful the evil spirits in the heroic spirit space are. But at this moment, it didn't show on the King of War. He waved Pastor's ancient spear, and unexpectedly shattered the void, killing a group of evil spirits, and came out. The power of the curse is at work, he is already at the end of his strength, let's kill him together. One arm was shattered by the necromancer king, trembling with fright and anger, he charged at the King of War Jingpu again. Xiao Chen was hit by Pastor's ancient spear several times, and the yellow diamond bone body had terrible cracks, but he still did not flinch, and he was waiting for the chance to kill with the final blow. At this moment, the zombie king rushed forward with a roar, and was pierced by Pastor's ancient spear again with a chuck, but the zombie king's body still rushed forward, and a pair of ghost claws fiercely imprinted on the battle king. It can't be said that he is not cruel, but with the voice of the war king, time goes back. The zombie king finally collapsed. Of course, this is the puppet body of the zombie king again, the real body manifested not far away, and he was furious. The 3 puppet bodies are just like the real body, but they can die on his behalf. I don't want to destroy 2 bodies in a row in this battle. Back in time, the war king yelled. The undead king and Xiao Chen who rushed forward had to fly back quickly. With Pastor's spear, control and time gods, it is really very difficult to kill the war king. However, the 3 of Xiao Chen did not retreat far away. Zan Wang was already very weak, this was a rare opportunity, if missed, it would be very difficult to get it again. The tough battle begins again. All 4 were seriously injured. When the necromancer and the zombie king were fighting against time-reversing magical powers and Pastor's ancient spear, Xiao Chen finally found an opportunity to take out the 7 treasure tree, turning it into a golden rainbow and rushing up. Based on his feeling, he knew that the 7 treasure tree was not as good as Pastor's ancient spear, so it was not until this critical moment that he suddenly revealed it to attack and kill. Sensing the danger, King of War Jingpu desperately endured the bombardment of the undead king and the zombie king, and hit Xiao Chen with the magic power of turning back time. But at the same time, colorful brilliance shone. This time Xiao Chen did not force back, he used the treasure tree to block Pastor's ancient spear, and used the word, Om, to resist the magic power of time reversal. He approached quickly, and the palm of the yellow diamond bone was slashed like a knife, straight for Zan Wang Jingpu's neck. The king of Zan was startled and furious, he greeted him with his palm, and slashed forward. But the undead king and zombie king also discovered this great situation, how could they let it go? Attacking and killing from the left and right respectively, they directly hit his shoulders. Puff! The blood splattered, Xiao Chen's topaz bone palm slashed across Zan Wang Jingpu's throat, and a wave of blood sprayed out. At the same time, Zan Wang's left palm also penetrated Xiao Chen's chest, but it was a bone body, so it would be fine even if it was inserted. However, the King of War was not ruthless, he shook violently and broke 2 sternums on the spot. Xiao Chen backed away reluctantly, and put the 2 broken bones into the space ring. But Zan Wang Jingpu's eyes were a little loose, his neck was almost cut off, only a layer of flesh was attached, and blood gushed out. However, he still did not die, holding on to the ancient spear of Pasteur and staring at the 3 kings. The undead king and zombie king looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, and then at the Qibao Miaoshu in his hand, the greedy light in their eyes was undisguised. But in the end, they rushed to the dying King of War at the same time, trying to snatch the ancient spear of Pasteur. At this moment, the sky shrouded by demonic clouds was shattered, and a big golden hand reached into the sealed battlefield, covering the sky and covering the ground, and also grabbed the ancient spear of Pasteur. The King of War was furious, and let out a final roar of unwillingness. With both hands holding the bloody spear, he stabbed at the undead king, the zombie king, and the huge golden palm in the sky. Xiao Chen didn't want any accidents to happen, and now no one can stop him from killing the king of war, turning into a bright golden rainbow and rushing straight past. Blood radiated to the sky. Xiao Chen took off the head of the dying king of war. The fifth volume of the simplified version of Longevity Realm has been published, and friends who have inquired about it can go to the bookstore to buy it. Chapter 394 Invincible Bravery, King Banner. There was nothing changed yesterday, and the two chapters will be published together today. The blood shot up to the sky, dyeing the sky red. Xiao Chen took off Jingpu's head, and the head of a generation of war kings was separated. But the body didn't fall down, and it still seemed to have a high fighting spirit. Holding the Pasteur spear, it shook out thousands of bloody beams, stabbing at the undead king, the zombie king, and the big golden hand in the sky. The huge golden palm slapped down, and the strong wind made the ground below tremble. The invisible huge pressure caused terrible cracks to appear on the ground. Boom! Several low hills in the distance collapsed, and a huge palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Brush! The zombie king and the undead king, who were sandwiched between the big golden hand and the red blood spear, rushed aside immediately. When facing Pastor's ancient spear flowing with divine blood, the big golden hand was also unwilling to confront it, avoiding the bloody glow, and slapped the ancient spear from the side. Dang dang! The deafening impact sound was like thunder shaking the world, and the sound wave was turbulent, causing the remaining space traps and death shadows around to collapse, revealing the bright world. The big golden hand turned into the size of a millstone, and slapped the blood-dripping Pasteur ancient spear thousands of times. The terrifying energy erupted was like 1,000 turbulent waves. Finally, he grabbed the ancient Zan clan spear and snatched it from the headless Zanwang. The king of war, Jingpu, was dead but not stiff, and still had his divine power left, waving his hands indiscriminately to grab back the ancient spear. The zombie king and the undead king were also furious, and rushed over immediately to fight for the bloody spear. Boom! Clutching Pastor's ancient spear in his big golden hand, he swept across, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, and the headless body of King of War Jingpu suddenly melted like ice and snow, completely disappearing from this world. A generation of war kings has completely fallen. Holding the ancient spear of Pasteur in the big golden hand, as the only one who was the only one, when he swept across the world, he shook the sky with a blood light, and swept away the zombie king and the undead king. If you want to take advantage, there is no way. The zombie king was extremely angry. After a fierce battle, he finally got rid of the king of war, Jingpu. For this, he paid a very heavy price, but in the end someone came to steal the fruits of victory. The necromancer also glared at the big golden hand in the sky, and began to accumulate strength, trying to grab Pastor's ancient spear. Only Xiao Chen did not move. The goal of killing the king of war had been achieved. Even if the big golden hand did not come through the air, the two evil kings would not surrender the ancient spear to him. There was no need to fight for it. The zombie king and the undead king began to increase their combat power in an all-round way, but at this moment, the golden light was shining, and the gorgeous light penetrated the sky and the earth. The ground was shattered due to the incomparable coercion, and a tall and burly figure replaced the big golden hand. His long blonde hair fluttered wildly, his whole body radiated with blazing holy golden light. The whole world was trembling, holding Pastor's blood-weeping ancient spear, looking down at the world like an invincible god of war. The zombie king and the undead king turned pale with fright. They never expected to meet such a powerful enemy. It is no secret that the Golden Lion King is one of the 4 kings of the Zan clan, and many kings of other races already know it. Just now, the 3 strong men fought hard for a long time before they were able to kill the war king Jingpu, and now there is another war king. It really makes people speechless. The necromancer felt very aggrieved. He sacrificed his life for a great battle and paid a considerable price, but in the end he made a wedding dress for someone else, which made him want to scream up to the sky. The zombie king also let out bursts of unwilling roars, and his pale teeth gritted with a crackling sound. As the king of the Zan clan, the Golden Lion King has the holy blood of the royal family flowing in his body. He seems to have merged with the ancient spear of Pasteur, the treasure of the Zan clan, without any distinction between them. If you want to stop me, just shoot. The Golden Lion King glanced at the 2 evil kings, with an air of being invincible and domineering. The Golden Lion King has never experienced a terrible battle, and is at his peak at the moment, holding the ancient spear of Pasteur. Who can compete with him? The extremely terrifying combat power spreads across all directions, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness seems to be united with this piece of heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth are shaken due to the divine thought. Although the two evil kings were unwilling in their hearts, their reason overcame their greed, and they finally flew into the sky and chose to retreat. Don't forget your promise, see you again when you get the Bone King's banner. When the two evil kings left, they sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen. The Golden Lion King caressed Pastor's ancient spear. With such a spear in his hand, he was even more powerful, and his combat power was improved to a higher level. Finally, he soared into the sky and flew away. The evil spirit soaring into the sky dissipated completely, and the blue sky was as clean as a wash, completely returning to clarity. Xiao Chen's heart was peaceful, and he scanned the battlefield, and then he flew into the sky without stopping. Although he was fully prepared for this battle, he was injured to the bone by Pastor's ancient spear and almost encountered an accident. After meditating in a hidden valley for several days, Xiao Chen continued to climb up the broken bones with the fire of life. The bones were crystal clear and glowed with divine light. Finally, he refined and absorbed all the 20 bottles of life source liquid he had taken from the Skeleton King. The yellow diamond bone body blooming with sacred brilliance is full of breath of life, and the blood threads destroyed in the war reappear on the crystal clear bones. The whole body is densely covered with blood, all over the yellow diamond bone body, clearly visible, even capillaries can be seen. The breath of life is stronger. If this continues, the rebirth of flesh and blood is no longer a fantasy. 3 days later, Xiao Chen stood up and walked out of the lush valley. The Scorpio King, Demon Ape King, and Battle King fell one after another. After the news came out, all the alien kings were shocked. These three powerful races have always been on good terms with each other, and many people believe that the ancient Pasteur spear in the hands of the War King Jingpu caused the catastrophe, which caused the three kings to fall. Who on earth is so courageous and dares to slaughter the king of the three powerful clans? Undoubtedly, the king of fighting gods has become the object of suspicion. This clan and the Zan clan are natural enemies, and only the king of fighting gods who has reached the realm of perfection has the terrifying combat power to kill the three kings alone. When the kings think of him, 4 words will appear in their minds: brave and invincible. In the past 3 days, wars broke out continuously in the ancient ruins, and the relationship between the various clans was extremely tense. The kings fought from time to time, and the bloody conflicts never stopped. It has to be said that this fairyland-like mysterious space is full of too many secrets. Treasures are unearthed from time to time, and this is the root cause of bloody conflicts. But so far, except for the battle sword taken away by KK and the ancient spear of Pasteur obtained by War King Jingpu, although other treasures are also very precious, they have not reached the level comparable to the semi-ancestral treasure. Xiao Chen put on the iron armor again and put on the commoner clothes to hide his real body. To get rid of Jingpu, the king of war, and save KK from a great disaster, he began to explore in various ways in the ancient ruins, hoping to meet the little snow-white beast. Ahead, a piece of verdant and green mountains, like majestic giant dragons entangled together, endless and lush. Suddenly, a burst of purple light burst from there, followed by shouts. Obviously, another Lingbao was unearthed, triggering a battle for contention. Xiao Chen flew forward quickly and entered the mountain range. There are towering ancient trees, crowing of monkeys and roaring of tigers, showing a primitive style. In the depths of the mountains, there were many figures of people, attracting many alien kings. There is a ruin here, with broken walls and ruins engraved with traces of time, and it is not known when it was built. The purple brilliance soaring into the sky burst out from here, and there were many masters gathered around, most of them were alien kings. However, Xiao Chen also saw a few acquaintances, the beautiful Hai Yuntian and the wretched Jin Sini standing side by side, watching from the outside. Yin Ying, the most magnificent third princess of the great Shang kingdom, and Yan Qingcheng, the beauty of the Qing dynasty, stood in the front position. Beside them, Jin Zi, the demon ape king, and Lena, a little girl transformed into the pterosaur king, stood on the left and right. Xiao Chen didn't go in, but just watched from the outside. It's about to break the seal and come out. I don't know who shouted, and the kings rushed forward one after another. Under the cracked ruins, a Ziyu Rui rushed up to the surface, about to escape into the distant sky. Even if it is not a treasure like Pasteur's ancient spear, it is definitely an extraordinary spiritual treasure. The fallen angel king shot out a black light, and the first to fight for it, the black light rolled towards Ziyu Rui like a horse. The Holy Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan are old enemies. The girl of the Holy Angel clan is not to be outdone, She gently flaps her white wings, soars into the sky, and shoots a holy radiance, covering the Lingbao flying into the sky. Bang bang! The two stunning girls with completely different temperaments, but equally alluring, danced their divine wings in the sky and fought continuously, as fast as lightning. Although they were murderous, their movements were extremely graceful, like two proud swans dancing. Roar-a! With a roar, the sky and the earth shook, and the towering ancient trees in the mountains were shaken to drop endless leaves, like green butterflies flying lightly, fluttering one after another. The golden giant king is more than 10 meters high, like a golden hill, striding forward, grabbing Ziyu Rui, who is imprisoned in the sky, with the potential to tear apart the world. Hey! A sneer came, and a black shadow rose into the sky. It was the king of the Shadow clan. He had no real shape and was invisible. Brush. The purple light was shining. Yan Qingcheng also participated in the competition, and the pterosaur king Lena was by her side. Jin Zi goes to help Sister Yan. The graceful and luxurious Yin Ying ordered. The gold turned into a bright beam of light, soaring up to the sky, grabbing towards Ziyu Rui. All the kings fought one after another to grab the rare treasure. Hey! Along with the ear-piercing sneer, a strong gust of wind came from the mountains. The overwhelming pressure made the alien kings on the scene startled. A king with a ferocious face and blood-red hair came striding from the mountain forest, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. It is the same as the Shira in the legend. There is no doubt that this is the King Shira, a terrifying king who can be equal to the king of fighting gods. It's not a half-ancestor's treasure. Why do you want to leave it to me? His blood-colored long hair was messy, but his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. He stepped into the sky with one step, crushing the confinement techniques of several kings, and grabbed the purple jade Rui in his hand. Since it is not the most precious treasure of the half-ancestor, the kings can't afford to fight desperately with such a terrifying existence, so they let him snatch the Lingbao smoothly. However, King Shira's strength is enough to make people frightened, and his combat power is not something that ordinary alien kings can fight against. Brush. Yan Qingcheng retreated first, followed by the little pterosaur Lena and Jin Zi. King Shira landed slowly, and there was a loud bang. The powerful energy fluctuations immediately caused devastating damage to the forest below. Pieces of towering ancient trees continued to explode, and sawdust and disordered leaves flew all over the sky. He played with the crystal-clear Ziyu Rui, and said, "It is indeed a rare spiritual treasure, but it is far inferior to Pastor's ancient spear." At this point, he glanced at the alien kings present, and said, "Which of you joined forces to kill King Jingpu? I am very interested in that spear." Having said this, his voice gradually became colder, and he swept across the faces of every king, and said with incomparable aura, "I am determined to win that red blood spear." The cold chill made all the masters present feel chills on their backs. This is the terrifying coercion of a strong man in the supreme realm. Does it need to be said, the war king Jingpu must have been shot to death by the fighting god king, otherwise, who would be able to kill a generation of war kings? The king of the Shadow tribe sneered, "He has no real body, and now he has turned into an irregular shadow, floating among the ruins not far away." Even the three kings, the demon slayer ape king, the scorpion king, and the war king, who else is there besides the brave and invincible fighting god king? The king of the wind spirit tribe also speculated that this clan was born and strengthened by the wind, and they are spirits in the wind. However, it is not as beautiful as the legendary elves, and looks no different from ordinary humans. Please King Shira to avenge the king of our clan. At this moment, several strong men from the Scorpio clan came from the forest. Behind them are the masters of the Demon Ape clan and the Zon clan, all of whom had expressions of grief and indignation. Is it really the fighting god king? The blood-red Shira king's eyes were like knives, as if they could split people's souls. Even the kings of foreign races were unwilling to look at him. It must be him. The Shadow King and the Wind Spirit King spoke at the same time. The cultivators of the Zon clan, Demon Ape clan, and Scorpio clan were even more indignant, cursing and yelling loudly at the fighting god king for being despicable and shameless, attacking and killing their king. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps came, and the entire mountain forest was shaking, and the broken walls and ruins on the ruins were completely collapsed, as if an indomitable giant was slowly approaching. All alien kings changed color. And the few strong men of the Scorpio tribe who were yelling at the king of fighting god burst into blood mist very abruptly. Such a terrifying sight surprised everyone. It's the fighting god king coming. A Zon clan cultivator showed an angry look. They and the fighting god clan were natural enemies, and they suspected that it was the fighting god king who killed the Zon king Jingpu, so it was even more difficult to calm down and cursed. Boom. The three Zon clan cultivators looked like exquisite porcelain being hit by a heavy hammer. Cracks appeared all over their bodies, and then shattered, leaving only blood staining the woodland. God-fighting king, you are too deceitful. Several strong men of the demon ape clan also cursed loudly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps was like the beating of a divine drum, and the pace was very regular, walking step by step without rush or delay. It was as if a giant mountain of 10,000 jun fell on the bodies of several cultivators of the demon ape clan, and the few people who broke and cursed were torn apart by the sound of approaching footsteps. The mighty battle god king hadn't really reached the front, and the sound of his footsteps alone had killed nearly 10 strong men. What kind of power is this? The strong wind was surging, the trees were broken, and the tall and burly king of fighting god came from the depths of the mountains. His purple hair was messily scattered on his chest and back, and most of his face was covered, except for a pair of eyes that were as bright as cold stars. I didn't kill the demon ape king, Scorpio king, and battle king. God-fighting king came here, glanced around, and said such words. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? The Zon clan, demon ape clan, and Scorpio clan cultivators all looked at him angrily. I'm not obliged to help you investigate. Having said that, the god of war king stared at the crowd coldly, and two bright purple lights shot out from his eyes, which frightened people's hearts, and immediately wiped out the powerhouses of the three clans in the front row. Like a heavenly knife cutting through, 6 heads rolled to the ground. What is strength? This is strength. We're fighting with you. The powerful men of the Zon clan, demon ape clan, and Scorpio clan roared angrily and rushed forward. I don't mind killing people. The fighting god king raised his eyebrows at that moment, pulled out the divine sword on his back, and strode forward. Puff puff, The blood splattered, like chopping vegetables. The king of fighting god was like entering a land of no one. Every time the sword was struck, a head would roll down. The blood gushed wildly, and the headless corpses kept falling to the ground. He didn't stop for half a step, just walked over in a big stride, and a head with a lot of blood flew up, just like an invincible killer. Fighting God King was really straightforward. He walked all the way and slaughtered all directions. In a blink of an eye, 20 or 30 masters of the 3 clans fell in a pool of blood. As for the attacks of the 3 clans' strongmen, they were completely ineffective. The divine sword swept all directions, and no attack could shake him. It's killing people. The ancient spear of Pasteur must be on him. The Shadow King and the Wind Spirit King sent out extremely weak mental fluctuations in front of King Shira. Most of the foreign kings at the scene did not sense it, and only a few people in front of them caught the weak fluctuation. Fighting God King seemed to have the supernatural power of other minds, and at the moment when the 2 alien kings finished speaking, he snorted coldly, "I hate sowing dissension." Speaking of this, the divine sword in his hand swept across all directions, and 9 heads flew out one after another, blood staining the mountains and forests. He glanced at the powerhouses of the 3 clans, and said, "Killing you idiots will only stain my hands. Get out of here, and let the old men of your 3 clans deal with you, it's so stupid." Fighting God King strode towards the Wind Spirit clan and the Shadow clan. The terrifying energy fluctuations shook the whole field, the mountains were shaking, the trees were dancing wildly, and the leaves were flying. The scene was very scary. The powerhouses of the 3 races were all terrified, and no longer dared to act presumptuously, and no one dared to come forward to stop them. Both Fengaling King and Yuying King's scalps were numb. They just suspected that the King of God of Fighting had seized the most precious ancient spear of Pasteur, and wanted to provoke King Shira to fight with King of God of Fighting. I don't want the King of Fighting God to be so powerful that it's almost evil. He could even capture the faint wave of spiritual consciousness that was only directed at King Shira. Do you want to kill people, King Fighting God? Both Yuying King and Fengaling King were stern. It's not for silence, it's just for killing stupid villains like you. Fighting God King revealed Senon's killing intent, and said, "I think I'm smart, but I don't know that anyone with a little brain can see that you are just clowns." All the alien kings present had already seen that the Fighting God King wanted to kill people to build his prestige. But no one came forward to stop it. It was really worthless to offend the extremely powerful Fighting God King for the sake of the kings of 2 weak races. Even King Shira was indifferent, not even blinking. At this moment, the King of Fighting God made a move, and the divine sword slashed down, and a terrifying crack suddenly burst out on the ground, like a grand canyon spreading into the distance. The Shadow King and the Wind Spirit King bit the bullet and flew up to counter the sword together. The pressure was as majestic as a mountain, and the sword of the Fighting God King was as heavy as a mountain, and almost shattered the 2 alien kings who were diving into the 6th heaven on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The fighting god king kept waving the divine sword. The wind spirit king and the shadow king completely lost their ability to move and were imprisoned in midair, they could only resist the terrifying Excalibur. When the 12th sword fell, the shadow king yelled and shattered into many pieces. His invisible shadow body disintegrated, and then disappeared under the 13th sword. After losing his allies, King Feng Ling was split in two by the 14th sword, blood dripped down, and his corpse fell to the ground. Fighting God King slashed and killed Yuying King and Fengling King in front of all the kings, which made many people feel chills, and his terrifying combat power was really hard to match. I can swear that I didn't win the ancient spear of Pasteur, the treasure of the Zan clan. After finishing these words, King Fighting God returned along the same road. When passing by Xiao Chen's side, he took a deep look at him. This detail was captured by the fallen angel king. His dark wings fluttered gently, and his slender jade legs stepped forward gently. He came to Xiao Chen with graceful steps, circled around him, and said, I can be sure that it was definitely not the fighting god king who killed the battle king and took the Pasteur ancient spear. Why do you say that you are not the god of war king? Asked the surviving warrior from the Zan clan. Because this person is the murderer who killed the king of war. At this point, she took a few steps back and pointed at the rapt Xiao Chen. The eyes of all the kings were all focused on Xiao Chen, and the powerhouses of the Zan clan, the Demon Ape clan, and the Scorpio clan were even more furious. Why did you frame me? Xiao Chen looked at her calmly. The alien kings next to him were all looking at Xiao Chen with puzzled expressions. As you all know, he definitely has such strength. He once fought overseas with King Yasha, broke several of King Yasha's sternum, and even crushed half of his heart. He has the combat power to compete with King Yasha. Couldn't he kill the king of war Jingpu? The fallen angel king threw out such a heavy news. The golden giant king didn't say a word, he was also the one who knew the inside story. This was originally a scandal that was blocked by the Yaksha tribe. Only a few other tribes knew about it, and most alien kings didn't know it at all. When the kings looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes immediately changed. Even Yin Ying and Yan Qingcheng were surprised. Based on this, we can conclude that he killed Zan Wang Jingpu. Some alien kings seem to want more definite evidence. You guys don't know yet. The fallen angel king chuckled, his undulating and graceful body trembling slightly, his enchanting body was very seductive, and said, he is a strong human race. Human race? Heh. A sneer came. Is there any strong in the human race? Contempt was undisguised. Yan Qingcheng, Yin Ying, Jin Sanyi, and Hai Yuntian were very angry, but they couldn't get angry when facing so many alien kings. Everyone, don't underestimate the race with the largest population in the Kyushu continent. There are still some powerful people among them. Haven't you seen Shui Wu and Zhao Chongyang? The fallen angel king sneered inexplicably. Next to him, King Shira, whose cultivation was unfathomable, nodded and said, the human race used to have some masters, but unfortunately, after a catastrophe, it has completely declined. I am very interested in the various supernatural powers and combat skills of that strong man who played an extraordinary role in the catastrophe of false gods. If that person survives, he is probably now a heavenly king in the realm of human beings. It is a pity that we cannot see his various methods. Sura Heavenly King is talking about that person named Xiao Chen. The fallen angel king asked. Yes, it is him. Hearing this name again, Yan Qingcheng suddenly recalled many past events. The name, Xiao Chen, has not been heard of for many years. But at this moment, when she heard someone talking about this person again, everything that happened in the past came back to her mind as if it was just yesterday. However, now I can only recall, everything has gone with the wind, Xiao Chen has been dead for many years. Jin Sanyi and Hai Yuntian were also taken aback for a moment. They had a strong relationship with Xiao Chen, and their grievances were almost wiped out by the years. And Yin Ying, the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom, also recalled the past. The young man who fought against the same generation of strongmen in Yindu and killed the masters of the 10 directions left a very deep impression on her, but the past is like smoke, gone forever. Hee, that's a madman. The fallen angel king's chuckle interrupted the memories of several people, and her next words were even more provocative, saying, although the madman of the past has disappeared, this person in front of me is even more arrogant than the old man. Do you know what he said? He once boasted that he wanted to exterminate hundreds of races. As soon as such words came out, all the alien kings stared at him immediately, and even the fighting god king who had already walked away stopped in his tracks. Xiao Chen stared coldly at the fallen angel king, and said, I have never said such a thing before. If you want to provoke right and wrong, please show strong evidence. Xiao Chen's killing intent was undisguised. The fallen angel king poured dirty water on him and provoked the hostility of the kings towards him, which was extremely vicious. I've heard that he said in the Yanyu building that he wanted to kill Yasha. Hey, he injured the Yasha heavenly king, so naturally he didn't pay attention to me. I believe the words of the fallen angel king. HMPH, if you want to kill hundreds of clans, come and try it with me first. A king of alien races sneered. Don't underestimate this person, King of War Jingpu was definitely killed by him. The fallen angel kingly said, someone saw him kill the ant king with his own eyes. Before that, the king of ants had teamed up with King of War Jingpu to chase and kill him. Wow, Xiao Chen immediately felt as if he had been cut by a knife, and everyone stared at him, undoubtedly wanting to fight for Pastor's ancient spear. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The blood-red Shira king had a ferocious face, arrogant, and laughed arrogantly, whether you killed Zan Wang Jingpu or not, you will hardly survive today. He approached slowly, and the entire mountain range shook. Brush. King Shira shook his head violently, his blood-colored long hair swelled and turned into red spears, stabbing at Xiao Chen. It is useless to say any words now, and can only speak by strength. Xiao Chen took out the 7 treasure tree and swept it out. Boom! Xiao Chen was thrown away by the bloody long hair dancing all over the sky, but the Qibao Miaoshu also swept King Shira away. At that moment, King Shira's eyes burst into a frightening fierce light, staring at the 7 treasure tree, while the other alien kings were also ready to move, wanting to rush over to fight for it. Everyone has already seen that this is definitely a treasure, even if it is not as good as Pastor's ancient spear, but it is not much different, most of it is a half-ancestral magic weapon of the same level. In the distance, Yan Qingcheng, Yin Ying, Jin Sinyi, and Hai Yuntian were all taken aback. They naturally knew the origin of the 7 treasure tree. Back then, Zhen Ti Taoist was knocked down into the magic well by Xiao Chen. How could his treasures reappear in the world? What is the origin of this person? What an unexpected surprise, haha. King Shira laughed, treating Xiao Chen like nothing, as if the treasure was already in his hands. King Shira stepped forward, and slapped out his palm. The mountains and rivers shook, and he slapped Xiao Chen violently. Immediately, several mountain peaks in the distance collapsed just by the aftermath. One can imagine how tyrannical its terrifying combat power is. Xiao Chen waved the 7 treasure tree again, and the brilliant divine light shone, and he deflected the world-shattering blow in a short time. Not only was King Shira not angry, but he showed a look of joy, saying, it really is a treasure, the defense is so perfect, it should belong to me. Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, and the surrounding alien kings rushed to surround Xiao Chen in the center, wanting to compete for the 7 treasure tree. No one noticed that the blood of the strong men of the 3 races who were killed by the king of fighting gods was slowly being absorbed by the ruins. Even though some corpses were separated by some distance, the blood was still flowing towards the ruins like 1,000 streams returning to the sea. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise shook the world, and all the kings in the sky were blown away by blood and evil spirits. The rocks pierced through the air, the earth cracked, and the ruins on the ground turned into dust, and a corner of a majestic underground palace appeared on the crumbling earth. There is a mysterious giant palace under the earth. The evil spirit soared to the sky, as if there were thousands of corpses buried underground, and the breath of death was overwhelming. This is an extremely terrifying underground palace. Everyone felt the underground palace shaking, as if a peerless treasure was about to be unearthed. There was a ruyi-shaped groove in front of the underground palace. Shira Wangfu reached his heart, quickly swooped down, and stuffed the purple jade ruyi he had obtained not long ago. Fits perfectly, just to fill it up. At this moment, the purple light soaring into the sky burned like a big fire, and the underground palace shook violently, making a loud click, click, and then opened with a rumbling sound. The underground palace is like an illusory world, which is infinitely vast, and some scenes can be vaguely seen. The scene was extremely frightening. The underground palace was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there were actually endless bones buried there, and it was they who emitted the soaring evil spirit. At the far end of the underground palace, there is a monstrous force surging out through the gate of the underground palace. There is no doubt that it is a treasure with unimaginable power. King Shira rushed in first, followed by the kings of other races, all wanting to grab the treasure in the underground palace. However, there were also foreign kings rushing towards Xiao Chen. Because of the existence of King Shira, they knew that they could not grab the most powerful magic weapon in the underground palace. Instead of doing this, they might as well kill Xiao Chen and snatch the wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his hand. The demonic cloud in the palace was rolling, and endless bones were spread on the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a white bone banner, which was inserted into the deepest part of the underground palace. He was taken aback immediately. Could it be the Bone King banner of the skeleton clan? A few days ago, he used this peerless treasure to fool the Zombie King and the Undead King. He didn't want this treasure to really appear in this ancient ruins. But at this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't be allowed to think too much. Several alien kings came to kill him. Brush. The 7 treasures tree swept across, immediately knocking the 2 of them into the air, and then the buzzword Tianyan vibrated violently, pulling back another foreigner, Wang Zhen, who vomited blood, and looked at him in surprise. Xiao Chen didn't stay any longer, turned into a long rainbow, and flew away. Omzi Tianyan caught several alien kings by surprise. They glanced at each other and chased them down. Own word Tianyan, how did it appear in the world again? Beside her, peerless Jiali Yan Qingcheng had an incredulous look in her eyes, and she looked at the faraway figure in surprise. Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast. Although the 8-phase speed was not as fast as before, it was enough for him to get rid of several alien kings. When he rushed to a place where no one was around, he quickly took off his armor and cloth clothes. Then rushed to the stronghold of the Zombie King and the Undead King. The 2 old brothers are in trouble. Brush. The Zombie King and the Undead King flew out of the valley and appeared in the sky like ghosts. What's going on? The Bone King banner will be unearthed soon. This is a good thing. Zombie King laughed. It was a good thing, but now it's not good. We missed and killed a persona of the fallen Angel King, who is also an accomplice of the War King Jingpu. This woman is very good, and she found the seal of the king's flag with only clues. When she went to treasure hunting, she triggered the ban in advance. As a result, everyone knows that many strong people rushed there now. Xiao Chen didn't care about anything, and first set up 2 enemies for the fallen Angel King to repay his slander. Go, kill and have a look. The Zombie King and the Undead King became impatient when they heard it, and let Xiao Chen lead the way, rushing towards the sealed place of the king's banner. When Xiao Chen and the others came to this place, the place was full of evil spirits, and demon clouds enveloped the surrounding fields. A monstrous energy fluctuation surged out of the underground palace, even more powerful than when Pastor's ancient spear was unearthed. It turned out that the king banner was born. I heard that during the sacrificial refinement of this treasure, several dead bones of ancestor gods were incorporated into it, and its power is unimaginable. The Zombie King and the Undead King felt the terrifying aura coming from the underground palace, and were quite emotional. At this moment, there was no one on the ground, and all the strong men rushed into the underground palace. The 2 evil kings rushed in without Xiao Chen leading the way. A fierce battle was taking place in the deepest part of the underground palace. As soon as Xiao Chen and the others came in, they ran into the fallen Angel King who was watching from the outer area. Destroy her first, the necromancer shouted, rushing forward first. The Zombie King also held back his anger. He thought that if it wasn't for the fallen Angel King, he probably wouldn't provoke the kings to fight for it. The 2 evil kings rushed to the fallen Angel King, and she immediately turned pale with fright, rushing to the depths of the underground palace, followed closely by the Zombie King and the Undead King. Xiao Chen followed unhurriedly. He was carefully observing the layout of the underground palace, when suddenly he saw a strange little thing slipping in from the entrance of the underground palace. It turned out to be KK, a little snow-white beast. The little guy was sneaking and flying inward. There is no doubt that this little thing fished in troubled waters. KK, Xiao Chen called softly. There was no outsider at the moment. He could finally meet the little thing. The little snow-white beast was extremely vigilant, and retreated far away, its long eyelashes blinking constantly, and its big bright eyes looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. Yeah, call for referral tickets. Chapter 395 Happy Little Beast. The little snow-white beast quickly opened the lost paradise, and the little guy seemed very cautious. It has experienced too many dangers over the years, and even though its nature is pure and kind, it has become extremely vigilant. It blinked its big bright eyes, looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, and said softly, "Who are you?" All the strong men rushed into the depths of the underground palace. There was no outsider at the entrance. Xiao Chen didn't need to hide it anymore. When he finally reunited after many years, his mood was very disturbed. "Kiki, don't you know me? It's me." Speaking of this, he no longer suppressed the fluctuations in his own spiritual consciousness, allowing the spiritual source to fully open. After experiencing a catastrophe, he gradually returned to the world of death with another form of life, but the source of his soul remained unchanged. Yi, the little snow-white beast cried out at that moment. How could it forget such a familiar soul wave? He rushed over quickly, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Xiao Chen carefully. Woo! Then, like a wronged child, it burst into tears. Don't cry, it's me. I'm back. Xiao Chen was also full of emotions. After he developed spiritual intelligence in the world of death, he gradually evolved from a weak skeleton to a strong one. The hardships involved are hard to imagine. It is not easy to be able to go through all kinds of hardships until today. Yeah, the little beast had tears in its eyes, as if it couldn't believe it, and asked timidly, is it real? Isn't it a dream? Xiao Chen stepped forward lightly, rubbed the little beast's furry head, and said, don't cry. As if suppressed for a long time, the little beast whimpered loudly, tears rolling down in strings. I'm alive, I'm really back, don't cry. After many years, we finally meet again. Why did you become like this? The little beast looked at Xiao Chen worriedly. It naturally knew that this was the skeleton of a dead spirit, not a real living person. God wants me to truly understand the mysteries of life and death. To understand the origin of life and death, I naturally have to experience it myself. Xiao Chen conveyed a relaxed smile with the fluctuation of his consciousness. He didn't want the atmosphere to be too heavy and sad. The little guy is a natural optimist, easy to be satisfied, and quickly put aside his worries. Seeing Xiao Chen's return, his heart is filled with joy. Yi, the little thing opened his lost paradise like offering a treasure, showing slices of divine trees, wanting to invite Xiao Chen to taste the rare spirit fruit, but in an instant he realized that Xiao Chen couldn't enjoy the bone body at this moment, and it scratched its head in embarrassment. Seeing the naive look of the little guy, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. It is still the same as before, with the largest spirit in the sky and the earth. Greedy little thing. Yeah, KK waved her snow-white little animal claws to express her dissatisfaction. The little thing is very happy at this moment. It never thought that it could see Xiao Chen again, and smiled happily, but it cried a lot just now, and there were still crystal teardrops hanging on the long eyelashes, which made Xiao Chen feel happy and sad at the same time, so he hurriedly wiped it off with his own hands. Tell me about how you have lived for so many years. You don't just sleep and eat the spirits of the world, do you? Xiao Chen deliberately teased the little thing. This made the little one grumble in protest. It is used to babbling, happily telling Xiao Chen the experiences of these years. As a result, it was embarrassed at the end. Many, wonderful past events, were related to the essence of heaven and earth, even the discovery of ancient ruins this time. The little snow-white beast has encountered many dangers over the years, but at the moment it is talking about it happily, without any hatred. The more this happened, the more it made Xiao Chen feel uncomfortable. The little guy is a veritable little orphan. He had no parents after he was born. After following him, he was separated from life to death. He has experienced many sad things in the past. But in the end the little beast survived by himself. Seeing its happy appearance, even Xiao Chen was infected. It is easy to be satisfied and easy to be happy, which is the source of Kiki's happiness. Xiao Chen dotingly rubbed its head. When asked about his experience by the little thing, Xiao Chen directly showed it the sea of AA consciousness, conveying it to it in the form of spiritual imprints. All the past events in the dead world seemed to be yesterday. KK was full of curiosity about the world of the dead, her big eyes sparkled, and she muttered about going to the world of the dead to take a look, but Xiao Chen was shocked. Reunion, in addition to the initial sentimentality, is more joy. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Xiao Chen and KK entered the lost paradise. Since they haven't seen each other for many years, they naturally have a lot to say. It was not until a long time later that the little beast began to lead Xiao Chen to visit its home. This is the immortal tree I found in Taishan. Anyone who eats the fruit it bears will live forever. Kiki's voice was very immature, and she pointed to a small tree no more than 2 meters high with a sense of accomplishment, and said happily, Huang Maomao also wants to get it. He always competed with me in Taishan, but I beat him away. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He hadn't forgotten the name Huang Maomao. It was the name the little beast gave to the Golden Lion King. The strength of the Golden Lion King is rare in the world, and he was defeated by the little beast again. One can imagine the fierceness of that battle. The branches and leaves of this immortal tree are green, as if carved from emerald green, and the trunk is golden yellow, as if cast from gold. The whole sacred tree feels extraordinary just by looking at it. There are more than a dozen crystal clear red fruits scattered on it, shining like red agate, fragrant and fragrant. Originally the branches were covered with fruit, and there were a lot of them, but they were so delicious, I wanted to keep half of them, but as a result. At this point, the little snow-white beast blinked its eyes wide, showing a rare look of embarrassment, and muttered softly, as a result, I couldn't help it. I ate it every day, and I almost ate it up like this. But I will definitely hold back in the future, and I will leave the rest to you. Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing. This tree is also very special. I call it the silver dragon tree. The little beast pointed to a sacred tree whose body was silver and white, and even the leaves were like white jade. The tree body is 5 or 6 meters high, and its trunk fruit really unfolds like a horned dragon, which is extremely realistic. There are 20 or 30 silver fruits hanging on it, and the fragrance is refreshing. I found it at the sealed place in the southwestern border of Kyushu. I didn't expect there to be 9 big snakes guarding it. I was shocked. The little beast seemed to be terrified, patted his chest, and said, "Oh, I was wrong, it was a big snake, and it had 9 heads. It lied to me that it planted it, but after I saw it through, it said that it was the opportunity for it to turn into a 9-headed dragon." The little beast said nonchalantly, but Xiao Chen was taken aback. If he guessed correctly, that big snake must be a master in Kyushu Hydra. KK is like a treasure, and he introduced to Xiao Chen the miraculous tree in it, the green light shining in the lost paradise, and the divine splendor lingering. It can be described as 1,000 pieces of auspicious colors. Finally, it pointed to the 3 newly planted sacred plants, namely Pantao, Baisong, and Shenlian. The divine lotus is full of rays of light, and the lotus seeds are crystal clear. Baisong is like green jade, bright and full of colorful pine nuts. The flat peach tree is 100 meters high and surrounded by endless auspicious colors. It is the ancestral root of the fairy peach. I only found these 3 plants in this ancient ruins, but I believe there are other spiritual roots of the gods, and I will definitely be able to find them. Speaking of this, the snow-white little beast's big eyes sparkled, and little stars appeared. "I'm giving you a gift, and it's also a precious tree." Xiao Chen took out the 7-treasure tree, and the sun shone brightly, filled with auspiciousness. "There are no fruits," the little beast muttered softly. Xiao Chen was immediately amused. "This little thing is too much to eat, how can it be a real treasure tree? I see that you have collected so many fruit-bearing spiritual trees, and I want to give you a unique one." "What's so good about not growing fruit? My own treasure tree is much stronger than it," the little snow-white beast whispered. With a flash of brilliance, KK's palm-high sacred tree emerged, and the 5 jade leaves shone brilliantly, which even dimmed the wonderful tree of 7 treasures in Xiao Chen's hand. "It can suppress the semi-ancestral treasure." Xiao Chen was very surprised. Thinking of all the wonders of that little holy tree, he took the little tree from Kiki and let its roots cover the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. With little brilliance, the sacred tree of the dragon clan circulated Dao Rui Kai, and the roots seemed to have a fresh life in an instant, tightly entangled the Qibao wonderful tree, and finally took root in the wonderful tree. Waves of divine power were drawn out and sent to the branches of the small holy tree by the roots. Xiao Chen was taken aback, never thought that Kiki's little tree could absorb the original power of Qibao Miaoshu. "Yeah," the little beast also cried out happily, "the little holy tree hasn't evolved for many years, and now it's actually absorbing the divine source of a holy weapon, and it's likely to change again." Although the dragon's sacred tree is only 1 palm high, the brilliance it blooms is incomparably gorgeous. There are thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors, and a steady stream of sub-7 treasure trees to absorb divine power. This is a surprising change. The holy tree of the dragon clan is getting brighter and brighter, while the wonderful tree of 7 treasures is constantly dimming. Although the little sacred tree doesn't seem to have changed in any way over the years, the speed at which it absorbs external power is many times faster than it was back then. In just an hour, the 7 treasures wonderful tree was completely dimmed, while the little sacred tree of the dragon clan shone billions of millions, making it even more extraordinary. In the end, the 7 treasures tree turned into a dead branch, without any fluctuation of divine power. Xiao Chen blew lightly, and it turned into fly ash. This result was too shocking, making Xiao Chen feel unbelievable. The little holy tree in the palm is almost against the sky. Oh, long leaves. Kiki cried happily, like a naughty child, rolling and rolling on the grass with the treasure tree in her arms. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the little holy tree spit out a purple bud. Although it was not the size of a rice grain, it was full of vitality, and the prototype of the 6th purple jade leaf appeared. "This is probably stronger than Pastor's ancient spear and Bone King's banner." Xiao Chen took the little holy tree again, held it in his hands, and waved it lightly. Suddenly streaks of auspicious colors flowed out. However, he found that it seemed a bit inappropriate to use it as a weapon. Kiki seemed to have remembered something, and waved towards the depths of the divine garden, and a simple sword flew over. "Here you are." Xiao Beast handed the battle sword to Xiao Chen. 24 battle swords, plus the 4 swords of Qingli and Tianbi, plus this one, so far there are 29 swords born. Xiao Chen caressed the war swords. Regarding the other 20 war swords and the fleeing one, it is impossible for him to say that he has no idea. However, this kind of thing pays attention to fate. Even if you try your best to collect it, you may not be able to collect it all. After talking for a long time in Paradise Lost, Xiao Chen said to the happy little beast, "Let's go out and have a look." The little thing blinked his big eyes full of aura, and he looked like a ghost. It came here to fish in troubled waters, hoping to gain something in this underground palace. In the depths of the underground palace, the sound of killing was loud. Obviously no real winner had been competed yet. There were bursts of terrifying fluctuations piercing through it. It was unknown whether it was from the forbidden formation of the underground palace, or the terrifying energy fluctuations of the kings. Xiao Chen put away his sword and said, "We'll go in separately, we'll pretend we don't know each other for a while. Now is not the time to reveal my identity." The little beast nodded, expressing his understanding. "Don't fight after entering, just wait and see from a distance, waiting for the opportunity." "Well, I understand." Little beast nodded seriously, and said, "I used to collect the essence of heaven and earth in this way, and I didn't make a move until the last moment." This weird little guy made Xiao Chen dumbfounded. Just as they separated and flew to the depths of the underground palace, a strong energy fluctuation came from the entrance. A young man with blonde hair, covered in golden flames, looked down at the world, exuding a high fighting spirit, rushed into the underground palace. It was the Golden Lion King. Apparently he found KK, and 2 light beams several meters long were emitted from his eyes, staring at the little beast. In a fair duel, he had only 2 defeats in his life, all of which were brought to him by KK, and the little beast seemed to restrain him innately. "Huang Mao Mao, do you want to fight again? I'm not afraid of you." Kiki's childish voice came. The Golden Lion King had a feeling of going crazy, but finally held back. Now is not the time to fight fiercely with little beasts. With a cold snort, he flew towards the depths of the underground palace. Xiao Chen wanted to laugh, for being as powerful as the Golden Lion King, to be called Huang Mao Mao by the little guy must be quite depressed and speechless. The underground palace seems to be a space of its own, extremely vast. The place where the kings fought was full of bones, the evil spirit was soaring to the sky, and there were people in the distance. All the kings were fighting in melee. This is not the place where the king's banner is sealed yet, but everyone has already started a life and death battle. King Shira fought several foreign kings alone, and his strength was unfathomable. But the king of fighting god was nowhere to be seen. When approaching, Xiao Chen gestured to KK to make him hide carefully. "Don't worry, if we cooperate, we'll definitely be able to catch it." The little guy muttered nonchalantly, with a very confident look on his face. At this moment, Yin Ying and Yan Qingcheng, who had already left, rushed into the underground palace. Besides Jin Jin and the little pterosaur Lena, there was also a colorful peacock king beside them. The 5-color divine light shone, and a foreign king who was attacking them was swept away by the peacock king on the spot, showing his strength at a glance. Crash! Boom! In the depths of the underground palace, there was the sound of iron chains trembling, and more than a dozen bucket-thick steel wires were violently shaken by King Shira, not only knocking several alien kings into the air, but also shattering the gate of the sealed place, and he rushed in first. Chapter 396, Competing for the Supreme Treasure. Boom! As if the sky was falling apart, when King Shira smashed the huge stone gate in the depths of the underground palace with 13 spiritual cables, an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy surged out, shaking the whole space again and again, as if to turn the universe upside down. The kings staggered back, and no one was immune to the impact. Especially King Shira was the first to bear the brunt. Even though his strength was unfathomable, facing the overwhelming power of the sealed place, he was still shocked and spit out a mouthful of blood. The mighty sealing power lasted for half an hour before it was slowly restrained. There was dead silence in the underground palace, and I don't know how many years have passed, until today someone opened the stone gate, and there are dead bones everywhere. King Shira walked in first, and all the kings rushed forward at the fastest speed, unwilling to be left behind. Click click, the endless white skeletons were all over the underground palace. When the kings rushed in, they stepped on it, making creepy sounds. Suddenly, there was a scalp-numbing ghost scream in this dead underground palace, and all the bones on the ground seemed to be resurrected, and they stood upright in an instant, tearing towards the kings. This change surprised everyone. All the kings took action one after another, each showing their magical powers. All kinds of magical skills were extremely powerful, countless rays of light tore through the void, and the underground palace was filled with brilliance. The endless white bones exploded one after another. In the face of the powerful fighting power of the kings, none of the bones could remain complete, and almost all of them turned into white bone powder. The white dust filled the air, as if a heavy snow had fallen, and a thick layer had accumulated on the ground. Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, and everyone rushed through the area filled with bone meal and flew inward. It was dark in the underground palace, but the scenery could be seen clearly. When more than 20 foreign kings rushed inside, everyone was shocked, and a gloomy atmosphere swept over the sky. A river of blood in front made a sound like thunder, rushing past the eyes of everyone. Before that, they didn't hear the sound, until the moment they approached, the deafening sound suddenly appeared. The dark wind howled, and heavy waves rolled up in the river of blood, sweeping towards everyone. Damn it, what a wicked place. A foreign king cursed angrily, and raised his hand to shoot a blazing light, but he didn't want to break the blood wave, but was splashed with a few drops of blood on his body. Aha! Hey! There was a scream, and the alien king was in great pain, and several transparent blood holes appeared on his body. The blood droplets splashed on his body actually corroded his body, a very terrifying scene. Even the kings of alien races who have reached the realm of Uleap can't resist the erosion of blood water, so one can imagine how horrifying the scene is. It wasn't until he decisively dug out the carrion that the corrosion stopped, and the blood hole on his body became bigger because of this. Even the king of the foreign race who was in the Yu realm couldn't bear it, and groaned in pain. Everyone changed their colors, and when they looked at the blood river, they all showed incredible expressions. This is, the king's blood, which corrupts everything in the world. The necromancer screamed. The zombie king also nodded and said, the blood essence of an unrivaled king can kill any master under the half-ancestor. They are all kings of the death line, just like the skeleton race, they will transform into undead kings when they reach the highest level, so they know a lot about the secrets. Everyone gasped, the blood of the king flowed here, didn't it mean that a king died here? After so many years, his blood has not dried up, and it is still so terrifying, it is really scary. At this moment, there was a baby-like cry from the upper reaches of the blood river, which was particularly abrupt in this underground palace, sending chills up one's spine. KK has been following at the end, and when she heard the baby's cry, she immediately showed a curious expression. Xiao Chen was not far away from it, and hurriedly sent a sound transmission to the little thing, not to act rashly. The crying of the baby was getting closer and closer, as if it was right in front of them, but everyone still didn't notice anything. Pretending to be a ghost, what kind of evil spirit is it? Get out. The golden giant king was extremely irritable, and the battle axe weighing more than 100,000 jin in his hand was slashing towards the depths of the blood river with a cold light. The blood wave surged, and the blood river erupted with a monstrous evil spirit, thousands of blood flowers fell down, and the kings retreated quickly like avoiding snakes and scorpions. Woo! After the baby cried out one last time, it disappeared completely and never appeared again. Everyone present was strong, so they naturally had extremely keen spiritual senses, and they all sensed that Chongbao was in the upper reaches of the blood river, and they went up along the blood river. Soon they arrived at the source of the blood river, where there was a blood pool with a radius of 10 feet, all the blood flowed out from there, and there seemed to be a spring of blood there. What is even more surprising is that in the pool of blood, the demonic clouds are rolling, and there is an altar in the center, which is completely composed of skulls. The altar is brilliant, among which there are white skulls, blue skulls, purple skulls, yellow skulls, and more colorful skulls, no less than 1,000 of them, combined together to form a terrifying altar. Even if they are not members of the skeleton clan, the kings know what those colorful skulls mean. Those are all super evolutionaries, and they are all powerful existences. In particular, there are dozens of yellow diamond skulls and colorful skulls, which is even more amazing. Of course, the most shocking and gratifying thing is that on the top of the altar composed of crystal clear colored diamond skulls, there is a white bone banner. All the kings in the Yu realm felt palpitations from the terrifying fluctuations emitted. There is no doubt that this is the treasure in the underground palace. More than 20 foreign kings descended on this place, all of them had red eyes. Some people have already recognized this treasure as a treasure of the death department. All the kings of the alien race erupted with powerful energy fluctuations, no matter who wanted to. If this level of treasure was controlled in their hands, their combat power would be greatly improved. Haha, King Shira laughed loudly, his bloody long hair fluttering wildly, holding 13 spiritual cables in his hand, rattling, and laying them across his chest. He said, the king's banner is a treasure that exists for me. The zombie king became anxious when he heard it. If this king of the supreme realm wanted to fight, few people would be able to stop him. He shouted, King Shira, don't be too domineering. This is the treasure of our death department. What does it have to do with you? King Shira sneered coldly, and said, I said it was mine. If you don't accept it, what can you do to me? King Shira's strength was clear at a glance, and he was full of murderous aura, and he would strike if he disagreed. The necromancer hurriedly stopped the angry zombie king, took a step forward, and said, as we all know, this treasure has nothing to do with the Shira clan, it was sacrificed by the seniors of the skeleton clan. King Shira, don't bully people too much, otherwise so many kings may not allow you to be presumptuous. Since it is the treasure of the skeleton clan, you two should stop talking and back away quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless and destroying you physically and mentally. King Shira's words were extremely cold. Brother, come forward and say something. The undead king shouted at Xiao Chen, who was at the back of the line. Xiao Chen didn't want to get involved in the vortex, he came here to fish in troubled waters, but at this moment he had to express something. But at this moment, King Shira also saw him, pointed at Xiao Chen gloomily, and said, I said this treasure is mine, do you think so? Murderous aura emanated from King Shira's eyes, forcing people like a sharp sword. This was a naked threat. If Xiao Chen didn't speak according to his intention, I'm afraid he would kill him mercilessly next time. Xiao Chen was fearless, and said, what you say is nothing. As soon as this remark came out, all the kings were very pleased. Many people were deeply jealous of King Shira, but they dared not express anything. Xiao Chen's words expressed what they wanted to say but dared not say. You're looking for death. King Shira was furious, the 13 spiritual cables in his hand suddenly swelled up, turned into the thickness of a bucket, and slammed like 13 divine spears, piercing straight towards Xiao Chen. What are you still doing in a daze? Xiao Chen yelled at several alien kings who had fought fiercely with King Shira in the underground palace earlier. Go back to King Shira, I gave this king banner to everyone. At that time, 2 alien kings responded and rushed forward. Everyone, don't try to hold back. If you don't get rid of King Shira, none of you will get the king's banner. You must know that he has reached the realm of perfection and is the biggest threat to everyone. The only way to do it is to kill him. Although there is suspicion of incitement, it is also true that several alien kings shot together to kill King Shira with all their strength. You gang of ants, dare to fight with me. The 13 divine cables in King Shira's hands, like 13 giant pythons, swept across all directions, shattered the void, cut off the space, and intercepted all the rushing alien kings no one could approach. The undead king and the zombie king looked a little unhappy, and when they looked for Xiao Chen again, they found that he had disappeared. Everyone rushed towards the altar in the pool of blood, but he ran out. Xiao Chen kept a certain distance from the little snow-white beast and moved away from the blood pool one after another. Are you the king of the skeleton clan? The fallen angel king also followed. She looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously and said, Jing Pu, the king of war, was killed, but you are safe and sound. Why do I feel that you are different from before? She had seen the genuine yellow diamond skeleton king before, and now she had a little doubt about Xiao Chen. Could it be that if Zan Wang dies, I will die too? What do you mean? Xiao Chen looked at her coldly. Skeleton king, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything malicious, hee. She smiled coquettishly at this point, and said, I just feel that you are a little special. Speaking of this, she suddenly changed her color, revealing an unbelievable look, and said, it's you. What are you talking about? Xiao Chen looked at her calmly. Don't hide it anymore. I finally know your identity. It's unbelievable. The mysterious man holding the 7 treasure tree turned out to be a yellow diamond skeleton. The fallen angel king was extremely shocked, his voice was all stern, and all the obsequiousness that turned all living beings away. How did you find out? Xiao Chen asked. Before entering the underground palace, I had secretly left my mark when I talked with the mysterious man who was wrapped tightly around him, and now I actually sensed it on you. The fallen angel king stared at Xiao Chen coldly. It turns out that you did something wrong when you framed me for killing the king of war and instigating all the kings to kill me. No wonder. Unexpectedly, the fallen angel king showed a charming smile again, and said, if I yell now, what do you think will happen? You have multiple identities. If I guess correctly, you may be a strong human race with a lot of background. You came back from the dead. Let me guess who you are. Xiao Chen said coldly, it's hard to live long if you know too much. Hee. Fallen angel Wang Xiao trembled and said, I'm really surprised. I think I may have guessed your true identity. After all, there are only a handful of outstanding young masters in the human race in the past few decades. But don't be nervous, I can keep the secret for you, but you have to listen to me and do a few things for me. It's a pity, I don't want to negotiate terms with people. Take it, Xiao Chen shouted, and he rushed forward quickly. The fallen angel king didn't want to fight Xiao Chen to the death, so he turned around and fled towards the blood pool. But at this moment, a ray of white light blocked her way for an instant, and the little snow-white beast pushed open Paradise Lost, as if waiting for her to enter the urn by itself, and took it in. It will be of great use to keep her. The colorful Peacock King was the first to rush to the blood pool, and the 5-color divine light swept out. He wanted to roll the king's banner, but failed. The king's banner seemed to have taken root, and it was firmly inserted on the altar made of skulls without moving. Gold was rushing towards the blood pool from another direction, and with the help of the colorful Peacock King, it soared into the sky, protected by the 5-color divine light, and rushed towards the king's banner, trying to catch it. Both Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying watched all this nervously. Brush! A blast of evil spirit rushed from the king's banner, covering the gold in an instant. Aha! Hey! There was a shrill scream, and the golden ape king physically collapsed on the spot. The golden light flashed continuously in an instant, and Jin Zi fled back. This is his innate supernatural power. 9 lives are immortal, and 1 life is wiped out in an instant. If it were another king of another race, he might be completely destroyed. Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, except for the few foreign kings who fought against King Shira. All the kings rushed to the side of the blood pool, each showing their magical powers, and grabbed the king's banner on the altar. Chi chi chi. Terrible evil spirits rushed out of the blood pool, shaking all the kings back, and everyone's faces were ashen. Woo! The cry of the baby came again, and a blood lotus emerged from the pool of blood, about the size of a millstone, on which sat a baby covered in crimson blood, scanning everyone. Everyone who was scanned by him felt cold all over, and the eyes of the blood baby gave people an extremely vicious feeling, and the kings seemed to be stared at by poisonous snakes. Evil door, it's him who is making trouble. All the kings attacked him together. But a surprising thing happened. The blood baby opened its mouth and spewed out streaks of blood, defeating all the supernatural combat skills. Trash, a bunch of trash. Although King Shira was fighting with several foreign kings, he still saw everything in front of him and taunted the kings mercilessly. His combat prowess was astounding, and after reaching the realm of perfection, he was almost unkillable, so he didn't care about everyone's feelings at all. Get out of the way, I'll kill him. At this moment, the Golden Lion King appeared. A terrifying bloody light shot out from his left eye, and a black light shot out from his right eye. The left eye represents destruction, and the right eye represents reincarnation. The void was instantly shattered by the blood light, and a reincarnation gate was fixed in the air by the black light, and the power of destruction and reincarnation enveloped the blood baby. The blood baby seemed to know how powerful it was, and let out a scalp-numbing scream before sinking into the pool of blood. Puff! The blood light and black light shot into the blood pool, and they were actually dissolved invisibly. The Golden Lion King soared into the sky and flew towards the altar that was made entirely of skulls. Woo! There was a scream, and the blood light shot into the sky, and the blood baby appeared, spraying out streaks of blood, and swept towards the Lion King. Moreover, he was not afraid of the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation, he was just trying to lure the enemy. At this moment, a scarlet bloody battle spear suddenly appeared in the hands of the Golden Lion King, and the terrifying fluctuations that erupted caused the blood pool below to boil. It wasn't until this moment that the blood baby seemed to feel fear and kept screaming. The ancient spear of Pasteur. King Shira's eyes widened at that time, and with a loud roar, he shocked all the opponents away, and rushed to the sky above the blood pool in an instant, sweeping the 13 spiritual cables towards the Golden Lion King in his hand. Boom! The blood radiated into the sky, Pasteur's ancient spear was shining brightly, and the Golden Lion King forcibly challenged the Shira King who was in the human realm. Like a major earthquake, the entire underground palace shook violently. If it weren't for the power of the seal here, the entire underground palace would have collapsed. King Shira vs. Golden Lion King. The sky shook, and the sky above the blood pool seemed to be cracked, and the blood babies hid in the blood pool. All the kings also shot at this time, attacking the skull altar in the center of Shuichang. Chi chi chi. The sound of piercing the sky was endless, and a chaotic battle broke out. Aha eh, aha eh. The screams came out one after another, and at this moment, the blood baby started a surprise attack, piercing through a foreign king, and even dragging 2 foreign kings into the blood pool, where they quickly dissolved into bones. The blood baby's strength was beyond everyone's imagination, and everyone was shocked. From this point of view, it seemed that he had the strength to fight King Shira. The voices of the zombie king and the undead king were a little trembling, and they retreated involuntarily. That's the blood soul of the dead king. Yes, it must be the king's blood soul that has been regenerated, otherwise how could it haunt the king's blood? The blood pool is the source of the king's essence and blood. The two of them retreated, but the other kings of the alien race were scrambling for death. Even Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying took action. Among them, the Golden Lion King who controls Pastor's ancient spear and King Shira who has reached the realm of perfection are the most powerful, and they are inseparable from each other. And the five-color Peacock King also showed extraordinary strength. When the five-color divine light came out, it swept over everything, and no king of a foreign race could stop it. During the melee, King Shira seemed to have sensed something, suddenly let out a loud shout, and rushed towards the altar. There, the terrifying king's banner swayed unexpectedly, and a tall figure appeared there. It turned out to be the king of fighting god. He finally appeared at this critical moment. The Golden Lion King and the colorful Peacock King also rushed forward at the same time, and the two kept confronting each other as they advanced. They once fought against each other in the southern desolate Heavenly Emperor city when they were young, and the Golden Lion King won at that time. But now the five-colored Peacock King has 5 chaotic divine feathers, which have evolved to a very terrifying state. The five-colored divine light is the treasure of chaos, and it can barely compete with Pastor's ancient spear. Fighting God King finally pulled up the banner of the king and shook it violently, but for some reason, the banner of the king did not sweep out the destructive power. The King Shira who rushed to him said angrily, "Dare God King to fight with me, the winner will get the king's banner." Aha eh, aha eh. An ear-piercing scream came from the blood pool, and the blood baby seemed to go crazy, seriously wounding 2 alien kings one after another, and even flew out of the blood pool, rushing towards the fighting God King. Fighting God King Zifa fluttered and was forced to fight. Boom! King Shira charged forward, and fought back and forth with the blood baby, shaking the king's flag out of the palm of God Fighting King. With a flash of light, King Shira's banner was controlled by King Shira. He laughed loudly, rushed out of the pool of blood, and rushed out of the underground palace. Xiao Chen, who had been waiting in the underground palace, was far away from the battlefield, but he had been paying attention to everything. When King Shira flew over, he turned from the shadows and beat King Shira with a sap. Boom! The palm of the yellow diamond bone slashed fiercely on the back of King Shira's head. Although there was a crisp sound of crack, King Shira only fell a big somersault and did not die. "You little ant, you dare to attack me, you really don't know how to live or die." King Shira turned around, his face was full of contempt, and then revealed a ferocious murderous intent. Brush! At this moment, the little snow-white beast enveloped the lost paradise in the air. Chapter 397 The Big Winner. King Shira has reached the realm of perfection, and his strength is hard to match among the kings. His powerful spiritual consciousness is extremely sharp, and he stabs upwards with the king's flag in his hand. Although this treasure cannot sweep out the destructive power at present, if it is hit by it, it is still a terrible thing. Legend has it that during the refining process of the king banner, 1 or 2 dead bones of the ancestor gods were added, making it extremely terrifying. But King Shira miscalculated, he suddenly felt light in his hand, and the Bone King banner disappeared from his hand. Looking up, he saw a strange snow-white beast with little stars in its eyes, happily throwing the treasure into his divine garden. Looking for death, King Shira was extremely angry, and the king's banner, which he risked his life to fight for, was so easily taken away by a small beast. How could he not be angry? Yeah, the little snow-white beast was very dissatisfied, and once again carried the lost paradise down, covering King Shira. The divine garden covers the sky and covers the 10 directions. Although King Shira was furious, he didn't get carried away. He clearly knew the magic of this little beast. He once used this divine garden to cut off the way of all the kings of other races, making them helpless. Brush! King Shira didn't let his hair down, he disappeared through the space, and escaped hundreds of feet away. He is much stronger than the fallen angel king, and Paradise Lost failed to gather him in. If a small beast really snatched the king's flag, King Shira would feel ashamed of being called the king of heaven, and he showed his terrifying supernatural power without reservation at this moment. Asura Heavenly Way. The sound shook the sky, the void shattered, and a world of Shira emerged, in which blood was pouring into the sky. Thousands of Shira soldiers would hold swords and roar to the sky. It seemed real and unreal, but there was a real powerful force overwhelming the sky. To imprison this world and turn this place into a killing ground for Shira, a world of Shira is about to come. Walk! Xiao Chen yelled at the little beast, and rushed out first, and there must be no delay now, or when the kings of other races rushed out, they learned that the king had changed hands, and he and KK would become the targets of everyone's attacks. Yeah, yip. The little snow-white beast waved its small fist at King Shira angrily, and then turned into a white bald head and rushed out without looking back. King Shira has swallowed the king's flag into his belly, come and chase him. Xiao Chen roared loudly when he left. King Shira was furious and chased after him, vowing to kill Xiao Chen and the little snow-white beast. Soon they rushed to the exit of the underground palace. None of you can escape. King Shira's long blood-red hair seemed to have life, and it turned into tens of meters long, like a bloody spear, piercing towards Xiao Chen and KK in front of him. Every strand of red hair has become as thick as a finger, and tens of thousands of them have pierced through the void. The terrifying power makes one's heart chill, almost destroying this underground palace. Boom! The endless red blood hair penetrated all the obstacles in front, but all tangible things were shattered, the entrance of the underground palace collapsed, tens of thousands of rocks pierced through the air, and the smoke and dust filled the air, as if the most terrible earthquake had occurred. The underground palace began to crack, thanks to the power of King Shira's blow. Kings, stop fighting and come out quickly. King Shira wants to smash the underground palace and seal it. Xiao Chen suddenly changed his mind and stopped flying away, leaving Kiki to hide in the dark, ready to strike at any time. He shouted. King Shira swallowed the king's flag and wanted to escape. Kings, come and help me, or I won't be able to resist. E-%I. King Shira was furious, and shouted, you have taken the king's banner, and you actually blamed me. Holding 13 divine cables, he rushed forward, wishing to kill the person in front of him immediately. In fact, without Xiao Chen shouting, all the kings had already rushed out. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fighting King Shira in a near-death situation, everyone rushed forward without any doubt. Even though King Shira lowered his body and roared and explained a few times, no one believed him. Everyone saw him fleeing with the king's banner. And how could a yellow diamond skeleton king snatch the holy artifact from a heavenly king who was in the realm of perfection? I'm X. King Shira had the urge to scold his mother, the feeling of being wronged was too uncomfortable. Of course, not everyone believed in Xiao Chen, some alien kings also surrounded him, and the scuffle broke out. Brother Zombie, Brother Undead King, come and help me, and take back the king banner, the most precious treasure of our family. Xiao Chen shouted at the two kings of the death department not far away. Skeleton King, didn't you say that you gave us the king's banner? Zombie King asked. Of course, I keep my word and I'll give it to you. Come and help me kill King Shira. Brush. The Undead King and Zombie King rushed over to join the chaotic battle. Xiao Chen suddenly felt that the pressure was relieved, even if there were alien kings attacking him from time to time, he would not be able to escape from death. With so many people fighting, the outer area of the underground palace was completely torn apart. Boom! The sky shook and the ground shook, and the evil spirit rushed straight to Xiaohan, and more than 20 figures rushed out of the underground palace and came to the surface. King Shira handed over the king's flag. The golden giant king held a battle axe weighing more than 100,000 jin, bursting out with a dazzling golden light, and slashed down. Click! The tomahawk weighing more than 100,000 jins, and the terrifying aura of energy that it cut out covered the sky and covered the earth. Dozens of large cracks with a width of several feet suddenly burst into the ground, spreading to the distance. Boom! Several low mountains in the distance collapsed because they couldn't bear the fierce force sent by the earth. One can imagine how terrifying the golden giant king's battle axe is. He is like a huge golden god of war, unstoppable. Even King Shira, who was as strong as the supreme man, was sent flying upside down, and the 13 straight cables in his hand also crashed to the ground. It is conceivable that the strength of the golden giant king, in terms of divine power, among the kings of 100 clans, no one can compete with him. King Shira was known as the king of heaven, but he was sent flying by someone, so he was naturally very angry. The 13 iron chains in his hand collapsed straight in an instant, piercing towards the giant king with golden blood like a spear. The 13 iron chains are gods in the netherworld, they were sacrificed for no one knows how many years, passed down to King Shira, and even refined into peerless fierce soldiers, they have already been psychic. If he can evolve to the half-ancestor realm, there is no doubt that this fierce rope will also become a half-ancestor holy weapon. Clatter! The 13 iron cables that were as red as blood turned into the thickness of a bucket, piercing through the void, some of them wrapped around King Shira, some disappeared out of thin air, and the other part appeared out of thin air in front of the golden giant king, penetrating like a bloody serpent. Dang dang! The huge golden battle axe kept colliding with the blood-red Shensuo, making thunderous noises, which made people's eardrums go numb. However, King Shira has reached the realm of perfection after all, and his magical skills are unparalleled. From the control of Shensuo, it can be seen that he is traveling through space to fight against the enemy, which is hard to guard against. Puff! The 13 divine cables danced around the world. Although the Yellow Giant King's supernatural powers should be unrivaled, it was difficult for him to resist the Shira King who was in the human realm. The 2 blood cables bypassed the battle axe, piercing through the huge body of the Golden Giant King in an instant, and golden blood gushed out like a small river. The golden blood is like a fetish, splashing in large swaths in the sky, bursting out with dazzling light. The Giant King roared, swung his battle axe to kill, and the 2 magic cables retreated like poisonous snakes. Dang dang dang, sparks flew, and the tomahawk and the bloodline kept colliding, making a sound like piercing gold and cracking stones. Puff puff puff. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 more translucent blood holes on the Giant King's body, and the blood-red Shensuo was really hard to guard against. If it weren't for the other kings of other races who were also attacking and killing King Shira, the Golden Giant King would definitely be in trouble. At this moment, the Golden Lion King and the Colorful Peacock King also came out. The 2 of them were mortal enemies. They had once fought a battle in the southern desolate Heavenly Emperor City. This time they met again, they seemed to have forgotten to win the treasure. Pastor's ancient spear and the 5 chaotic feathers were evenly matched, and the 2 fought in a dark way. In the end, the Colorful Peacock King retreated out of defeat. Now all the kings have bloodshot eyes, and many foreign kings wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill their competitors. Seeing the Colorful Peacock King covered in blood, someone attacked and killed him immediately. However, the 5-color divine light shot up into the sky, and the attacker was immediately swept away. There, the 5-colored Peacock King was furious, and immediately went up to hide and kill, with a brilliant divine light soaring to the sky, tearing the attacker apart in a short time. Its combat power can be imagined, and it immediately dissuaded some other people who were just about to make a move. The strength of the Golden Lion King is obvious to all. When flying out, some people also wanted to take the opportunity to kill this great enemy, but they were crushed by him with the blood spear in an instant. However, the kings did not retreat because of this, because he had the ancient spear of Pasteur in his hands, and many people were coveting it. Everyone came here to seize the treasure, so how could they not take action after discovering it? The battle became even more chaotic. King Shira and the Golden Lion King were surrounded, and at this time King Fighting God also rushed out with the blood baby. The Fighting God King was extremely angry. The king's flag had been taken away by others, and this blood baby was relentless towards him, yet they were still fighting desperately. It was a completely endless situation. In the chaotic war, all the kings are desperate. Xiao Chen was collecting corpses while fighting. All the kings present were extraordinary people. As the kings of various clans, the life essence contained in them was simply inconceivable. For Xiao Chen, this is a rare treasure. In just a quarter of an hour, 4 alien kings have fallen, and they were all collected into the space ring by him. The Fighting God King fought against the Blood Baby, the Shira King fought against the kings, the Golden Lion King fought against the Colorful Peacock King and other alien kings. The scenes were bloody and intense to the extreme. When, there was a deafening sound, and King Shira's 5 spiritual cables smashed the Golden Giant King's battle axe alive. Then 3 more bloody threads shot up into the sky, wrapping around the Giant King's neck in no time. Puff! The golden blood soared into the sky, the neck of the Giant King of the Golden Man was cut off by King Shira, and an extremely huge head rolled down, shaking the ground like a hill. The golden blood poured down the sky, and the huge headless corpse fell to the forest with a bang. The golden blood was extremely dazzling. Everyone was shocked that a generation of Golden Giant Kings was beheaded like this. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not miss this opportunity. He got rid of his opponent and rushed to the ground, and received the huge golden body into the space ring. This is the precious material for his resurrection. Even if he didn't get the king's banner this time, he is still a big winner. Crash! The blood-red Shensuo pierced towards Xiao Chen. King Shira hated the man in front of him, and now all words are superfluous. The best way to fight back is to really kill the opponent. Xiao Chen shook Tianyan to meet the enemy. This was undisguised, and the power was so powerful that the shaking sky shattered. Other alien kings may not have thought much about it. After all, the Skeleton Clan has such supernatural powers. However, not far away, Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying showed incredulous expressions. They have all experienced the catastrophe of false gods in Kyushu, so they naturally know Xiao Chen's supernatural power. The two were puzzled and stared at the yellow diamond skull without blinking. All the kings worked together to kill King Shira. I would rather not have the king's banner and give it to you, but it must not fall into the hands of this evil king. Xiao Chen shouted and took the lead in attacking. When the kings heard the 3 characters on the king's banner, they all tried their best to attack. No matter what, if they could take the opportunity to get rid of King Shira, a terrifying master who had already reached the realm of perfection, it would definitely be considered a great achievement. Roar A. In the mountain forest in the distance, there was an earth-shattering roar, the entire primitive mountain range was shaking, and the earth trembled violently. A gigantic monster with a height of more than 10 meters galloped towards it. Its body was covered with black hair more than a foot long, and it looked extraordinarily ferocious. That turned out to be a giant, the hair slave who came with the golden giant king. He held a black stick weighing more than 100,000 caddies in his hand, and he knew it like flying, and the ground was trampled and cracked into terrifying cracks. Mao Nu had already sensed that the golden giant king was dead, and when he saw King Shira's Shinsuo, he showed a look of anger, knowing who the murderer was. With the momentum of Mount Tai pressing down on the top, he swung the black iron rod and smashed it at King Shira. Boom! King Shira, who was in the realm of the most human, was thrown into the ground all at once. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Boom! The earth collapsed, and King Shira soared into the sky, glaring at Mao Nu. At the same time, an astonishing change took place in Mao Nu. The black hair all over his body shone with colorful light. He looked extremely domineering at this moment, swiping the black iron rod to sweep away all directions. This is the Dark King of the giant race, who was awakened by chance, and is the inheritor of the golden bloodline. Everyone was shocked. King Shira is in big trouble. Mao Nu is supernaturally powerful, and possesses super speed and incomparable agility. A big black iron rod shattered the void and swept across all directions, like an invincible demon god. At this time, Xiao Chen was forced to retreat into the underground palace again by several alien kings. He said to KK in the dark, "Let's go to the blood pool. How can the king's blood be wasted? It is also a treasure. Let them fight, and we will clean up the mess later." The 2 chasers also followed, but when they reached the depths of the underground palace, Xiao Chen didn't have any scruples anymore. He summoned little beasts to come out to help, and soon killed everyone in Paradise Lost. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the altar made up of skulls, and began to meditate quietly. The blood-colored essence slowly evaporated from the blood pool, covering Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bone body. As expected of the king's blood, it really is a peerless treasure of dead creatures. Xiao Chen was overjoyed, and said, "KK will protect me, I want to refine the king's blood here." Yeah, Kiki nodded seriously, sitting not far away like a good baby, staring at the entrance of the passage. But let the little thing sit obediently all the time, it's a bit embarrassing for it. It didn't take long for it to open the lost paradise, picked out a bunch of spiritual fruits, sat on the ground happily and ate it. Of course it didn't forget to protect Xiao Chen. Chapter 398. The little beast shows its power. The waves in the blood pool were churning, and the bloody essence was transpiring upwards. It was the essence of the king's blood, and it kept covering Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bone body. Xiao Chen's whole body was almost dyed blood red, and the capillaries attached to the yellow diamond bone became thicker and tended to grow gradually. The fruity fragrance was wafting, rich and fragrant. Kiki ate more than a dozen spiritual fruits, and her belly was round. The little guy squinted his big eyes, intoxicated and happy. When it saw Xiao Chen's changes, it was immediately full of curiosity. Although Xiao Chen was meditating quietly, his spiritual sense was extremely keen, and everything around him was truly reflected in his heart. He was afraid that the little guy would be curious and touch it carelessly, so he hurriedly warned, "This is the blood of the king. Although it contains superb blood essence, it also has a lot of blood poison, which is enough to kill any strong person below the half-ancestor. If you touch it rashly without refining and detoxifying, you will definitely be poisoned." The little thing opened his eyes wide in surprise, and sat on the ground like a good baby. Crash! The waves in the blood pool surged, and a blood lotus suddenly emerged. The bloody brilliance shone, and the entire underground palace was reflected in a mist, and the altar composed of skulls under Xiao Chen even shone with dreamlike colors. Yi! The little snow-white beast was very vigilant, and the colorful divine light swept out, protecting Xiao Chen inside, and then it rushed to Xiao Chen's side immediately, staring at the blood lotus cautiously. Extremely sublimated king's holy blood essence. Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. After watching it closely, he really sensed what the blood lotus is. To the little snow-white beast, he said, "KK used the confinement technique to get it up." Yeah, the little guy was also very excited. With a swipe of his fluffy snow-white paw, the colorful divine light swept down, imprisoning the blood lotus in an instant. The little beast's supernatural power of confinement is unrivaled in the world. The blood lotus didn't struggle, it didn't have consciousness fluctuations, it was pure holy blood essence, rising slowly, bursting out streaks of blood. Suddenly, a creepy baby cry resounded in the underground palace, and the blood baby rushed back like a bolt of bloody lightning, then opened its mouth and spewed out streaks of blood, shooting at KK and Xiao Chen. The void shattered, and the blood light swept away all obstacles. It is difficult to compete with Xiao Chen's buzzing sound, which is the terrifying strength of the ultimate human realm. The blood baby is in the same realm as the god of fighting King and King Shira. Yeah, the little beast KK quickly sent the blood lotus to Xiao Chen's approach, and waved its little paw angrily, sweeping out streaks of colorful light, blocking all the blood curtains outside. The blood baby screamed, looking extremely ferocious, and suddenly turned into a blood-colored corpse insect, showing signs of piercing through the colorful divine light. It's a blood corpse worm. Xiao Chen didn't know until this time that the blood baby was not reincarnated from the king's soul, but a blood corpse worm with Taoism and cultivated to such a terrifying state. But it's not surprising when you think about it, this corpse worm devours the king's blood every day, how can it not grow rapidly? KK subdued it with the lost paradise. Xiao Chen secretly sent a message to the little beast with his spiritual sense. This blood corpse insect has never seen the mystery of the divine garden, and if he rushes in, he will perish himself. The little guy blinked his big eyes, wrinkled his cute nose, and reluctantly pushed open Paradise Lost. The little guy was afraid that this kind of evil would pollute his pure land. Brush. The blood corpse charged through the colorful light curtain, rushed forward quickly, and crashed into the lost paradise. At this moment, the originally ferocious blood corpse worm fell to the ground like a dead dog whose spine had been pumped out. Chi-chi. Bursts of blue smoke rose from the fragrant grass in the garden of the gods, and the blood poisoned a large area of AA flowers and plants, and even the soil was corroded. KK hurriedly waved her little paw, summoning a big bronze cauldron from the depths of the lost paradise, and clasped the blood corpse worm inside with a bang. Where did the tripod come from? Yeah, there is a sealed heavenly palace in Mount Wuyi. It took me a lot of effort to go to the deepest part, and I found this big cauldron. There are a lot of sweet beans in it, and I ate them up. At this point, the little guy seemed to be still thinking about it, muttering, "It's really sweet." This made Xiao Chen quite speechless. The sweet beans that the little beast said must be the precious elixir left by the ancient immortals, but they were all eaten by this little thing as jelly beans. Let's seal this blood corpse insect in the copper tripod first. After all, it has reached the realm of perfection, and it was caught because it didn't understand the lost paradise. If it can be controlled, it is really a powerful force. Xiao Chen didn't kill the blood corpse worm. He had another purpose. He wanted to experiment with the fallen angels to see if it could be sealed into the sacred dragon tree and brought into the world of the dead. If possible, then they can take KK to the deepest part of the dead continent to explore the secrets. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already refined all the toxins from the blood lotus, and then planted it in Huang Zuan's chest cavity. The whole blood lotus seemed to grow between his bones. The blood mist diffused out, covering his whole body in it. The entire altar was covered by hazy blood, and the breath of life rippling out. Xiao Chen looked extremely sacred at this moment, sitting there quietly cross-legged, motionless. The little beast Kiki was also very nervous, held her breath, and carefully protected Xiao Chen. Bits of bloody brilliance flowed between Xiao Chen's yellow diamond bones. The crystal-clear bones were full of life energy, and the blood lotus seemed to melt into the bones. Guided by the blood lotus, the blood essence in the blood pool continued to evaporate upwards, gathering towards Xiao Chen. In the end, the yellow diamond bone body was completely submerged by the blood light, and the blood lotus disappeared completely. There was only a cloud of blood mist, and powerful life fluctuations spread throughout the entire underground palace. However, this life essence does not belong to Xiao Chen, it needs to be fully refined by him. Roar-a! A long howl came from outside the underground palace, and the entire underground palace shook violently. A tyrannical force descended from the sky, and the ground that was struck by it actually cracked, causing the entire underground palace to shatter. It was exactly what King Shira did. He sensed everything that happened in the underground palace, and even interfered with the terrifying cultivation base of the human realm. Afterwards, he got rid of the entanglement of Mao Nu, the awakened Dark King who surpassed the golden bloodline of the giant race, directly smashed the ground, rushed into the underground ruins, and killed Xiao Chen. Boom! The soil layer cracked, the huge boulder went up against the sky, and King Shira rushed in. The 13 spiritual cables, like 13 blood-colored boa constrictors, danced 1,000 blood shadows and strangled towards Xiao Chen. Yeah, knowing how powerful King Shira is, the little snow-white beast directly propped open Paradise Lost, cutting off King Shira's way, and blocked the 13 divine cables. Asura Heavenly Tao. What a character King Shira is. He knows that Xiao Chen seems to be about to transform, and he doesn't want to see this opponent make a breakthrough. The world of Asura descended, and tens of thousands of Asura soldiers emerged in a dreamlike world, bursting out with shocking fighting intent and murderous aura, converging into a world-destroying aura, trying to seal the entire underground palace inside. At this moment, Xiao Chen is at a critical moment, using the blood lotus as a guide to absorb the essence in the blood pool. He believes that the little beast KK is here to protect the law, and no one can break it. The little guy didn't let him down. Even the world-destroying aura of Asura's heavenly Tao couldn't help but lose the paradise, and was completely melted into the invisible space. Yeah, the little guy even started to fight back, waving beams of colorful beams. With Paradise Lost, KK was born invincible. The little thing was like a bolt of lightning, surrounded by colorful lights, splitting 49 light curtains one after another, and, bang bang bang, sent King Shira flying. King Shira is known as the King of Heaven. After he reached the realm of perfection, he was rarely able to stand against the kings of hundreds of clans. At this moment, he was really angry. Shira's supernatural powers were suppressed by Paradise Lost and could not exert terrifying power. KK's 39 layers of 7-color light curtains were broken, and finally the 13 blood-colored cables in his right hand turned into the thickness of a house, and they fell straight down. The chains stretched straight, like blood-colored magic knives. Unexpectedly, KK, the little beast, didn't retreat, and rushed over. The Dragon Clan's supernatural power imprisoned everything, swept everything down, and killed everything. The divine light soared into the sky. Kiki shot out 81 layers of colorful light curtains, which not only blocked the mountain-like hand, but also cut off 4 of the 13 cables. Crash! The broken wire fell to the ground. Then the little guy summoned the palm-high little holy tree, held it in a little furry hand, waved it repeatedly, and thousands of auspicious colors bloomed. Boom! It actually directly swept away King Shira, who was known as the Heavenly King. The little beast showed its power, and it was a mess. But at this moment, a group of foreign kings rushed here and witnessed all this with their own eyes, and they were all shocked. It never occurred to the little snow-white beast that apart from the Paradise Lost, which was invincible in nature, it also had a terrifying combat power that was no less than the realm of the ultimate human. Among them, the peerless Yan Qingcheng and the beautiful Yin Ying were the most surprised. They naturally knew the little snow-white beast, and found that the little thing was actually guarding the yellow diamond skull, which made them wonder. Yeah, yip. The little guy held a palm-high holy tree across his chest, and angrily glanced at the kings. Do you understand now? King Shira glanced at the kings. Now, without his explanation, all the kings already knew that the king's banner would definitely fall into the hands of the yellow diamond skeleton king. With this little snow-white beast as an accomplice, how could it not be possible to get it? Kill. All the kings showed their killing intent, each showed their supernatural powers, and went forward to kill together. An astonishing thing happened. The seemingly immature little beast's performance at the moment exceeded everyone's expectations. The little guy held the small sacred tree, smashed it horizontally and vertically, and waved it again and again. Rays of light and auspicious colors burst out, and the king of the alien race groaned one after another, and 6 kings were swept away in an instant. There was also a foreign king who was more unlucky, and was directly blasted into the blood pool. He only let out a scream, and was turned into bones by the blood poison of the king in an instant. Everyone was a little dazed. This little snow-white beast, which was only half a foot long, had always been gentle in the past. Although it had lost the protection of paradise and was inherently undefeated, it had never taken the initiative to fight with the kings. At this moment, it had such a strong performance, which made everyone dumbfounded. Kill. Although Kiki showed extraordinary strength, the kings did not flinch, and several people came forward together. Magic Lock Netherworld. A foreign king yelled, and endless black evil energy surged towards KK. 3,000 fires of karma. The void burned by flames of various colors distorted and spread towards the little snow-white beast. Extreme holy light. The blazing light tore apart the sky and the earth, like a round of sun suddenly appearing in the ruins, crashing into the little thing. Several kings of foreign races displayed their magical skills. The sky was full of brilliant light, and the terrifying energy fluctuated violently. Kiki violently raised the little holy tree, and muttered in a low voice, Kiki's profound meaning, eats all over the world. The little thing originally thought of a majestic name, but due to his nature, the little guy thought that eating all over the world was the most exciting thing, and such a strange name appeared in the end. The colorful holy tree swept across all directions, and the sky burst into rainbow lights. The magical skill of Magic Lock Netherworld was shattered immediately, the 3,000 karmic fires were also extinguished in an instant, and the holy light of the extreme path dimmed instantly. 5 alien kings were knocked into the air at the same time, and all of them looked a little unhappy. Trash. The Golden Lion King stood out from the crowd, mercilessly giving such evaluations to the losers. He was also besieged by the kings, but seeing his old enemy now, he couldn't bear it anymore and came to the forefront. Huang Mao Mao, I have beaten you twice, you still want to fight with me? Kiki blinked her eyes and looked at the Golden Lion King with dissatisfaction. Even though many foreign kings had suffered under KK's hands, some people still couldn't help laughing when they heard it call the mighty Golden Lion King Huang Mao Mao. The Golden Lion King was extremely annoyed. He glanced at the kings, and then rushed forward holding the ancient pasteur spear that was dripping with the blood of the half-ancestor without saying a word. He was full of fighting spirit, and with a violent swing of Pastor's ancient spear, the world trembled, and the space where the red blood spear passed was split into countless segments, and endless dimensional space appeared. The destructive force caused the ruins of the underground palace to completely collapse, leaving only the blood pool shrouded in Kiki's lost paradise unaffected, and more than a dozen mountains in the distance collapsed. Boom. But with such power, it was directly blocked by the little beast with a colorful sacred tree, blocking Pastor's ancient spear. Huang Mao Mao, you will never be able to defeat me. The childish words of the little beast did not annoy the Golden Lion, and he had already forgotten everything after being promoted to the fighting state. Holding the ancient spear of Pasteur, the Golden Lion King danced out a wind that filled the sky, smashing the void continuously, and attacked Kiki violently. The fur of the little beast was as white as jade at first, then it turned into gold, and finally it turned into blue. Holding the 7-color sacred tree to fight against the Golden Lion King, it resisted all the fierce attacks of the king of the Zan clan. Disappear forever. At this moment, the Golden Lion King yelled, the third vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, and a bit of extremely strange brilliance burst out. In order to open the third vertical eye, he has accumulated endless power and has been brewing for a long time. It was originally prepared for King Shira, but at this moment it is used on the little beast. The ancient sacrificial sounds, Zen singing, chants of the heavens, resounded through the heaven and earth, making everyone's soul tremble. Everyone felt an unbearable terror, and the little beast Kiki was the first to bear the brunt. But at this moment, the little snow-white beast seemed to push open a mysterious door that had been sealed in the long river of history, and a terrifying light shot out from its eyes, which was impossible to fathom. The black light in the left eye was flickering, like hell's demonic light bursting into the world, with a destructive aura. The white light in the right eye is vast, like a star igniting suddenly, igniting the vast universe. Thunder bursts, the situation changes, and the world loses its color. The third vertical eye of the Golden Lion King and the eyes of the little beast emit a majestic aura, which has the potential to destroy the world. Boom. The third vertical eye of the Golden Lion King failed to open in the end, and was suppressed by the eyes of the little snow-white beast and closed, and a little blood dripped out around the third vertical eye. It's not that the power is insufficient, but that the power of the vertical eye is too terrifying. He has not yet fully controlled the power, and was interrupted by life, which almost hurt himself. The Golden Lion King backed up with a muffled grunt. Crash. There was a trembling sound of Shensuo. King Shira made a move at this moment. 9 complete Shensuo and 4 half-broken Shensuo swept towards it at the same time, unexpectedly wrapped around Kiki's body when Kiki was unaware. Destroy it, shouted King Shira. He had enough self-confidence after his cultivation had reached the realm of perfection. The Golden Giant King, who was famous for his tyrannical body, was strangled by him in this way, let alone a young beast. Even though he had terrifying supernatural powers, his body was definitely not that tyrannical. Yeah, Kiki seemed to be very angry. At the moment when Shensuo was entangled, the black light and white light in its eyes had not completely faded away, and it glanced at Shensuo. Crack bang bang, all the 13 cables were broken, then shattered, and disappeared in the void. Kiki glanced at the kings, all of them dodged like snakes and scorpions, and no one dared to show their real body under their eyes. Even so, the 2 alien kings were half a step too late, and they didn't have time to escape through the space. After being swept by the eyes of the little beast, they didn't even have time to scream, and they died directly. There was no sound, the space was annihilated, until the light in Kiki's eyes disappeared, and the terrifying black holes in the sky that were pierced slowly disappeared. Kiki, the little beast, always used the dragon clan's supernatural powers on weekdays, but when it was really dangerous, it would arouse a terrifying power that he didn't understand. All the kings of different races were shocked by what they had seen so often. No matter how you look at it, it seems that someone deliberately passed on the supernatural powers of the small beast dragon clan to cover up their innate supernatural powers. If the inference is true, what kind of shocking news is this? It's hard to imagine what kind of race it is. After the light in her eyes disappeared, Kiki looked very confused, muttering to herself like a little confused. Yeah, so strange, chi chi chi. There was a sound of piercing the sky, and some alien kings saw it, lost their minds and launched fierce attacks. At this moment, Xiao Chenjiang had already stood up, his whole body was hazy with blood mist, and his bones were completely covered in blood. He was able to display his previous supernatural powers, and he shot continuously. The Lingxi sword wave seemed to be the source of destruction, with ripples spreading around, but when it reached the king of the alien race, it exploded rumblingly. Subsequently, the four major Sanshou attacked one after another. God-killing style, reversing chaos style, demon-suppressing style, and cracking style all come out, smashing the world. Then 8 overlapping illusory worlds emerged, and the rotation of the 8 phases erupted a monstrous energy fluctuation. The several foreign kings who rushed forward to attack KK were all swept away. Chapter 399 Supernatural powers reappear and fight the kings. The essence of the blood pool was almost exhausted, and it was almost completely filthy. Bursts of evil spirits shot up to the sky, and there were traces of gods and demons looming, accompanied by roars like demons and ghosts. Xiao Chen stood up and stood above the skull altar, his whole body was covered by blood mist, like a blood man, but exuded a powerful breath of the living and energy fluctuations. One of his feet has stepped into the realm of perfection, and the other foot may step into it at any time. The old supernatural powers and combat skills have returned, and he can reproduce the style of the past. Who are you? Several alien kings shouted in unison. Skeleton King. Lie, you are not the Skeleton King. At this moment, the subordinates of the original Yellow Diamond Skeleton King arrived here, and 10 skeleton warriors led hundreds of fire creatures flying to the sky. The rebellious Kinga death. Xiao Chen saw them flying, although he didn't move, but a powerful terrifying coercion erupted, deterring them. He is definitely not the Yellow Diamond Skeleton King. The 10 skeleton warriors shouted in unison, saying, the king must have been assassinated by him, otherwise how dare he replace him and kill him to avenge the king. The top 10 skeleton warriors led hundreds of fire creatures to fight forward at the same time. The energy of the fire fluctuated violently, and rushed madly towards Xiao Chen who was on the altar. Boom! The underground palace that had already been turned into ruins cracked again, the rocks pierced through the air, the ground collapsed, and endless waves of energy swept towards Xiao Chen and the little snow-white beast. You gang of rebels are going to die. Having said that, Xiao Chen took a step forward on the altar composed entirely of colored diamond skulls, and pressed his right palm lightly in the void. The consonant sword wave vibrated out, with him as the center, the destructive ripples seemed to be slowly rippling, but the invisible energy had already spread to every corner of the void. Puff puff, the top 10 skeleton warriors in the sky will bear the brunt of the blow. Facing Xiao Chen who has already stepped into the realm of perfection, they can't resist, and the lethality of this sword wave is the most brutal. Among the 10 generals, 6 were crushed by the shock, turning into a piece of bone powder and floating in the sky, while the bones of the other 4 generals were all broken, and there was no intact place. As for the hundreds of fire creatures that followed, it was even more difficult to resist, just like moths to the flame, completely suicidal. Consonance sword wave is a magical skill for killing enemies on a large scale. It vibrates with Xiao Chen as the center, radiates to 10 directions, and sweeps away all opponents on the battlefield. A fire creature exploded continuously, and white bone powder flew in the sky, like patches of cloudy mist. In the end, the other 4 of the top 10 skeleton warriors were all wiped out, and none of the hundreds of fire creatures escaped, and they were all wiped out. Kiki had recovered from her dazed state, feeling that Xiao Chen was full of the breath of the living and seemed very happy and active. The kings were all surprised, not because of Xiao Chen's fighting power, but because of the supernatural power he showed, which did not seem to be the supernatural skill of the skeleton clan. And farther away, Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying were even more suspicious, and they glanced at each other. It was too fast, I didn't see clearly. In terms of lethality, it seems really similar to Lingxi Zhanbo. The 2 girls quickly exchanged opinions. Aren't you the Skeleton King? At this moment, the necromancer stepped in the void and walked up to the kings. The eerie and tall evil spirit looked extremely ferocious, staring eerily at the blood man in front of him. Necromancer, you and I are both of the death lineage, don't be provoked by others. Xiao Chen looked at him calmly. We have found the imprint left by the king of our clan before he was killed. He was killed by you. The powerful warriors outside the field roared and rushed over. The population of the warrior clan is sparse, but all of them are real strong men. Only a dozen people entered the ancient ruins this time, and now there are only 8 survivors. All the 8 powerful warriors rushed forward, while the other alien kings watched all this coldly, wanting to see Xiao Chen's details. The moment the 8 powerhouses came up to siege, Xiao Chen also started to move, as swift as lightning. His former supernatural powers and combat skills were completely restored, and the 8 phases returned naturally at an extremely fast speed, reaching the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen shot without reservation. The first palm pierced a person's chest, and even the viscera were shattered. The second palm smashed a person's head. The facial features could not be distinguished clearly. The third palm, his hands seemed to have a magical power. 8 strong men were slapped to death one by one. Chi chi chi. There was a sound of piercing through the sky, and needles appeared in the sky, tearing the sky apart, and with bursts of fishy mist, dozens of strong Scorpio clans sneaked in. Undoubtedly, they also suspected Xiao Chen, thinking that King Scorpio's death had something to do with him. Xiao Chen directly vibrated the original octave, and broke into the realm of perfection with one kick. The killing power of this sound became even more terrifying. Puff puff, Clouds of blood mist burst out in the sky, and dozens of Scorpio cultivators were wiped out on the spot. Kill him. 2 kings of different races came out to kill Xiao Chen. They were the king of the Mephit clan and the king of the Goblin clan. The king of the Mephit clan is a queen with a pair of bat wings, a devil-like figure, hazy, sexy and enchanting curves, but she also has a devil-like face, which is blue and purple, and a pair of fangs in her mouth are shining with blood. She was very interested in Xiao Chen's blood, and she wished she could absorb it immediately. She turned into a ray of black light and charged towards Xiao Chen's body with 2 bat wings cutting through the void like a sky knife. When Xiao Chen greeted him with a palm knife, cutting on the bat's wings, making a metallic trill. Brush. The demon Bat King left after touching it, flew across the air, soared into the sky, and shouted, "He has nothing, all kings come together, kill him, the king's flag belongs to you, and his essence and blood belong to me." Seeing the magic Bat King's ease of use, the Goblin King, who was slightly behind, didn't hesitate, and charged forward. He was short in stature, and his whole body was green, like a green evil spirit, spit out a foul-smelling gas, and enveloped him. He is not as cunning as the Mephit, he does not leave a retreat, and directly blasts forward. The palm of Xiao Chen's palm shone with crystal light, dissipating the foul-smelling gas, and probing over with an unstoppable force, sealing the 10 directions, covering all directions with that crystal blood palm. Puff! The hand of God slapped it hard, and the Goblin King suddenly felt that his palm was smashed, and it was extremely painful. There are also differences in the kings of foreign races, ranging from you leaping to the 4th heaven to the 9 heavens, and some people have even reached the realm of perfection. The Goblin King is relatively not very strong, and he confronted Xiao Chen who had stepped into the realm of perfection, and the result can be imagined. The domineering power of the hand of God rushed up his arms crazily in a spiral shape. Not only were his palms shattered, but his arms also turned into bloody mud in an instant, and his shoulders were broken off. Aha! The Goblin King screamed and hurriedly backed away, but how could he pass Xiao Chen who had the 8 phases of extreme speed? Brush! In an instant, Xiao Chen overtook him, and cut across the Goblin King with a poof, and a head flew out obliquely with a bunch of blood. However, Xiao Chen's light swept back immediately, throwing his body into the space ring. At this moment, the magic Bat King stopped in the sky. She was using the Goblin King to explore Xiao Chen's reality. Seeing the opponent's terrifying fighting power, she didn't want to rush to the front. She shouted, "What are you guys doing standing there? Let's kill him together. Don't you want the king's banner?" Swipe. The figures flickered continuously, and several alien kings rushed forward, intending to surround and kill Xiao Chen. Some people even stared at Kiki to prevent the little beast from making a move. The king's intentions were obvious, they wanted to kill Xiao Chen and take away the king's banner. However, Xiao Chen rushed through many obstacles in this unbearable time, came to the high sky, and went straight to the magic Bat King. At this moment, the 8-phase extreme speed showed its due limit speed. Even if the magic Bat King wanted to escape, he would have no time. Kill him. The magic Bat King summoned the kings, and at the same time unfolded his magical skills, his wings were like knives, cutting through the void, sending out waves of terrifying waves. But Xiao Chen grabbed the magic bat wing that split the void with a bang, and then Xiao Chen violently tore it with both hands, and with a poof, tore the bat wing as tough as refined iron into pieces. Swipe, the figure flew up, and the kings yelled, soaring to the sky, besieging and killing Xiao Chen. The excruciatingly painful Mi-Bat King roared out a depressing sound wave, the void shattered, and a destructive black hole appeared around her, exploding directly centered on her. But Xiao Chen didn't retreat at all, resisted with the word, Om, and kept rushing forward. It was a fierce melee, the kings were chasing after Xiao Chen, but he was bombarding and killing the demon Bat King. Boom, there are constant sounds in the sky, and the space is constantly broken. The terrifying sound waves of the magic Bat King are unpredictable and powerful. Constantly colliding with Xiao Chen's hum-word Tianyan in the sky. Seeing the kings approaching, she gradually revealed a ferocious smile. But in an instant, her smile froze suddenly. Puff! Xiao Chen used the eight-phase world to transmit the battle sword, piercing through her heart. With a violent shock, her body almost collapsed, and the sound wave stopped because of this, and the buzzword Tianyan blasted her to death. However, although his body was torn apart, it was not completely wiped out, and was taken into the space ring by Xiao Chen. The body of the alien king contained a large amount of life essence, which was the best material for his resurrection. There is no doubt that the strength of the realm of perfection is obvious. Although he only stepped in with 1 foot, it is enough for him to face the ordinary alien king proudly. Swipe, 6 figures rushed to surround him, among them were the undead king and the zombie king. All the kings looked at the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand eagerly, and the ghost king said in a cold voice, "You actually used us." But he also had a hard time and couldn't tell, he didn't dare to really say that he participated in the action of killing the war king. Kill him, the zombie king gritted his teeth. He didn't get the promised king's banner, and he became a gold medalist for nothing. Even if the 6 kings moved together, they would frown even if they were the real powerhouses. The combined attack of the 6 kings directly shattered the sky, emitting a chaotic light, and returning the place to its most primitive state. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed, he might have been killed inside. He flew hundreds of feet across the sky, and launched a tyrannical attack on a foreign king alone. Combining the anti-chaotic style and the demon-suppressing style to attack, the sky tore out a series of crisscrossing terrifying rays of light, and the phantom of a secluded demon palace appeared, suppressing the alien king. Boom! On the spot, the alien king sprayed blood from his mouth and crashed into the depths of the ground. Chi-chi-chi! The sound of breaking through the sky came, and the other 5 kings rushed to relieve the pressure on the alien king, freeing him from the ground, while the phantom of the magic palace that suppressed him faded dimly. We must kill him. This is the voice of the 6 alien kings. Now that the other party has not really entered the realm of perfection, they already have quite terrifying strength. If they really enter, how can they, a group of alien kings who are in the realm of leaping fish, fight against them? The demonic cloud around the zombie king was raging, and the corpse's aura was overwhelming. The energy waves came one after another, like a storm hitting the shore, like a meteor hitting the ground, and the violent force was unstoppable. At this moment, Xiao Chen put away his battle sword and used another combat technique from the Pasta AA Perfect Aquarius seal. A huge crystal vase manifested above his head, crystal clear and shining brilliantly. A burst of blazing holy light burst out from the vase, shaking away all the endless demon clouds and completely crushing the monstrous corpse energy. The sacred radiance shines in all directions, like 10 suns shining in the sky, thousands of rays of light shoot in all directions, the whole sky is bright and brilliant, rumbling thunder sounds, the sky shakes, the zombie king is struck by lightning, and with a bang, he is blown away heavily. The other 5 kings were shocked and rushed to rescue them. Their supernatural powers and combat skills hit Xiao Chen respectively. The sky was full of dazzling light, and the kings fought fiercely. That's Yan Qingcheng's beautiful face was full of shock. If there was some doubt at the beginning, it is almost certain now that those are definitely the magical combat skills of that person back then. Lingxi Jianbo, Omzi Tianyan, the 4 great Sanshou, the perfect base seal, and the 8-phase extreme speed all prove that they are the unique skills of that person in the past. The 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom was also extremely shocked, but she thought of another question, and said, isn't that martial spirit also capable of that person's supernatural combat skills? Could it be that this person also mastered his unique skill because of a special opportunity? In the past, Xiao Chen's body was torn apart, and he fell into the Devil's Well in the Dead City, which was known all over the world. How could it be possible for Xiao Chen to be immortal in a magic well that even half ancestors could devour? However, if it is said that someone has cultivated Xiao Chen's supernatural powers by some chance, then why is there a strange snow-white beast guarding him? This is the invincible little beast that followed Xiao Chen in the past, and it should not find another master. Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying were extremely shocked by all this before them, and at the same time they were in doubt. Many alien kings kept an eye on KK to prevent the little things from making a move. But in the battlefield, Xiao Chen has already gained the upper hand, fighting the 6 kings alone without losing, and he has more offense and less defense. Roar A. The necromancer let out a deep roar, the aura of death was overwhelming, and endless shadows enveloped the world. This is his unique skill, the shadow space. Xiao Chen was pulled in all of a sudden, and thousands of dead souls roared and rushed towards him. Among them are the heroic spirits of the necromancer clan, whose combat power is ridiculously powerful. Xiao Chen directly shook the original Tinian, killed hundreds of dead souls, and even killed a powerful heroic spirit on the spot. However, he didn't dare to stay longer, because he already knew something about the shadow space. It is connected to the holy land of heroic spirits of the necromancer race, and there may be some unimaginable terrifying powerhouses in it. Sure enough, bursts of powerful energy fluctuations came from the depths of the shadow, quickly approaching here. 8 hazy worlds emerged around Xiao Chen, and the 8 phases rotated, bursting out with a force that would destroy the world, directly blasting away the shadow space, and exiting calmly. Half of the necromancer's body was pierced, suffered heavy injuries, and quickly retreated. All of this happened in an instant. When Xiao Chen rushed out, he launched a devastating attack on a foreign king in front of him. The world of 8 phases enveloped him, the sky and the earth merged, and the yin and yang were born. Then bursts of chaotic light burst out, directly destroying the body and spirit of the foreign king. This made Xiao Chen quite regretful that his body could not be collected. The terrifying coercion changed the color of the other 5 kings, and the 5 kings gathered together and forced to kill them. The 8-phase world emerged, enveloping all 5 masters, and isolated them in different worlds. Xiao Chen rushed into Zishang, like killing a god with a sword in hand, and the king of the alien race struggled to fight against it. While attacking with a sword, Xiao Chen attracted the power of Lightning World and Mountain World. Landslides and lightning shattered their shapes. In the end, the alien king's body almost collapsed. Xiao Chen chopped off his head with a sword, blood waves soared into the sky, and the dead body was put into the space ring by him. Then, Xiao Chen turned to the astronomical world, and killed another alien king with the original Onward Tianyan. The 6 kings went to 3 in a blink of an eye. Xiao Chen's pressure suddenly eased, rushed into the world of Earth phase, summoned the power of other phase worlds, and crushed it to pieces with the 8-phase reincarnation. 4 of the 6 kings were killed, leaving only the seriously injured undead king and zombie king. Waste. King Shira let out a low voice. He and Mao Nu had put aside their grievances for the time being, and no longer confronted each other. They shattered the void with one palm, probed into the world of 8 phases, and rescued the undead king and the zombie king. Kai, the battle sword in Xiao Chen's hand also cut off a part of his sleeve, almost hitting his arm. But it is enough to see how strong King Shira is. All the kings made their moves one after another, and 7 or 8 people followed King Shira and forced them forward. The little beast Kiki realized that the situation was critical, so it yelled, "AA!" swept out a colorful divine light, and sent several masters flying, rushing to Xiao Chen, wanting to fight side by side with him. The Golden Lion King has regained his combat power. Seeing KK in action, he charged forward again with Pastor's ancient spear. "I already know who you are." The Golden Lion King looked at Xiao Chen fixedly. All the kings showed strange colors, and many people had some associations in their hearts. Although they never came out to compete with Xiao Chen in the era when the master of the world lost his voice, they had heard many rumors about him. At the scene, several alien kings had already guessed his origin. But they are all very dissatisfied, even if it is really the old Xiao Chen. That's because the 100 clans were not born in that era. In the distance, Yan Qingcheng and Yin Ying showed incredible expressions. The colorful Peacock King, Jin Jin, and the little pterosaur Lena also looked at each other in blank dismay. The magic well devours all living beings, how to escape and return. This is the key point that the guesser can't figure out, so he is in doubt. The most powerful Shira King and the Golden Lion King attacked at the same time. The kings no longer had any worries, and all rushed forward. There were nearly 20 kings of different races attacking at the same time. The scene was too terrifying. The moment they shot, the terrifying aftermath of energy caused the nearby mountain peaks to shatter directly. Even if Xiao Chen really reached the realm of perfection, he would not be able to face so many alien kings at all. I am afraid that if he really wants to accept the move, he will be completely destroyed in one round. KK also knew the power of depth. Paradise Lost opened quickly, enveloping Xiao Chen and herself. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide in it? At this moment, terrifying fluctuations came from the distant sky, and the Yaksha Heavenly King, who had disappeared for many days, was walking in the void, with green hair dancing wildly, approaching here, and the whole world trembled because of his footsteps. Xiao Chen is holding a battle sword, with a high fighting spirit, combined with the little beast KK, even if it is facing thousands of troops and horses, so what? In Paradise Lost, he was already invincible. Chapter 400 The King of Killers. Yasha Heavenly King's majesty spreads far and wide, and it is rare to find an opponent among the kings of hundreds of clans. At this moment, he is walking in the void, walking step by step, as if he has merged with the heaven and the earth, and merged with the pulse of the world. The vast sky trembled with his steps. The terrifying coercion that makes one's heart palpitating is turbulent, like the roaring of the vast sea, or the cracking of the vast earth, and everything in the world is trembling. The mighty King Yasha, although he came alone, it was as if 1,000 troops had arrived, which gave people an extremely powerful sense of shock, and all the strong felt the unspeakable depression. The scene is really big. Do you really think you are invincible? King Yasha came so forcefully, which naturally made some alien kings dissatisfied. The kings dared not speak out loudly, but some people whispered. However, being the king of all races, Yasha King's strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. His hearing is extremely keen, and his eyes shoot out two terrifying green lights, and he steps up to the kings in one step in the void. Give you death. He appeared in front of a king without any warning. A pair of snow-white jade palms protruded out, directly sealed the space, grabbed the alien king in his hands, and then pulled his hands violently. With a sound of poof, blood rained down, tearing the alien king apart on the spot. Tyrannical. Yasha King's green hair danced wildly. His face was extremely handsome, and he could be called as rich as jade, but at this moment, Ryu's palm was bleeding continuously, and the body of a foreign king was torn to pieces, making him look extraordinarily terrifying, and chills rose from the hearts of all the kings. This is the powerful Yaksha King. Whoever dares to rebel will inevitably suffer bloody suppression. Who am I? Xiao Chen stood in Kiki's lost paradise, witnessed all this with his own eyes, and said very calmly, the last time I picked half of Yasha's heart, it didn't taste very good. The green light in King Yaksha's eyes was shining brightly, staring at the blood-colored skeleton in front of him. The last time he suffered a serious injury at the altar of the giants, Xiao Chen not only scratched half of his heart, but also tore off several ribs and half of his lung, putting him on the verge of danger. Boom! King Yaksha came directly to kill him. With a wave of his arms, Fang Tianyu shattered. He raised his hand and slashed towards Paradise Lost. The green light covered the sky, as if igniting the vast starry sky. The terrifying coercion made the soul tremble. However, even after reaching the realm of perfection, there is no way to lose the paradise, and the monstrous energy waves dissipate invisibly in an instant in the divine garden. And Yasha King, who rushed to the front, hastily traveled through the space and retreated back. Before that, he had never touched Paradise Lost. However, his extraordinary combat talent and spiritual sense made him discover the danger at the first time, and retreated decisively. Let's break through the divine garden together. Heavenly King Yaksha glanced around, as if he didn't pay attention to the kings at all, and directly issued this order, even ignoring King Shira who had also reached the realm of perfection. King Shira snorted coldly. Originally, he led the kings to attack Xiao Chen, but he stopped his action at this moment. The golden Lion King made an undisguised sneer, and took a few steps back with a pasteur spear in hand. Seeing that the kings didn't seem to want to make a move, King Yaksha's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? Whenever his eyes swept over the kings were all startled, and a chill rose up their backs. 9 alien kings rushed forward and formed a pattern of advancing and retreating with him. Yasha Heavenly King glanced at the kings who hadn't stepped forward, and shot in an instant. The tall and burly figure exploded with monstrous energy fluctuations, appeared in front of a foreign king, grabbed him in his hand, and shouted, kill. He lifted the alien king and threw it into Paradise Lost, and the Yaksha King took him as a test object on the spot. It has to be said that King Yaksha's supernatural power was overwhelming, and he shot violently. The king of the alien race could not resist at all, and his cultivation was sealed in an instant. It wasn't until he was close to the lost paradise that he recovered his supernatural powers, but at this moment he had no way out and was enveloped by the divine garden. Holding the battle sword in his hand, Xiao Chen strode forward like a god of killing. The king of the alien race was horrified to find that all his strength had disappeared, and he had even lost his innate supernatural powers. He broke out in a cold sweat, and pulled out the magic weapon behind him to fight against the approaching Xiao Chen. However, how could it be resisted? With a clang, when Xiao Chen's battle sword slashed down, not only the magic weapon in the foreign king's hand was broken, but his body was also split in two, blood sprayed, and the sacred garden was dyed red. Xiao Chen held his battle sword and looked at Yasha King, teasingly said, "Yasha King, why don't you throw them all in? Everyone, we should let go of our preconceived ideas, break through the divine garden together, and kill him." The Necromancer King, who had been severely injured not long ago, said, mainly to resolve the discord between King Shira and King Yasha. "Yes, can't we work together to break through a god garden? If we really can't do anything, what's the face of our kings if it gets out?" Zombie King also tried to persuade him. He hated Xiao Chen so much that he was dragged to become a gold medalist for nothing, but he got nothing. "Yes, kill him together. Open the Garden of God." All the kings shouted and all rushed forward. King Shira glanced at King Yasha, and finally chose to attack. But the Golden Lion King only had eyes for the little snow-white beast, and he also pushed forward holding the ancient Pasteur spear that was dripping with the blood of the half-ancestor. "Kill, kill, .. All the kings yelled in unison and shot at the same time. The terrifying coercion spread across the world, the mountains, rivers and the earth suddenly collapsed, and the energy of nearly 20 alien kings gathered together was unimaginable. This place was originally an ancient forest, but at this moment all the trees were annihilated, and under the aftermath of the destructive energy, even the surrounding mountains were rumbling and collapsing. The primitive mountain range collapsed completely. Not only the surrounding mountains were shattered, but also the mountains in the distance were all cracked, the rocks pierced through the sky, the energy surged into the sky, and the stratum collapsed. A horrifying scene of annihilation, as if the end of the world is coming. Shouting to kill and shaking the sky, all the kings showed their strongest combat power, but facing the divine garden full of spirits, all attacks were ineffective. This is something that scares everyone. Paradise Lost is terrible. Thinking of the rumors in the past, Shenyuan made Banzu lose his smile, and every king felt heavy in his heart. At this moment, KK drove the Lost Paradise to rush around among the kings, while Xiao Chen began to attack ruthlessly. Without the protection of the Lost Paradise, he was born invincible. Shenyun Prince Flowers. Xiao Chen quickly formed a divine seal, and behind him a tall shadow with a height of 10 meters resembling him emerged, and a wonderful flower bloomed in his hand in an instant, eclipsing the sun and the moon in the sky for a while. Xiao Chen is like a Buddha who is holding flowers and laughing. At this moment, he has an extraordinary and refined charm, but there is infinite murderous intent hidden in the secret. The divine flower is in full bloom, crowning all others. The petals fell down one by one, drowning the alien king in an instant. Each of the crystal-clear petals contained unimaginable power, like a heavenly knife splitting the sky, piercing through the body of the alien king. All the crystal-clear petals passed through the body, dyed blood red, and brought out strings of blood flowers. Boom! The alien king was torn apart and killed on the spot, and was then taken into the space ring by Xiao Chen. Without waiting for other alien kings to kill him, he quickly retreated into the Lost Paradise. This blow emptied all the strength in Xiao Chen's body, because he had lost paradise, and he had no worries, so he dared to gather all the strength in his body to launch the strongest blow. Under the siege of so many foreign kings, Xiao Chen killed a foreign king in the chaos, which deeply shocked everyone. Kill, the kings are all so bloody. Seeing this result, everyone shouted and launched a more crazy attack. Xiao Chen was not afraid. He glanced at the kings coldly, stood in the Lost Paradise and waited for the opportunity to fight. Until the strength of his whole body fully recovered, he finally shot again. "Do not move, Ming Wang Yin." This time, Xiao Chen put his hands together, and the shadow of the great King Ming emerged. The huge figure covered half of the sky, like an unrivaled giant, stretched out a huge mountain-like palm and slapped it down. Boom! Unparalleled energy fluctuations shook the 10 directions, the sky collapsed, and the mountain-like palm of the great King Ming directly collapsed the body of a foreign king, blood staining the sky. Brush! Xiao Chen put his body into the space ring as quickly as possible. His strength was drained again, but he was not afraid, and slowly recovered in Paradise Lost. Around, all the alien kings changed their colors, killing 2 alien kings with 2 blows. Such a method made people feel cold. This result was unbearable for everyone, and the kings were angry, but nothing could be changed. God-killing style. Thousands of divine swords and ancient swords flew vertically and horizontally in the sky, like a rain of swords and swords, disintegrated a king of a foreign race in an instant, and blood splashed in the shadow of swords and swords all over the sky, making him die with regret. Another alien king was killed. Take your life. King Yasha came across the sky, and finally waited for the opportunity to intercept and kill Shao Chen, who had rushed out of Paradise Lost. The suppressing demon style, reversing chaos style, and cracking style in the hands of the four great sands were all launched at the same time, and they did not dare to slack off in the face of this terrifying heavenly king Shao Chen. Boom! The sky cracked, and King Shira was also killed. Chi-chi! There was a sound of piercing the sky, and the blood of the half-ancestor continued to flow from Pastor's ancient spear, and the Golden Lion King stabbed with his spear, and the world shattered. It is impossible for Shao Chen to stop the three heavenly kings' joint attack. The 8-phase extreme speed made him ghost quickly, and he retreated in an instant. The little beast Kiki shrouded him in Paradise Lost and protected him again. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Brush! Kiki turned into a ray of white light and rushed towards another void. Shao Chen gathered all his strength again, and launched a sharp blow, a space crack. This is his space god, and it is now awakened. Crackling, a terrifying blue beam of light was torn from the sky, and a huge space crack spread out in an instant, tearing an alien king into two halves on the spot. Blood splashed and blood mist filled the air. The fourth alien king was killed. The kings were furious, but they really couldn't blast away Paradise Lost, which made everyone extremely impatient. When Shao Chen's evacuated power recovered again, Kiki avoided King Yasha and King Shira, and rushed to the zombie king. Shao Chen soared into the sky, Nalong stepped out in 7 steps, and the zombie king spewed out endless corpse energy, surged with monstrous energy fluctuations but still did not block it. Nalong took 7 steps, and with each step, the sky shattered. When the 5th step was taken, the arms of the zombie king shattered instantly, and Shao Chen's 6th step completely stepped on his chest. Click! The zombie king's body split open, and he was completely killed in the void. Kill. Next to him, a king of a foreign race who was not so outstanding, but jumped into the 5th heaven, thought he could take advantage of it, and charged forward. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet Shao Chen Nalong's 7th step. His bones and tendons were broken on the spot, and he was trampled to death, leaving only a cloud of blood floating in the sky. Brush. The moment Shao Chen's power was evacuated, Kiki's Paradise Lost was once again shrouded in him. King Yasha's punch pierced through the void and passed him by. Chasing and killing King Yasha. Shao Chen asked Kiki to keep an eye on King Yasha, trying to gather him into Paradise Lost. Kiki turned into a ray of white light, carrying Lost Paradise to continuously attack King Yasha. Swipe. The figures in the sky soared, and the kings retreated one after another. King Yaksha didn't dare to beat the front, facing Paradise Lost, he could only travel through space to avoid his front. Whoosh! At this moment, the little beast suddenly flew out of Paradise Lost and rushed towards King Yasha. Yasha Tianwang sneered, and finally stopped avoiding. After reaching the realm of perfection, he had a strong self-confidence. If he hadn't been helpless against Paradise Lost, he believed that he had already killed every man and beast in front of him. Destroy me! He stepped forward, and the terrifying green glow descended from the sky, still thousands of meters away from the ground, but the earth had already started to crack at this moment, and the sky had already been shattered. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. Kiki waved the little beast's claws again and again, and swept out a series of colorful rays of light at Yasha King, and the Dragon Clan's supernatural power of confinement was brought to the extreme by it. The little beast has only one purpose, to imprison King Yaksha and drag him back to the lost paradise. Boom! The void was shattered. King Yaksha was taken aback. He didn't think highly of the little beast at first, but he didn't expect that this little thing would break the green glow all over the sky, imprison him in the colorful light curtain, and drag him to the lost paradise with great effort. All the kings were dumbfounded. All this happened in an instant, and it was too late to rescue him, and King Yaksha was about to be dragged into the divine garden by the little beast. Ah! Open it for me! Yasha King's green hair danced wildly, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, which tore apart the void. It has to be said that Yasha Heavenly King has unrivaled combat power and is indeed one of the most powerful men at the moment, with unrivaled divine power. Boom! The moment he was about to be dragged into the lost paradise, he unexpectedly shattered the 7-color light curtain and got rid of the Dragon Clan's great supernatural power confinement technique. Although the little beast Kiki shrouded the past with Paradise Lost, it was too late for King Yaksha to escape. However, during this process, Xiao Chen had already acted, the hand of God and the sword came down at the same time, and the 7 steps against the dragon were even more ruthless. God's hand hit the air, and was dodged by King Yaksha, but the 7th step of Nalong stepped on King Yaksha's shoulder, with a crisp cracking sound, and that arm shattered. At the same time, the war sword slashed down, and with a poof, blood waved soared to the sky, and one arm of King Yaksha was chopped off.